Order. À l'ordre, tabling of documents.
Order. Tabling of documents.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 3 petitions.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
3 delegations. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I would have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Health in relation to Bill C-11, an act to promote safety and security with respect to human pathogens and toxins. Your committee examined the bill and has decided to report it with amendments and has ordered its reprint. And I would like to thank all members of the committee for their hard work and cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Bills. Ms. Wazalisi, seconded by Ms. Crowder, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Hazardous Products Act, Noise Limits for Children's Products. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great privilege to be able to present this bill to the House, and I heartily recommend its adoption. The intent of the bill is to lower the permissible decibel levels in toys in order to save children from lifelong damage to their hearing. This is an issue that has been brought before us on numerous occasions, and it is time for government action. I'm recommending this bill. However, if the government would like to steal the idea and put it into any upcoming legislation, that would be fine with me as well. It would bring Canada in line with the World Health Organization's limit of 75 decibels. The Hazardous Products Act currently allows toys with a noise level of 100 decibels. This limit, Mr. Speaker, was set way back in 1970, and all audiologists agree that this is out of step, out of line with current standards. Some hearing impairment is preventable, and we owe it to our children to keep them safe from necessary hazards. Hopefully, child safety is an area where we can agree to make minority government work. Thank you.
Ms. Wazalisi, seconded by Ms. Crowder, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance de la...
At the next sitting of the House.
Seconded by Ms. Crowder, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide a Compensation Plan for First Nations Veterans comparable to the one offered to other war veterans. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House to honour our First Nations veterans. This bill will ensure that First Nations veterans receive comparable compensation to that received by other veterans of the Canadian Armed Forces. And I'd like to thank my friend from Nanaimo Cowichan for her second. I believe the bill is overdue and wish to extend my thanks to all veterans and hope that my colleagues in Parliament will recognize the need for this piece of legislation. This bill, if passed, will ensure that all veterans receive benefits and compensation that properly expresses the gratitude felt by all Canadians for their sacrifices and upholds the principle of equality among all citizens of the Government of Canada, by the Government of Canada.
Mr. Rafferty, seconded by Ms. Crowder, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
I'm Wanda Fuca, seconded by Ms. Leslie, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Contraventions Act and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, Marijuana. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Wanda Fuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the war on drugs has been a complete failure. It has not reduced the crime rate, it has not reduced drug use, nor has it saved lives or money. The status quo only benefits the organized crime gangs and even the insurgencies in faraway Afghanistan. These are the parasites that benefit from the status quo. This bill decriminalizes the simple possession of marijuana under 30 grams and also the possession of 2 or fewer plants. What it will do is it will sever the ties between the casual user and organized crime gangs. It will eliminate demand for their product, and significantly undermine the financial underpinnings of organized crime gangs in Canada. This bill, possession would still be illegal, but people would receive fines rather than going through the expensive judicial system. Money saved could be used to apply to the Head Start program to prevent children from using drugs and to fund initiatives such as the the Naomi Project, which is the North American Opiate Management Medication Initiative. Study after study have shown that decriminalizing marijuana is the right thing to do. Churches, police groups, and others have supported it, including many studies from this House. As a physician, I've seen the ravages of drug use, Mr. Speaker. The status quo only increases harm, only increases drug use. And what I hope happens through this bill is that we can move towards a rational debate, a mature debate on substance abuse, so that people who have substance abuse problems are treated as a medical problem, and organized crime gangs are treated as a judicial problem. In medicine, we have a saying, Mr. Speaker, do no harm. Let's do no harm and pass this bill forthwith.
Mr. Martin, Squirrel Bond, seconded by Ms. Leslie, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed. Cette motion est répétée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Motion. Presenting
Petitions.
motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leaders. A motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations among the parties, and I believe you will find consent for the following four travel motions. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. That in relation to a study on the impact of the oil sands on water basins, 12 members of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development be authorized to travel to Fort McMurray, Fort Chipewyan, Edmonton, and Calgary, Alberta, from May 10th to May 13th, 2009, and the necessary staff accompany the committee. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, that in relation to a study on the state of organized crime, 12 members of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights be authorized to travel to Vancouver, British Columbia in April and May 2009, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, that in relation to a study of the socio-economic conditions on reserves in Aboriginal communities throughout Canada, 12 members of the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development be authorized to travel to Maniwaki, Quebec in the spring of 2009, and the necessary staff accompany the committee. And finally, Mr. Speaker, that in relation to a study of Canada-U.S. relations, 12 members of the Standing Committee International Trade be authorized to travel to Washington, D.C. from April 26 to 28, 2009, and that the necessary staff accompany the committees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose all four motions? Agreed. La Chambre les a entendus. Plaît-il à la...
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt these motions? Agreed.
Four motions carried in that case. Motion.
Motions.
L'Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Bourg-en-Bresse has the floor. It's with great pride that I table a petition of 5,600 names, people from everywhere throughout my riding and throughout Quebec, calling on the Government of Canada to commit to intervene to deter U.S. authorities from setting up a dump site in northern New York, which is on the border of this riding of mine.
South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36 and as certified by the Clerk of Petition, I'm pleased to present another income trust petition from, I wanted to mention his name, Mr. Peter Davis from my riding of Mississauga South. Mr. Davis and these petitioners, Mr. Speaker, want to remind the Prime Minister that he promised never to tax income trusts, but that he broke that promise by imposing a 31.5% punitive tax, which permanently wiped out over $25 billion of the hard-earned savings of over 2 million Canadians, particularly seniors, Mr. Speaker. The petitioners therefore call upon the Conservative government to admit that the decision to tax income trusts was based on flawed methodology and incorrect assumptions, as was shown at the Finance Committee hearings on that matter. Secondly, to apologize to those who were unfairly harmed by this broken promise. And finally, to repeal the punitive 31.5% tax on income trusts.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
On the order paper, l'Honourable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
That all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? And so ordered. Order. Je suis maintenant prêt à rendre ma décision.
Now ready to give my ruling on a point of order raised by the Parliamentary Secretary, the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons, concerning the procedural admissibility of the second report of the Standing Committee on Finance tabled in the House yesterday. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for raising this important matter, as well as the Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain for his remarks.
The report was out of order because it was beyond the mandate of the committee as laid out in Standing Order 108. In his view, it was clear that the allocation of funds to the Library of Parliament for the Parliamentary Budget Officer was outside the mandate of the Standing Committee on Finance. He pointed out that the Chair had ruled as such in the committee, but that the committee had overturned the ruling. In concluding, the Parliamentary Secretary quoted from House of Commons Procedure and Practice at page 879 as follows, and I quote, "Committees are entitled to report to the House only with respect to matters within their mandate. When reporting to the House, committees must indicate the authority under which the study was done, that is, the standing order or the order of reference. If the committee's report has exceeded or has been outside its order of reference, the Speaker has judged such a report or the offending section to be out of order." End of quote. The Parliamentary Secretary went on to quote from my ruling of March 14, 2008, the debates on page 4,181 to 4,183, concerning the proceedings in the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, as well as my ruling of March 29, 2007, in which I stressed the importance of respecting the parliamentary procedures by which we govern our deliberations. For his part, the member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain argued that the intent of the report was to give the Parliamentary Budget Officer the funds necessary to operate effectively. Stressing the close relationship between the Parliamentary Budget Officer and the committee, he pointed out that Section 79(1) of the Parliament of Canada Act states that the Parliamentary Budget Officer is mandated to serve the Standing Committee on Finance. For the benefit of the House, I would like to briefly summarize the events surrounding the adoption of the second report in the Finance Committee. On Tuesday, March 31st, in the Standing Committee on Finance, the Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain moved a motion recommending an increase in the Parliamentary Budget Officer's budget and that this be reported to the House. The Chair of the Committee, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc, ruled the motion out of order because it went beyond the mandate of the committee. In his ruling, the Chair cited the mandates of committees in general and those of the Finance Committee and of the Standing Joint Committee on the Library of Parliament in particular. The ruling was appealed, the committee overturned the ruling of the Chair, and then proceeded to adopt the motion which became the second report of the committee. As the Chair of the Standing Committee on Finance noted in his ruling, the mandate of standing committees is specified in Standing Order 108.2 and states in part, en plus des pouvoirs.
The Standing Committees shall, in addition to the powers granted to them pursuant to Section 1 of this Standing Order and pursuant to Standing Order 81, be empowered to study and report on all matters relating to the mandate, management and operation of the department or departments of government which are assigned to them from time to time by the House. End of quote.
The Budget Officer is defined in Section 79(1) of the Parliament of Canada Act. Although he is specifically required to provide research services for the Standing Committee on Finance, as members know, Section 79(1)(1) states that the Parliamentary Budget Officer is an officer of the Library of Parliament. Thus, the resources and budget of the office are provided through the estimates of the Library of Parliament and not through those of the Department of Finance. Selon le paragraphe 108,
Standing Order 108.4 states that the mandate of the Standing Joint Committee on the Library of Parliament includes a review of the effectiveness, management and operation of the Library of Parliament. Thus, matters pertaining to the mandate and the resources allotted to the Parliamentary Budget Officer fall within the purview of the Standing Joint Committee on the Library of Parliament.
A committee attempting to go beyond its mandate, as defined in the standing orders, was raised last year. In a ruling given on May 15, 2008, in the debates at page 5,924 to 25, on the admissibility of the seventh report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, I reminded the House that while committees are masters of their own proceedings, a committee cannot stray beyond its mandate. I'm sure that honourable members would agree that the work of committees is vital to the functioning of the House and of Parliament. Because of their importance, the House has taken great care to define and differentiate the responsibilities of its committees, particularly where there might at first glance appear to be overlapping jurisdictions. While it is true that the House has given its committees broad mandates and significant powers, with such power and authority comes the responsibility of committees to respect their mandates and not exceed the limits of their authority. Thus, it is expected that committees will be judicious in the exercise of their mandates so as to avoid bringing disputes to the House for the Speaker to adjudicate. As explained in House of Commons Procedure and Practice at page 857, decisions of committee chairs may be appealed to the committee. However, as I noted in rulings on March 14, 2008 and May 15, 2008, committees that overturn procedurally sound decisions by their chairs and choose to present procedurally unacceptable reports to the House will have them declared null and void. In this instance, while one might understand the concerns of honourable members of the Finance Committee, their concerns are not sufficient cause for circumventing the standing orders. Indeed, I find it troubling that a committee chose to proceed as it did with the knowledge that what it was doing was beyond its mandate. Il est clair que
the subject matter of the second report of the Standing Committee on Finance is clearly not within the mandate of that committee, as spelled out in Standing Order 108, but rather is within the mandate of the Standing Joint Committee on the Library of Parliament, and therefore, in my view, the report is out of order.
The report of the Standing Committee on Finance be deemed withdrawn and that no further proceedings may be taken in relation thereto. Orders of the day. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on a matter flowing from your ruling, Mr. Speaker, as you know, the standing orders provide for the House and its members to have a debate on the standing orders themselves in the first 60 sitting days of a first session of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, that is an extremely important event. It is a matter which, as you refer in your ruling, that our standing orders do in Section 108 prescribe the mandates. The only opportunity that ordinary members get an opportunity to, in fact, deal with the evolving nature of mandates of committees is in addressing that. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that for the last two parliaments now, those proceedings to have the debate on the standing orders have been eliminated in the former Parliament because there was a negotiation between House leaders to trade it away for other concessions. And in the current Parliament, because the House prorogued in the first session before 60 days lapsed, the standing orders are clear, the debate must take place in the first session of a Parliament. Parliament, and I think this matter even may be a matter of privilege for honourable members who feel it's important that we have some reasonable opportunity to have input into the amendments of the standing orders which guide our actions and directions, not only in the Chamber but also in our committees and other duties as parliamentarians. So I wanted to raise that, Mr. Speaker, because I agree with you very strongly that the mandates of committees are there, but the envelopes have been pushed. Clarifications are necessary, and Mr. Speaker, the only way that ordinary members of Parliament can get an opportunity to express their concerns and their views on this matter is to have the debate prescribed in the standing orders, which has been denied to honourable members for the last two Parliaments.
Well, I know the honourable member for Mississauga South has pointed out that the debate hasn't taken place, and he's pointed out, I believe correctly, why it hasn't. In this Parliament anyway, and it was apparently eliminated, as he says, by agreement among the House leaders in the previous one, which must have got some unanimous consent in the House in order to become effective. So the honourable member, to some extent, is master of his own fate in this one, because all members of the House could be here and refuse consent to dispense with this debate if they chose to do that. But I point out to him that there is another avenue open to him. He can appear before the Procedure and House Affairs Committee and argue for changes in the standing orders at his whim and leisure. The committee, I'm sure, would be delighted to see him there when they meet. I think the chairman is here. And I'm sure he'd love to have the honourable member for Mississauga South appear and make submissions to the committee in respect of possible rule changes. And indeed, all members he'd love to have come and discuss this subject in the committee. They could have a lunch. So I recommend that, and perhaps leave the matter there for now. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader's got another point of order.
On the same point, in a response to the honourable member from Mississauga South, Mr. Speaker, I can certainly assure my honourable colleague that the government will take it under advisement, but I must point out to my honourable friend that we have weekly meetings of the House leaders, and this issue has never come up for discussion or negotiation. So, Mr. Speaker, I think his concerns are misplaced, and I appreciate your ruling in the previous matter, Mr. Speaker.
I don't have to ask you to do, John.
Well, discussions between the House leaders can resolve all kinds of issues of this kind, and I know the Honourable Member for Mississauga South could have a chat with his House leader, and maybe there'd be further discussions. But we'll leave it there. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Order eminent du gouvernement, projet.
Government bills.
3, an act to amend the Energy Efficiency Act.
So it should be. À l'ordre, resuming.
Order.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support this bill, which makes a small and incremental change to the Energy Efficiency Act. And we all know that when you add up a number of small actions, the results can be enormous. They can be impressive. When you add up all the gains in energy efficiency that we can make in Canada, we discover that the most important energy resource we have is actually not under the ground, but right in our homes and communities. Energy efficiency is actually our forgotten resource. When we take a look at its potential from a collective point of view, we see that it's our biggest energy resource. It's the cheapest, and it creates the most jobs, and it's integral to helping Canadians live in a low-carbon future. My disappointment with this bill and with the approach of this government is that they actually haven't realized the full and enormous benefits of this energy efficiency solution. What we see today is a small, incremental change. But what we need from our federal level of government is a view of the bigger picture, a real plan to tap into the benefits of energy efficiency as a resource and to mine its future potential. The government does pay lip service to this. Some in government have clearly read some of the documents by Ralph Torrey and the David Suzuki Foundation. They know how to use the rhetoric, but they either don't know or they don't want to produce real and aggressive energy efficiency plan for our country. If we count negawatts in addition to megawatts of energy, energy efficiency should be providing 30 to 50% of our energy requirements in a low-carbon future. But for it to do this, we need to start investing today. Not only is energy efficiency a huge resource, but it's also an excellent form of economic stimulus. It reduces costs for businesses and homeowners over the long term. It's estimated to create 5 times the number of jobs compared to conventional energy. It's estimated that 80% of the investments made are actually spent in the local economy. But instead of an economic stimulus plan that makes investments in our future, creates jobs and puts money into our local economy, we have a government that's looking at backyard decks as a stimulus plan. Instead of having something to show for ourselves, by building up an energy-efficient economy, we're going to build a bunch of backyard decks instead of energy-efficient homes. In Nova Scotia, I've been privileged to work on this issue in depth. I'm a member of the Affordable Energy Coalition and a representative of low-income Nova Scotians in front of our utility board. I've worked with our power utility, with the Ecology Action Centre, with industrial operators, municipalities, and consumers. And together, we've actually agreed on a plan to start investing in energy efficiency in our province. I'll share with members of the House that Nova Scotia is poised to be a cutting-edge jurisdiction on energy efficiency. An economic analysis of our electricity system was conducted, and it tried to figure out what is the most cost-effective plan for going forward in the future. And the results were very clear. The results were that our province must aggressively invest in as much energy efficiency as possible. The alternative was to build another coal plant that would add $1 billion more in costs to electric consumers. But instead of building another 400-megawatt coal plant, the plan now is to build a power plant out of energy efficiency. Stakeholders got together and agreed that these programs, 1, have to be invested in, 2, they have to be effective, and 3, they need to actually work. After a long and deliberative consultation, we also agreed that the best way for us to move forward was to create Canada's first third-party performance-based administrator. Unfortunately, this action has been delayed. It's very unfortunate because every wasted day means more wasted energy. An impressive strategy for energy efficiency has been pushed by the stakeholders in Nova Scotia, but it won't go anywhere unless we see leadership from all levels of government. Now that I'm an MP, I recognize the importance of speaking about this issue today in the House of Commons. There's also an important social dimension of energy efficiency because having access to energy efficiency services for all, rich and poor, rural and urban, homeowner and tenant, and business, is very important. In a future where energy costs are sure to rise, energy efficiency is a new type of social service required to provide security. It needs to become a basic right for all. It needs to be a component of a Green New Deal that Canadians are waiting for. In Nova Scotia, stakeholders agreed that everybody needs to participate in energy efficiency programs. This includes low-income Nova Scotians who face the highest barriers to energy efficiency. I've worked with low-income Nova Scotians in Canada facing energy poverty. They have decisions about whether or not to feed their kids or heat their homes. They make decisions between heat or eat. I worked with one family in particular who lost their electricity, which meant they had no heat and no lights. They were so worried that Children's Aid was going to come and take their children, they did maybe the right thing and went into the shelter system until they could save up enough money to pay for their power bill. Going into the shelter system means splitting up the family. The kids were taken out of school because they had to go to another jurisdiction where the shelter was. Dad couch surfed, Mom stayed with the kids, and they lived in a shelter while they tried to cobble together the money to pay for their electricity, have it reconnected, have heat in their home, and have a safe home. I've also worked with clients who have scraped together the money to actually pay down their electricity bill, and as a result, there is no money left for food. Many people don't realize the circumstances that low-income Canadians are under when faced with having to choose between heat or eat. Some of my clients have ended up living on cat food because they've used all their money to pay their electricity bills. It's a shocking thing to hear, but it's true that this is happening in Canada. Upgrading your insulation, changing your light bulbs, and caulking your windows are really good investments, but for low-income Nova Scotians and Canadians who are barely scraping by, these investments cannot be made. We need a program in Canada that ensures that low-income Canadians can cut their bills and help the environment. Organizations like Green Communities Canada have been calling on this government to create a national low-income energy efficiency program, but they haven't done it. This means that some of the most vulnerable members of our society are excluded. These people could be helped the most by these programs, but instead they're being left out. Energy is a basic service that is required in Canada, but we need to truly start thinking of it as a service, which means asking the questions about how much heat and light we get instead of how much energy and fossil fuels we burn. Right now, people are rightfully concerned when the cost of energy increases. They think more about their rates and about their bills. What's required is the ability to give people the tools to cut their bills in a future when our electricity and heating rates will no doubt increase in price. It's no surprise that people are concerned with rates or the per unit cost of energy. It's because we've built this huge infrastructure with transmission lines, natural gas pipelines, oil refineries, and they're all dedicated to energy supply. But we have yet to build infrastructure required to reduce energy demand. We need to start living in a world where accessing energy efficiency services is as easy as accessing energy supply services, where saving energy, upgrading your lights, and getting a home audit is as easy as filling up your tank with oil or your fuel oil that efficiency displaces over time, and where accessing public transit is as easy as pulling into the gas station, and where talking to an energy efficiency professional is as common as going to the convenience store. With so much potential, we need a lot more than incremental changes to energy labeling. We need a real strategy that includes investments, a strategy that includes consistent upgrades to appliance and equipment efficiency. Mr. Speaker, we also need a labor market strategy to kickstart the energy efficiency industry in our country. We need training at all levels. I've worked on these programs in Nova Scotia, and we've actually had to have a component in the budget for training. We're creating jobs. There aren't enough people to do this really amazing work, and it's skilled work. There are thousands of people needed to do this work across Canada. And with so many people losing their jobs right now, it's extremely disappointing to see the total lack of vision from this government of the potential for energy-efficient economy of the future. It is the federal government's role to look at the big picture. While the small incremental changes in this bill are important and they do need to be supported, we also need the federal government to be prepared to look at the big picture and to exercise some vision and leadership in building an energy-efficient economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very impressed with the Honourable Member from Halifax. She's obviously thought deeply and widely about this issue of energy efficiency. There was a lot to digest there. I look forward to rereading it. But part of it that really caught my attention was it seems to me that we have a lose-lose here in that we don't have adequate attention by the government on energy efficiency, and at the same time, they're not adequately focused on the problems of the poor. So I'd like to ask the Honourable Member from Halifax if she could expand a bit on this lose-lose scenario and what she would recommend to put in its stead.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. That it is a good question to actually think, well, what would these solutions look like? What would a program look like? It's a very fair question to ask. I had the honor of being a community stakeholder, a community consultant with the Guide for Low-Income Households program, EGLI, Guide for Low-Income Households. And the EGLI program was introduced by a previous Liberal government. It never sort of made it off the paper, but as a community consultant, we did have a little view into what this EGLI program would look like. And what it does is it works with low-income homeowners. And the key thing here is we can't have upfront costs for low-income families. If you're on welfare, as an example, in Nova Scotia, your welfare is about $6 a day. CFL light bulb, a compact fluorescent light bulb, is about $6. If I have to make that decision, I'm not going to buy the CFL light bulb. I'm going to eat that day. So with this EGLI program, it said no cost to homeowners. We will go into your home, we will do an energy audit, we will work with you as the homeowner, we will take out the incandescent light bulb, we will crush it so it never gets put back in there again. We'll put in the CFL, we will insulate the roof, we will get a hot water tank insulating blanket. So actually going in, making the changes, not having the homeowner absorb the cost, and then going in for another visit to say, how are things going? Are you remembering to put the pot on the spaghetti when you're boiling it? Because that's more energy efficient. It was a lot about education. It was a lot about actually transforming households. Now, one flaw with the EGLI program, and they knew this, was it was only for homeowners. Nova Scotia is actually an exception. The majority of low-income Nova Scotians actually they live rurally, and quite a few of them own their homes. But for the rest of Canada, most low-income Canadians are actually renters. So how do we deal with the problem of renters? Well, EGLI was considering this. They were looking at it, and they were doing community consultations to say, what is a really good way for us to offer this to tenants? One solution that they came up with, just to start, was to say to landlords, if you have people of low income living in your building and you're going to do renovations, we can actually give you a percentage of your renovations per capita. So there are solutions out there, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to my colleague. A question about the process that government goes through to arrive at these policies is a curiosity to me. She talked about being involved at the grassroots level, at the community level, in developing and designing and helping people along with what government can and can't do. We see from this government an unwillingness to listen to anybody outside of an inner sanctum of generally oil producers when it comes to energy. And when you see bills like this come forward, they're so limited in scope and in their nature, one wonders if they're actually listening and consulting with Canadians who actually deal with these issues. I'm wondering if she could talk about the value of the government going beyond its own comfort zone and actually going to the ground and talking to people at the community level about the issues that matter to them most. In this case, energy efficiency, which, as she's mentioned before, is good both for the planet and for the pocket. I wonder if she could answer that question.
Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for his question. I know this is an area of interest of his, and he does great work on energy efficiency issues and other energy issues. That's a good question, and I'll actually reflect on some personal experience of mine in Nova Scotia. The most success that we, the Affordable Energy Coalition, had, and community groups that were working on energy issues, the most success we had was actually working with a corporation. We were asked by Nova Scotia Power to be consultants, to be stakeholders, to actually help in designing energy efficiency programs. So I was involved, large industrials and manufacturers were involved, a consumer advocate was involved, municipalities, as I mentioned earlier, and we worked together with some experts in the room to actually design these programs. So why is it that this corporation said, hey, poverty group, come help us design programs? It sort of doesn't make a lot of sense on its face. They were actually mandated by the Utility and Review Board to bring down their energy use, to actually implement energy efficiency measures because it would save them money, which means that the electricity payers, users, consumers would save money. So they were mandated to do this work, and they realized there's a lot of expertise in our community in Nova Scotia, and they brought in some folks from the eastern seaboard of the U.S. where they are doing amazing, amazing work on energy efficiency. They're absolute role models. And for all of us to sit in a room, to have the pulp and paper company sitting in a room with the anti-poverty organization, it worked. We came up with solutions, we designed these programs, they're being implemented in Nova Scotia, and government is sitting up and paying attention and listening and realizing, wow, this is a process that works. Perhaps we missed the boat here, we should have gotten on this earlier. And we actually have a government agency, Conserve Nova Scotia, that's taken quite a few of those programs. They're actually the administrator right now, and we're really proud of what's happening in Nova Scotia. As I mentioned earlier, we're definitely leading the charge when it comes to low-income energy efficiency in this country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with a sincere pleasure we get up to talk about this bill today, not so much necessarily for the contents of this bill, which are thin gruel in some respects to the actual challenge it put in front of this country and in front of the world. Bill S3, the Energy Efficiency Act, seeks to give government further powers and restrictions on certain products that Canadians use every day, washers, dryers, and the like. It is a disappointment only in the sense that it is such a small measure towards the overall goal that Canada must set for itself and take a leadership role globally. It is a small measure with respect to the serious and rising energy costs for Canadians that we've seen grow year after year. There's been some dips along the road when energy prices fall, but we always notice that as prices go up on the world market, our prices correspondingly rise in our own consummation of that power. But when the prices drop off, we don't see the prices at the pump or the electricity prices fall off correspondingly. So the overall trend continues to be bad for consumers. This bill attempts in some small way to take a look at what the government's powers actually are. The response from industry, frankly, has been best described as tepid. They haven't gotten excited one way or another about this, which is usually an indication that not all that much is going on. When the government comes forward with bold and strong measures, there's often a response back from industry asking for less to happen or asking it for happen in a different way. And if government comes forward with something that's much more lukewarm, much more subtle and non-intrusive to the industry's own plans, well, then we see what we see, which is with a bill like this is not much. Response from groups concerned with these issues specifically on the environmental side, while mildly positive, as a small step forward, have said that consistently government has failed to come forward with anything comprehensive. And that'll be the focus of my comments today, because efforts outside of any comprehensive cognitive strategy, anything that people can understand as a cohesive plan, are just efforts in the dark. They're one-offs, they're one-shots, and they don't do enough to bring us forward to where we need to be and where I sincerely believe Canadians want us to be. It seems that also contained in this bill, and this might be one small glimmer of hope, but one has to read into it and dig into it to find whether this is a real potential, is the possibility for government to start to restrict some of the water usage that some of these appliances use, that government can allow itself the powers and measures to start to restrict the amount of water. And we've seen, particularly on washers, dryers, dishwashers, and the like, that you can find products that use a third, a quarter, a fifth of what the standard washer, clothes washer would use. And these types of measures, when we see cities needing to invest billions upon billions of dollars in infrastructure, when we see certain parts of our country, recently in Alberta, water issues, water shortage issues, have been a crisis in that province in the past and will continue most likely to be a problem for consumers and for industry. The notion that government can actually clamp down on products that are more wasteful for no good reason. They don't deliver a better service to Canadians. They don't deliver it at a better price. They just use more water. They use more energy for no good reason other than, frankly, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, we've had it too good for too long. We've had so much in the way of natural resources in countries like Canada that there was always a notion that there would always be more. There'd always be more water, there'd always be more trees, always more energy, and that we could simply design our industry, design our entire economy based on that principle of waste, based at the fundamental level that it's okay if prices drop, you just do more, and if you waste a bunch, it's okay. The volumes are so great it won't be a problem. We're starting to bump up against the limits, the natural limits of the environment, the natural limits of what our resources can actually sustain and handle. This happens both at a global level, where we're seeing more and more conflicts around the world to issues like water and energy. We're still experiencing the war in Iraq, which is the American administration has now finally admitted was an energy war. We're seeing that happen at a national level when we see a government step forward and claim it was going to go forward and actually map the water basins throughout Canada and failed to do so. We see it bowl water advisories that are consistent across some of our more poor communities. We also see it at the most local level, where people are struggling to find ways that they can just simply use less water, turn off the tap, use less energy, turn off the lights. A lot of the products that people are now buying, folks are unaware that a lot of them are now vulture electronics, they call them. They have a power draw all the time. There's a reason that the old televisions and stereos that we used to have, you'd turn them on and they get a couple seconds to warm up, and then you'd see the screen or you'd hear the music. Now we hit computers, television, stereos, they're on in an instant. The reason they're able to do that is they're constantly drawing power off the grid, anticipating that split second that when we might need to see them, use them, have them available to us. All that power is being built up over time, used over time, taken off. And when we look at the need for new power in this country, in this province here in Ontario, my own province in British Columbia, all sorts of money is being spent by government and industry to create new sources of power, where the easiest place to create that new power is to not use it in the first place, is to actually have conservation, which fits the interests of many, all I would imagine, of our voters. The people that put us here is to lower their energy bills. The only people that have interest in keeping more power onto the grid or producing more power for our cars and vehicles are the people who produce that power so that they can make more money. There is a strong and deep interest, and we're finally starting to see it from some of the more enlightened energy companies, investing more in energy efficiency, understanding more about the need to make a more efficient, more productive, more competitive economy is fundamentally based within questions of energy, whether it's human energy or whether it's the energy that we typically talk about in this place, which is electricity, oil and gas, and the like. Now, Canadians need to know this. This bill, for all its small merits, takes place within a policy vacuum of this government. In 1997, I had the term turned back on me just yesterday, meeting with some energy consultants. They said, the turning the corner plan. And it had been so long since I'd heard it. It had been so long since I'd heard government mention it, because they brought out this plan in 2007, for those that will remember. And there was the promise of regulations. There was the promise of the rules by which this plan would actually be achieved. There was the promise, and nothing delivered. And what does industry do when there's a policy vacuum? What does industry do when there aren't any actual rules in place? Well, they continue on. Business as usual. Some of the investments we're talking about, particularly on the higher stake energy, the oil and gas, the electricity producers, these are billions of dollars required to switch from one to another. And I recall a meeting I had with some miners, some folks that were involved in the mining industry, both on the extraction and on the refinery, the smelting side of operations, and they were furious with this government and the previous ones. Why? And these one would assume would be natural allies of this government, and they were no longer, because they had seen the government issue statement after statement about requiring energy efficiency, requiring fewer greenhouse gases in the operation, and yet time and time again, industry had made those investments, assuming the rules would follow, and nothing followed. Still waiting for the turning the corner regulations rules. Not one has been issued of any substance. So in the policy vacuum that has been created, we see Canada, under this Minister of the Environment and others, try to go into the slipstream of what's happening in Washington. Waiting, delaying, not setting any price on carbon, not setting any regulatory limits on what happens with pollution, waiting for the Obama administration to do the effort for them. And we've seen just this past week, the Obama administration came out with their climate change plans, a document of some 600 pages. And the response from this government is like, oh, everything's fine with us, using measures and measurements that will simply not coincide with what our American partners are suggesting and will do from all prescriptions. We're seeing both from the House side and the Senate side bills coming forward that are absolutely counter to what the Conservatives have proposed. And on one specific issue, how you measure greenhouse gases, which would be one of the most fundamental if you're trying to control greenhouse gases, the government here insists on using intensity-based targets, which nobody in the world uses. There isn't one. And nobody certainly is proposing the use of those targets who hopes to participate in a carbon market. It's just simply not done because it's not possible. It's apples and oranges. One measures the amount of greenhouse gases going out per unit of energy or per unit of economy, which is this intensity fiction that the Conservatives promote. And the other one just says, here's a hard cap. Here's your limit. Below it, you can trade. Above it, you have to buy. That's how the market works. So when I was recently in Washington talking to some of our congressional allies, asking them what kind of conversations they'd had with Canada about integrating our market systems, and these were the principal movers of these bills, Mr. Speaker, the folks that signatures are now going on these pieces of legislation in Washington, they'd said the conversation with me was the first one they'd had with the Canadian legislator. Impossible for me to believe when we have this great and glorious embassy in Washington with all sorts of staff and very bright, smart people walking around. We have an entire bank of ministers heading down to Washington every so often, and yet the conversation about integrating one of the most important and fundamental markets that will be upon us within a year, the conversation had not started, thereby not allowing Canadian industry access to one of the most important markets they're going to need to do. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, and this speaks to the energy efficiency of this, that the Americans have been talking about a low-carbon standard for fuels for some time. The initiative started out of Maine, New York, California, Washington State, and is now being picked up by Washington, D.C. And the Canadian response to this is we hope they don't do it because Canada produces some of the highest carbon fuels in the world. And the Americans are saying we're going to put a limit on the amount of those fuels that we allow into the country, that we're going to actually put a limit of the amount of carbon that's emitted by the fuels that our consumers and industries are meant to consume, which is produced in Canada, which is apparently this government's preoccupation on a daily basis, and this government has not made any efforts to understand the absolute train wreck that is coming our way if they don't react to this and don't start to produce fuels of a lower carbon standard. And Canada's response to this point is simply to say it won't happen. The Americans will blink. They simply won't have a low carbon fuel standard. Well, I've got news for them, Mr. Speaker. The folks that are actually drawing up this legislation, both within the White House, both on the Senate and House sides, have all said and have written in black and white for this government to finally see this is happening. This is what is on the table. And the government refuses to take any real recognition of the scope and scale of the challenge that's put before us. It is fine. It is absolutely fine for the government to give itself some more powers with respect to the efficiency of electronics, to the efficiency of the appliances that Canadians use on a daily basis. But it does not ban the most inefficient ones. It simply says we will allow a few more of these to come forward in a more efficient way. But the real culprits, the ones that consume the most power, the most water, waste the most, are still not available to the government to stop outright. And why would that be? I have no idea. It's not as if other administrations around the world, other countries, have not gone forth down that path with no serious detriment to consumers or industry. We've seen the Europeans go forward on this, the Japanese for more than 2 decades, the Australians, New Zealand, and others. The path is laid forward. It may be the only advantage Canada actually has at this point in time when it comes to dealing with climate change or energy efficiency, is that because of the delay of this government and previous governments, Liberal regimes, that the path has been paved forward with respect to certain basic elements of how you make a more efficient economy, a less polluting economy. It's not as if Canada has to reinvent the wheel at this point. So many administrations have gone before us with sincere and genuine leadership. And we see this now taking place even at the G20, which is happening today. Our Prime Minister is there, leaders from around, it's actually 22. They're going to have to change the name at some point, I suppose, but we'll call it the G20 because all do. At this summit, the European leaders, the American administration, in the talks about the stimulus packages that are needed, there's talk about what level, and Canada is below the 2% commitment that they made 6 months ago in Washington at the G20. In the recovery packages that the administrations are talking about in Europe and the United States, they are talking about a green recovery. They're saying if we are going to spend this much public money into the private markets, as this government and other governments are doing, for heaven's sakes, shouldn't we put some other public interest in place as well? And the public interest has been consistent and strong over the last numbers of years to say we want less polluting cars, we want less polluting industry, we want greater efficiency with what we do. Because Canadians don't like the idea, where it may have been an historical reality for those that built this country, that there was just such a wealth of resources, waste wasn't a deep consideration. It now is, and Canadians concern themselves with this. It's why they recycle. It's why they attempt to do the things like carpooling and buy better electronics and equipment for their homes. Now, it seems to me, though, Mr. Speaker, that at this time, when the world is talking about doing, putting in place a recovery, a green recovery, that our administration here is still seized with some ancient ideas. I've heard, I can't count how many times the so-called Minister of the Environment say, we have to choose between the environment and the economy. We can't threaten the economy by dealing with the environment at this point in time. When times are good, it's not time to deal with the environment, and when times are bad, it's not time to deal with the environment according to this type of thinking. And the conclusion is always the same. From the Conservative and Liberal leadership, it is not time to deal with the environment. The current Liberal leader, for goodness sake, called the tar sands a national unity issue. I've heard it called many things, Mr. Speaker, from those that promote it, from those that decry it. I've never heard it spoken of as a thing that bonds all Canadians together, that somehow folks sitting in Halifax, Montreal, and Vancouver are on bended knee every day praying for the health and welfare of the tar sands today. Of course, it's an important component in something that's going on, but goodness sakes, we have to have some sort of measure of balance. And so when bills moved previously through this House, spending bills from this government, talking about energy efficiency, talking about the need to do better on climate change. The first one that came forward was a bus transit pass allotment. So the government put in place the idea of making it easier for folks to get on transit. All of the transit authorities across Canada said, wonderful idea, get us some more buses, because we know our users, we know the people that use transit, and what they need is greater efficiency. They need greater allowance onto the transit system. That is the problem. The government said, no, we're not going to listen to that advice. We're going to go our own way and offer people a tax break so that they can submit their monthly transit receipt and get money back on their taxes, because there isn't a problem this government has seen that can't be solved by a tax credit of some kind or another. And lo and behold, that type of neo-conservative economic policy has gotten us into a certain situation and still won't be reconsidered by this government for reasons that are beyond me. We said, don't do this because you won't actually solve the problem you're going after. You won't get more people onto transit because all you're doing is affecting early adopters, people who are already there. And secondly, the amount of greenhouse gas reductions that you will get will come at an exorbitant price. It will be very expensive per ton reduced, per car removed off the road. And the Auditor General came back to us now and unfortunately proved us right. that at between $5,000 and $6,000 a ton, which is what that program ended up costing Canada, it is impossible to imagine that this government has the capacity and the intelligence within it to actually achieve any of the targets that it proposes, because it puts out things like this bus transit pass, which if you actually ran the numbers, Mr. Speaker, at $5,000 or $6,000 a ton, it'd be impossible for Canada to achieve its goals under this government's thinking. The second piece that came forward, and this one was absolutely mystifying to me, Mr. Speaker, the government brought forward a biofuels initiative about a year and a half ago, 18 months ago now. And we gave it a good look and allowed it to go to committee. And at the committee stage, we moved 2 amendments. This was some $2 billion, a significant chunk of Canadians' money towards biofuels. We said, well, if you're going to subsidize biofuels, this is the ethanols, the corn ethanols, and the fuels of the world, maybe sugar, beet, we didn't know what. We said, you must apply 2 filters over top. One is, how many jobs can you possibly create with the expenditure of $2 billion? That should be a factor, because at that time, we weren't in a recession, but certainly there were some very, very shaky elements of our economy which we saw, the government ignored, and we all landed in. We said at least put a job component, a metric that says how many jobs we would create for the $2 billion invested. The government said, no, we don't need to do that. We'll just simply spend the money. The second thing we said, well, is for goodness sake, if you're going after greenhouse gases, if you're trying to reduce the greenhouse gases that are emitted by Canada, shouldn't that be a filter on your greenhouse gas program? Could you not put that down as a measure, as a marker to say that we're going to achieve the most greenhouse gases reductions possible? And the government said, no, why, for heaven's sake, would we do that? And they didn't. And as a result, the $2 billion goes out the door, which was a farm subsidy, and fine. If the government wants to do a farm subsidy, it can. And $2 billion goes out the door. The greenhouse gas reductions from doing that subsidy are negligible. And that's according to every study that's been done on it. And so in this policy vacuum, when bills like S3 come along, and the government will wave them around and say, we're fixing climate change, don't worry about this, it happens within context of nothing else. And certainly when the governments of the day were looking at developing the tar sands, the first go-around, they didn't just do one-offs. They had a comprehensive strategy. They put every measure of government forward. Money, research, support, expertise to develop that project, and lo and behold, it was successful. They're doing a lot of tar sands right now. When it comes to the environment, there isn't that same intelligence, there isn't that same authenticity and sincerity. And that's what has been failing Canadians, and that's why this bill, while a small measure, is certainly not going to get the job done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention. And this bill is about appliances, and he rightly points out that this bill doesn't actually outlaw the biggest offenders, the appliances that are the greatest offenders. But energy efficiency is about so much more than appliances. And I can tell you in Nova Scotia, we have a ton of energy efficiency programs, some run by our utility, some run by the provincial government. For example, there's a commercial lighting program that actually helps commercial industries figure out what is the best lighting system for them, what is the most energy efficient lighting system. We have programs for energy efficient households, energy efficient businesses, even programs to help manufacturers choose the most energy efficient motors or the most energy efficient refrigeration systems. And these are big companies that we're talking about. Because of this member's expertise in energy efficiency and other energy issues, I'd be interested in his thoughts about energy efficiency programs beyond simple appliances.
Honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question, because folks in Halifax have gotten this for a long time, and in fact, in many respects, have been leading the country, not just on energy efficiency, but also on waste reduction, and thinking about these as comprehensive strategies. Right now at committee, the Natural Resources Committee, where this bill will likely end up, for all measures, I believe that's where it's being sent, we are looking at integrated energy systems, that idea that within a community, within a region, how are the energy systems integrated, or are they? Because right now they're not, yet there's a few communities around Canada, Halifax being one, Okotoks, Guelph, Ontario, Vancouver in the initial stages, that are actually trying to integrate their energy systems, think about them in a comprehensive way. In northwestern British Columbia, where I represent, these are very challenging questions, and we must always be consistent and thoughtful of folks that don't live in our big metropolises, of those smaller communities that are hoping and making an effort to do the same thing, that are more car and truck dependent, that are more reliant on the primary heat because they tend to be further north. These communities can also be brought in, and efficiencies that make sense at their level and in their circumstance. And this is why the cookie-cutter approach by this government to this point hasn't worked. Why the adoption of their policies has not been across the country is because they pretend that all Canadians are living in the same circumstance, and that's, of course, not true. If we were more adaptable, folks in northwestern British Columbia to Halifax to others would pick up this charge because it makes sense both environmentally and also on a financial, personal level. The ethic and the economic work out in this scenario, and we need to push it. We need to have something a lot more comprehensive than this. Last night, Mr. Speaker, you'll know we passed Bill 311 from our member from Thunder Bay Superior North. Very good bill that sets out the framework for this. The House needs to be much more aggressive and progressive on this. Canadians are expecting it and demanding it.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate my colleagues' comments. So one of the things that haven't talked too much about, but is very important, is happening across the world, is extended producer responsibility. And in fact, they have that a lot in electronics. It's been done in the forefront from a lot of manufacturers based upon metals and other types of materials in electronics that were actually valuable through scrappage and so forth. But also, too, there's a lot of environmental reasons to actually be able to actually have that responsibility, so the company actually takes it back, or there's a process to dispose of that, so it doesn't end up in landfills. A lot of different problems arise from some of the electronics that we have for contamination, and as well too is that you have a high amount of recycling as well too of those products. That is important because it not only just it preserves further metals from having to be extracted sooner, but also makes use of the materials that are currently in the actual appliances that actually are no longer going to be of use. So I'd ask my colleague about that policy, and maybe looking at where Canada's at the issue. I think we're not anywhere near where we should be. Automobiles is one good example of we should move towards, but there's also electronics, and I'd like to hear from his response on this issue, because I know he's been around the globe and has seen what else has been happening out there.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you. I thank my colleague from Windsor. I think this notion of cradle-to-grave product stewardship, where when a product is designed by the manufacturer, there's a certain sense of ownership through the product's entire life, and then brought back. We've seen this in some small measures when we've looked at tires or batteries or some of the more toxic elements, because we know that there's a liability when you create a product. There's an actual inherent and contained component that at some point someone's going to have to take care of, particularly when the components are toxic. And we know with electronics and the auto sector, there's a few components that we know when we make a computer, that there's elements in there when released into the environment, which we have to imagine all the computers sitting here today will eventually be released into the environment unless we plan it otherwise. And we've seen that the job creation potential in thinking about this and putting in rules that work this way, whether it be in electronics, and I've seen it in other countries with respect to the auto sector, alongside the assembly plant that we all know well and are losing memory of because they're shutting down so fast as they flee to other jurisdictions, no thanks to this government, that alongside the manufacturing plant is a demanufacturing plant. That the automobiles are constructed, the electronics are constructed in such a way that they imagine their deconstruction, because some of the resources that we're talking about that are contained within electronics, within automobiles, are precious resources. They're hard to find. They're often located in politically unstable parts of the world. Why, for heaven's sakes, will we continue to design BlackBerries and washer dryers and vehicles that require us to go forth and get more and more resources from a shrinking world, from a limited world, and thereby create no jobs? Never mind the cost and burden to our municipalities that are cash-strapped right now, dealing with landfills that are filling up right across the country with toxins that they barely can contain, and it's a huge challenge. Our resources need to be considered in a comprehensive way. This bill goes some small steps towards something else, but until we have that comprehensive thinking in this place and show real leadership, Canadians are going to be on the hook for this stuff, because the liability transfers to them, and the jobs that could be created are forsaken, and that is wrong. It is simply wrong on all sorts of measures. And I again, thank my colleague for his leadership in the auto sector. If only the government were to listen to some of his calls earlier on the crisis that was forthcoming with the types of things we're now seeing. It's just a tragedy and a shame for those families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here. Well, questions and comments? Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Ms. Raitt, seconded by Mr. Goodyear, moved that Bill S3, an act to amend the Energy Efficiency Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Yes? Carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant.
Government orders.
Reading of Bill C-13, an act to amend the Canada Grain Act, Chapter 22.
Resuming debate. Repris du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise on Bill C-13, an act to amend the Canada Grain Act, Chapter 22 of the Statutes 1998 and Chapter 25 of the Statutes 2004. Bill C-13, Mr. Speaker, is an exact copy of Bill C-39. Perhaps with the number 13, this bill will have bad luck because the government doesn't seem to have learnt the mistakes from the last previous bill, which had a number of shortcomings, and that is what my speech will be about essentially today. I'd like to focus on where the bill should be improved so that grain producers and the industry benefit more from this legislation. So we're currently facing an economic crisis, Mr. Speaker, as you know, and the government, since it introduced Bill 39, there have been job losses. The appeals court for grains, the end of the registry, the end of audit and mandatory controls and checks have areas that the government needs to make a change, and quite clearly there have been job losses. The good news that we can tell people today, where there are thousands of jobs being lost, is that through enacting this legislation there will be collateral damage, but at least people will receive employment insurance. Now, job losses are primarily in the Port of Vancouver, Thunder Bay, in Winnipeg, especially inspectors' jobs. In the long term, there will probably be job losses in other regions, including in Quebec, where there are grain assessments in the Port of Montreal and Quebec City. So this is a conservative bill tainted by conservative ideology, despite all the recommendations made by the Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Foods. And you've sat for some time on that committee. We had an opportunity to work together. At that committee, we reviewed Bill C-39 and made a number of recommendations. There was a Compass report that we considered during the committee consideration. The government didn't change a word of Bill C-39, which became Bill C-13. The bill contains a number of uncertainties. We need to be careful. The reform of the Canadian Grain Board isn't well, the Conservative government is doing its best to dismantle the collective grain markets, which is destabilising grain producers, and everything to do with this negotiation process on the Doha cycle in Geneva, where last July there was a text on the table which jeopardised the supply management system. This was a text considered by 7 countries, which excluded Canada. However, there were 2 ministers there, the current Minister of Agriculture and the former Minister of International Trade, Michael Fortier, who lost in the previous election. He was in Geneva to study the debates that were taking place. And the text that was on the table, in fact, did jeopardize the supply management system. The 2 ministers came out of these negotiations. There was no agreement between the countries, and it was disappointing. Indeed, producers subject to the supply management system, of which there are many in Quebec, 40% of the agricultural economy in Quebec is subject to the supply management system. So, knowing this, we have to be very careful about bills produced by the government when it comes to agriculture. The Conservative government appointed a friend of the minister to the head of the Canada Grain Commission. Will a new commissioner defend the interests of the producers or the department? That's the question, especially since the mandate of the board has been changed to take out the provision that it should act in the best interests of producers. This was clearly written into the bill, and that has been removed. I believe that the mandate should focus on the economic well-being of farmers. Mr. Wynne Edmondson, who was a former member of the Reformist Party from 1993 to 1997, the Minister of Agriculture was the campaign director of Mr. Amundsen in 1993 when he ran for the first time in the election. And from 1993 to 1997, the Minister was coordinator of the riding office of Mr. Edmondson. The question is, the president of the board put the interest of farmers first. There were a number of recommendations made to the committee, modernising the Canadian Grain Board, for example. Now, the question is whether it was done in the right way. In listening to speeches from my colleagues and based on the discussion in committee, everyone agrees that we should modernise the mandate of the Canadian Grain Board. But here's what we need to throw into the mix, Mr. Speaker. Is Bill 13 and did Bill 39 meet these needs and deal with these uncertainties that have been raised? The Bloc Québécois is sceptical about a number of these measures. I need to stress that. There's the elimination of the appeals court for grains, the elimination of the guarantees board. We don't know what it'll be replaced by. The Bloc Québécois is also upset by the fact that the Bloc Québécois hasn't set up an advocacy office for grain producers as recommended by the Committee on Agriculture. And I'll have an opportunity to speak about some of the recommendations issued by the committee that haven't been included in the bill. What does the bill do? The government is modifying the Canadian Grain Board's mandate so that even grain processors' interests are taken into concern. Bill C-13 is two-pronged. The first prong will set out the mandate of the board, that is to set quality standards for grains and also monitor handling of grains to ensure that there is reliable exports on the world market and Canadian market. The next thing is to protect the interests of farmers with respect to deliveries to silos and also the issues to do with the level of impurity of grains. Currently, the Commission's mandate is to set and to enforce quality standards for Canadian grain and to manage handling throughout Canada to ensure reliability on both domestic and foreign markets. Section 3 of the bill amends a section of the legislation by removing in the best interests of producers and so on and so forth. So as the Standing Committee on Agriculture believes, the Bloc Québécois is in favour of the mandate of the board being modernised. We believe that the board should take into account broader interests such as public health, preserving cereal producers' enviable reputation, etc., etc. We're also sensitive to the concerns of grain producers who believe that Bill C-13 will actually reduce protection of grain producers. Since Bill C-39 was tabled the first time before the election took place, it died on the order paper. A lot of water has gone under the bridge since then. There's been a lot of meetings, a lot of correspondence, a lot of telephone calls, visits from all manner of people who have been affected by the changes made to the Canada Grain Board's mandate. So we need to start weighing the pros and the cons of this bill. There are many cons, as I said earlier. The National Farmers Union testified that we need to maintain the current terms of the legislation, which includes in the best interests of grain producers as part of the mandate of the Canadian Grain Board, especially with respect to handling of grain. The first recommendation of the Compass report was, and I quote, that the committee is in favour of a redefined mandate of the Canadian Grain Board, which is in compliance with the sector's practices, and recommends that any bill protect the interests of farmers. We know that the Conservative government doesn't like a collective market mechanism implementation techniques so that farmers can get their fair share. Hampering the free market is a key part of their ideology, and this is quite clear in this bill, and I'll demonstrate this. The Canadian Grain Board shouldn't simply become another food inspection agency, which has lost a lot of credibility over the years, by choosing between the two components of its mandate. Producers in Quebec and Canada should be wary of the Canadian government, which is attacking the Canadian Grain Board, and quite clearly, with this overhaul, we won't have the best interests of producers maintained. So the Bloc Québécois is ready to see what can be done.
Is it possibly to really amend this bill? This seems to be very uncertain. Among the problems with this bill, Mr. Speaker, they say that there will no longer be the need for an office to protect the rights of grain producers. We are sorry that the government rejected the third recommendation of the committee. So, is this not another sign of the government's desire to deregulate the Canada Wheat Board? There should be someone who can defend the rights of these producers, a kind of ombudsman, who would defend their rights with other stakeholders. We had a briefing with officials on this matter, and I put a question on this topic, and the answer was hardly satisfactory. We think that this the Wheat Board has been able to defend the interests of producers. We think that its functions of communication, liaison, and communications would have allowed a strengthening of the quality assurance aspect. Mr. Speaker, what this bill does, the Commission deals with problems having to do with the various grades of wheat, including those that are not deemed acceptable. But it can act independently. They have a tribunal, and the members are from the grain-producing community. So therefore, because of its independence, it has a certain legitimacy. And in sections 35 to 38, they're talking about an abolition of this tribunal. They say that if there is a disagreement with a decision of the chief of the tribunal, they can no longer turn to the wheat board. And Mr. Speaker, the message that's being sent to producers is, dig into your pockets and go defend yourself in the courts on your own, which can be very costly for them and take a long time before a ruling is handed down. We all know that things can take a long time in court. The parliamentary committee did not take a stand on this particular part, but I think we have to say that the tribunal is respected for its efficacy as pertains to grades of wheat, and there isn't excessive interference from the board and the tribunal. The Bloc Québécois hopes that the government will explain this particular change. There's also the elimination of weighovers at elevators. It is now mandatory, but it will soon become something that they don't have to do. You have times when grain is coming from silos, and it has to be weighed in order to be able to extend guarantees. With C-13, the government is saying that this should only happen, the weighover should only happen at the demand of the shipper and shouldn't be mandatory. So people who run terminal silos would be responsible, even if the Commission no longer deals with these mandatory weighings. There will be a far too great power of the grain appeals tribunals with respect, or there was with respect to the grades of grain. They say that inspection will no longer be universally required. And according to the firm Compass, those who are unloading grain belong, most of them, to the same business. I think in this case, instead of regulating everything, they might decide to compensate those who have to undergo this kind of inspection. Inspection as to the safety of food, and I'll get back to that later, Mr. Speaker. There was also the committee's report that the Canadian Grain Commission would perform a visual inspection. These were in recommendations 5 to 7 of the Standing Committee on Agriculture. This could go forward as a pilot project for 2 to 3 years, and the government could decide on how it works. But we have to be very careful. If people can choose whether or not to do this, it can making this thing optional can make it such that certain small grain producers will be in a disadvantaged situation in terms of competition. If the weigh-in is at the primary silo, this would help people who have bigger operations, grain businesses would also be in a better position with respect to combined shipping. So in order to help with competition, we think they need funds sufficient to ensure efficient funding for small producers. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to mention some of the irritants in this bill. As I said, we've had a great deal of correspondence showing that there are serious shortcomings in the bill. We have a farmers' union that says that C13, if adopted, would lead to the loss of jobs for a lot of people, producers and their employees, and also employees of the Canadian Grain Commission. Mr. Speaker, I have here a report, and I mentioned in my speech that there was also an article written by the Canadian Alternative Policy Centre, which has an article entitled Threatened Harvest. So this and the other things I've mentioned represent enormous shortcomings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's been a discussion among the various parties, and I would ask for unanimous consent to pass the following motion: that the third report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration of 29th January 2009.
Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very interesting speech, his very detailed speech, where he discusses the Canadian Grain Commission. He mentioned food safety, and I'd like to know what he thinks about this. Does he think that there is a link between C13 and food safety in Quebec and in Canada? The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. I thank my colleague for his question. And as I was coming to the end of my speech, I was talking about a report that was presented and where they consider the food safety factor in C13 and wonder whether there might be certain dangers. C13 seems to have shown that they've forgotten lessons learned in the area of Canadian food inspection. It's eliminating an independent group of food inspection and leaving grain producers to do their own inspections. I don't want to pour salt into the wound, but when we were in the standing committee and we heard that there had been people fired because they had a document saying that the government was about to deregulate in certain areas of inspection, especially knowing that there'd been the listeriosis crisis. If the problem could be with meat, it could also be with grains. So we find this direction the government is taking highly concerning. It excludes certain anti-pest items and certain other components are left out. We have also the article by this person from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Speaker, and I too listened to the members' remarks and appreciate them, and I do appreciate as well, Mr. Speaker, the tremendous work that this member does in the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. And I know that he was there during the original hearings that we had on the Canadian Grain Commission, and the government had come in the last Parliament with Bill C-39. A lot of opposition to Bill C-39 that died in the order paper, but I would have thought that the government, in coming in with a new bill, Bill C-13, would have in fact changed the bill to accommodate those concerns, and there are many. I've outlined them in my remarks earlier, but I think the key concern is that the bottom line principle is that Bill C-39 previously, Bill C-13 now, changes the mandate of the Canadian Grain Commission from being in the interests of producers to being therefore in the interests of industry. This Canadian Grain Commission has been around for Canadian Grain Act for a long, long time, and in fact has put Canada as the #1 reliable supplier of quality grains in the world. And this undermines us being a quality grain supplier, but more so undermines the protection for producers. And I wonder what is the government just not listening? Does it not care about producers? How is this government going over in Quebec relative to that issue? So I wonder if he could comment.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what I was saying at the outset when I talked about C-13. The government knows that this gave rise to very strong reactions in Canada, not only on the part of unions. I quoted earlier what unions had to say, but also on the part of farmers themselves, of producers themselves. They're changing the mandate because over the years, the mandate always was was in favor of producers, and the fact that they're modernizing the Canadian Grain Commission, everyone was agreed that this should be done. But there was an outcry of protests when they saw what kind of changes the government wanted to make. And this is what we're speaking against in C-13. So we wonder, why did the government not bring forward a different bill? But C-13 is a copycat of C-39. Now, we have to believe that the government knows about people's concerns and their protests, and on the opposition side, we've always pointed out the shortcomings in this bill. If the government had wanted to be serious in its work, it would have presented an amended bill which would have responded, at least in part, to people's concerns, but they did not do that work. They simply changed the number of the bill, presented the same thing, and the same concerns are valid. And people are as worried as ever. Questions and comments?
Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's once again a pleasure to be here in the House, to a full House, and I'm sure that I'll get a standing ovation from all of my colleagues after my speech. There we go. I'm happy to speak on Bill C-13, an act to amend the Canada Grain Act. As has been said earlier on, the Standing Committee on Agriculture had made a number of recommendations. It recommends, for example, that any eventual bill clearly protect the interests of grain producers. We're seeing that this bill does not, in fact, address that explicitly. Another recommendation that we made was that this was an all-party committee, Mr. Speaker, with recommendations to conduct a cost-benefit analysis of contracting out services prior to any further movement on this issue, and this, of course, has not yet been done. Another recommendation was to support pilot projects in contracting out services for grain inspection. In other words, just to try and see, on a small scale, if maybe this will work. To my knowledge, this has not yet been done. Another recommendation was for the Canada Grain Commission to receive adequate funding to improve its services, particularly regarding the flexibility of authorizing overtime. We have not seen any substantial increase in funding for the Canada Grain Commission, Mr. Speaker. And another recommendation that we made, all members of all parties made, was to recommend that the federal government report back to the Standing Committee prior to the tabling of new grain legislation on the various models that could be implemented for protecting grain farmers. As we see, to date, this hasn't been done. So the question I think that we have to ask ourselves here, as we debate this bill, is that are we moving ahead without the proper groundwork? Are we moving ahead without having conducted the necessary study and evaluation of what this could mean for the history of the grain industry in Canada? Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, after having examined the report, the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented to the House a report, some of whose recommendations have been taken into consideration in the bill. The committee recommended, first of all, and above all, that the final bill clearly protect the interests of grain producers. This has to do with the structure of the Canadian Grain Commission. It should act on the behalf of producers. But they say the companies and the producers, and by putting them on an equal footing, producers and industry alike, we know that there is this is not a very equal contest. There should be an office that is independent, one that advocates and defends producers' rights in order to safeguard their interests. If the Commission cannot act on behalf of producers, then sooner or later more of their rights will be eliminated. We see this bill as a step forward in deregulating the agriculture industry, and I think we have to be very careful here before this kind of decision is taken.
Excuse me, instead of helping Canada's grain producers in these troubled economic times, the amendments to the Grain Act could and would shift the purpose of the Grain Act away from protecting producer interests and expose them to financial harm by eliminating the requirement for grain buyers to post security bonds. It would also dismantle a grain appeals tribunal which protects producers from unscrupulous behavior on the part of grain companies and eliminates the commission services that independently determine the quality and quantity of grain delivered, returning producers to the position of not knowing if they are receiving fair payment. These changes, according to the Agriculture Union President, Bob Kingston, who says these changes will hurt grain producers just like the Conservative efforts to strip farmer control of the Canadian Wheat Board. They also threaten the quality advantage of Canadian producers that they enjoy over their competitors. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Grain Commission has served as an independent arbitrator working to settle disputes when they arise about the quality and quantity of grain producers that bring to the market. Typically, this function protects producers and makes sure that they are fairly paid by the powerful companies which buy and export. Canada's reputation for top quality grain is protected by the grain inspection services supplied by the Grain Commission. And we understand, Mr. Speaker, that if this bill is accepted, that there will be around 200 jobs lost. In other words, inspectors who are there to ensure quality and to protect us, Canadian citizens, and our customers. The Commission also provides independent, objective, and comprehensive information about the quality and quantity of Canadian grain that is crucial to the international marketing efforts of the Canadian Wheat Board. The proposal that we have before us would diminish the Canada's Grain Commission by killing the Commission's inward inspection and weighing service leaving producers disadvantaged in their dealings with grain companies when it comes to determining grain weight and grade. With a loss of the Commission's weighing and grading service, producers may not be paid for the quantity and quality of grain delivered. Currently, Canadian Grain Commission routinely revises upward grain grades and corrects quantity measurements, resulting in fair payment to producers. While producers would have the option to hire a private company to grade and weigh their grain under the Conservative proposal, no companies capable of this task exist today. So once again, we're moving forward without crossing the T's and dotting the I's, Mr. Speaker. We don't have a plan. We have not done the research to ensure that there will be no problems if we move ahead with this bill. Eliminating the requirement for grain buyers to post security bonds and expose grain producers to financial harm in the event of grain buyer bankruptcy or refusal to pay. That's another point of this bill, Mr. Speaker. And it also dismantles the grain appeal tribunals which protect producers and the Canadian Wheat Board from unscrupulous behavior on the part of grain companies. In Vancouver alone, it is normal for more than 100 appeals to be launched in a day. These changes may result in increased cost to producers with a shift to a for-profit service delivery model. I would just like to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that the Canada Grain Commission, the Canadian Wheat Board, our collective marketing strategy that we've developed exists to protect producers and exists to protect them from often the profit-making motivations of the large multinationals. And we see that, we've seen that before, and we see that today. What's also disturbing, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill, C-13, poses a risk to Canada's international reputation. Our grain is in demand because no other country offers a quality guarantee backed by a system of government inspection as stringent and as comprehensive as Canada. It's there to protect our quality brand. Canada even has programs and procedures to prevent Canadian grain from being mixed with imported U.S. product to ensure the integrity of Canada's quality guarantee. And there's some question, Mr. Speaker, according to the report Threatened Harvest put out by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, that there could be a problem with the quality and safety of the grain because of a lack of inward inspection. Along with Canada's international reputation as a producer of the highest quality, at risk is the quality premium paid to Canadian producers. Once this quality incentive to ship Canadian grain separate from American grain is lost, we expect Canadian grain will be shipped overland, mixed with a lower quality American product, and shipped through U.S. ports. And, we don't have to be an expert in agriculture or have a PhD to understand that by doing this, the quality of our product goes down, and as the quality goes down, then our reputation as an exporter of grain goes down. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to quote the press release from the Canadian Centre for Alternative Policy that says that the bill would also endanger the guaranteed revenue system for producers. It would increase the risk of catastrophic financial loss when the purchaser cannot or does not choose to pay for grain that is delivered. At this time of a world slowdown, there has to be an alternative. The government is demolishing a structure that created stability for producers. I wish to say that I have met Mr. Chrysover Otto, who wrote the report. What he said should be a warning to us. Mr. Speaker, you will tell me, I hope, when I have only a few moments left. Thank you. If these measures are implemented, they, with other measures, will tarnish the reputation of Canadian wheat and will reduce our competitiveness on the international markets. Canadian producers are known to produce a good product now, but this will lead to an increase in a risk for clean food, healthy food, and this also will be to the detriment of Canadian producers.
I'd like to quote from a press release put out by the National Farmers Union, which is another, thank you, Mr. Speaker, another group which is very upset, which represents many farmers across Western Canada, upset with this bill. And they say that the bill will add tens of millions of dollars of extra cost to farmers, that the Canadian Wheat Board and farmers will have to spend their own money to replace the destruction of independent testing by the Grain Commission. Regardless of the extra money spent by farmers, the tests will still not be seen to be independent and unbiased. Regardless of whether it's the Canadian Wheat Board that does the test or a contracted private testing company, the testing results will not have the credibility or standing that the current Canadian Grain Commission test has. According to their press release, Bill C-13 is aimed at deregulating the grain industry and would fundamentally change the mandate of the Canadian Grain Commission, removes the requirement of the Canadian Grain Commission to operate as a public interest watchdog that regulates the overall grain industry in the interests of producers. Instead, it changes the Grain Commission's role to become a passive service provider that provides grading, weighing, and inspection services to grain companies on a fee-for-service basis. Farmers' protection will be reduced to a minimum, with plenty of loopholes for companies to circumvent those limited protections. And Bill C-13 would eliminate inward inspection, the weighing of grain, thereby undercutting the Grain Commission's ability to maintain high-quality standards and putting grain farmers and consumers at risk. And, Mr. Speaker, it's for this reason that today I move, seconded by the member from Thunder Bay, Superior North, to delete all the words in the motion following that and replace them with the following: Bill C-13, an act to amend the Canada Grain Act, Chapter 22 of the Statutes of Canada, 1998, and Chapter 25 of the Statutes of Canada, 2004, be not now read a second time, but that it be read a second time this day, 6 months hence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The following amendment has been moved by the member from BC Southern Interior. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member from Thunder Bay Superior North, to delete all the words in the motion following that and replace them with the following: Bill C-13, an act to amend the Canada Grain Act, Chapter 22 of the Statutes of Canada, 1998, and Chapter 25 of the Statutes of Canada, 2004, be not now read a second time, but that it be read a second time this day, 6 months hence. Questions and comments? The honourable member from Malpac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I assume, Mr. Speaker, maybe you can clarify that the questions and comments are on the speech, not on the motion. Yes, I listened to my honourable colleague in terms of his fairly severe criticism of the Canadian of Bill C-13 and a little bit of history on the Canadian Grain Commission as well. But I think one of the key areas he talked on, and I'm not sure if I'm quoting him quite correctly, but he didn't elaborate a lot on this, but he did talk about the risk to Canada's international reputation. I mean, as we see on our side, the way the government has proposed this bill, there's a real concern for producers in that the government is clearly favouring the corporate sector over primary producers by the way they're moving forward with the amendments in this bill. We see real problems in terms of the loss of inward inspections, in terms of the quality of grains potentially moving into the domestic market and possibly into the United States. There's a real concern for producers over the loss of bonding, but the risk to Canada's international reputation. I wonder if the member might expand on that issue, because that is a serious, serious matter. Canada is seen as the most reliable supplier of high-quality grains around the world, whereas the United States is seen as a residual supplier and do not match our quality in any shape or form. So it seems the government may be moving to Americanize our system, which I think would be a sad thing, and I wonder if the member has any comments on that matter.
The honourable member for the BC Southern Interior.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his comments, and I enjoy working on the agriculture file with him on committee. You know, Mr. Speaker, above and beyond all, I'm a Canadian nationalist. I really believe that we need to protect Canadian interests before we protect anybody else's interests. I believe, yes, that our international reputation could be tarnished. I mean, it's just obvious. If there's a slight chance that our high-quality wheat can be mixed with a lower-quality wheat, then obviously our customers are going to be dissatisfied. If there's a slight chance that because of whether it be a lack of KVD or a lack of inward inspection, that we don't maintain a high quality, then of course our international reputation will be tarnished. And let's make no mistake about it. There are pressures that not only at the World Trade Organizations, but from the big multinational corporations that would love to see this happen. That's why it's so important to have this bill explicitly states that it protects the right of producers. That's why it's so important to say that this bill will explicitly ensure that there will be no loss in quality of Canadian grain, and that we will have an independent body to ensure that that keeps track and that monitors the quality, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, yes, we will lose our international reputation, and that certainly will not be good for farmers.
Comments and questions? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting, and a question from my honourable colleague, whose passion and commitment to producers is second to none in this place. We've seen the Prime Minister just recently do a whirlwind circuit media tour in the United States and now in London at the G20, talking about the need for good regulation and how proud he was of Canada's regulatory environment, and this is respect to the financial circuit. We're now seeing the government do what the Prime Minister actually believes, because for years he was a critic of those regulations on the financial sector, and for years he said bank mergers should be allowed in Canada. This is all on the record. There's no casting aspersions here. We're now seeing the aspect of regulations with respect to the quality of Canadian grains, which has been noted are the best in the world. Why, at a time when food security issues are of such strong importance to Canadians, food safety issues are of such a strong importance, protecting Canadian producers is also important, would the government try a backdoor method of actually lowering the regulatory environment, putting that regulatory environment in the hands of the people actually buying the grain, which puts them in a deep conflict of interest, rather than the producers who have the highest interest of maintaining quality? Why the Prime Minister speaking one way when talking to the American administration and the world body, and another way at home with the legislation that this government is proposing?
Honourable member for the BC Southern Interior.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and that's a good one. And I think, I don't often do this, but I think I can start by giving credit to the Prime Minister for understanding that regulation is necessary in banking. I think that's, people in politics make decisions sometimes, and we have to understand if it's the wrong decision, we make the right one. I would like to see this whole decision in regard to regulation and deregulation. I would like to take it one step further. We have for example, I've got many letters from people, small businesses in my riding that are really concerned about the credit card fees and the whole idea of that Interact will be deregulated, and there's not going to be they're not going to be able to make any money because of the increase in fees. So, and yet we don't seem to be doing anything. And I don't want I don't want a prime minister, this prime minister, or another prime minister years ahead to say down the road, now is the time we have to start regulating the grain industry. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important. If we see a potential problem, we have to be proactive. We have to ensure, as I said earlier on in my speech, that we dot the I's, we cross the T's, so we're not coming back saying, oh yes, now it's time, I didn't believe it was right, but now it's time to regulate. Let's ensure that we have a strong Canadian wheat industry that's regulated right now that protects our farmers.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to ask my colleague, and I thank him for all the work he's done across this country actually bringing up the issue of food security. When you look at what's happening in the world right now, it's not only just in terms of an issue of rights as an individual to be able to have consumption of foods that are certainly not going to poison or make you ill, but the reality is that even in my riding, we actually had Sealtis had milk that had to be recalled, and they didn't actually even provide that notification that was necessary in an appropriate manner, and consequently led to some human suffering. So, and illnesses of one of a local police officer. But at any rate, what we're seeing right now across the globe is the issue of food security becoming more and more prolific. And I'd like my colleague to comment on that, because I think one of the strengths Canada has is to be able to have a fair, balanced regulatory food safety inspection and development process, and includes grain as well, and that's an asset for us as a country. But also, too, is that what's happening out there, those that don't have it, there's destabilization is happening with regards to the food issue in other nations. I'd like to comment on that, because I think it's an asset that we have as a country, and it would really be unfortunate if we gave that up.
The Honourable Member for the BC Southern Interior.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. You know, food safety means safe food. Food security means having enough food. Food sovereignty means having control over your food. And I think we should be striving for that three-pillar approach in Canada. In the report that I quoted earlier on by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, they mention an instance which happened in Canada earlier on, and that there was the example of ergot, a dangerous fungal disease which occurs in Western Canada. They say demonstrates the importance of maintaining rigorous government oversight, including inward inspections in our grain system. This disease, in case folks aren't aware of it, infects rye, wheat, and other cereal grasses, forming hard fruiting bodies that resemble dark kernels of grain. It contains powerful chemical alkaloids from which LSD is made. When ingested even in small quantities in baked bread, ergot can cause violent muscle spasms, hallucinations, and crawling sensations to the skin. And they go on to say that in 2008, ergot was found on the border between Saskatchewan and Manitoba, and that with after around 10 or 25% of grain samplings, yet because of the grain inspection system, we were able to ensure that dangerous levels of ergot were kept out of the food supply. And I think this is what my honourable colleague is alluding to. We have to, with the danger, with the unsafe products coming into our country, with the danger, with the scare we had with listeriosis, it's now more important than ever to do all we can to ensure that our supply in Canada is safe and the food that we send to other countries is safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an unfortunate turn of events here by the opposition. I'm going to be discussing this in a little bit. What I would like to do is present our position as the government regarding Bill C-13, because of course it has a direct impact on the motion tabled by my colleague.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to give my support to Bill C-13, an act to amend the Canada Grains Act. This bill shows the government's willingness to commit to farmers by eliminating costly regulations and useless mandatory programs in the grain sector of Canada. For some years now, the Canadian grain sector in Western Canada has undergone major transformations. But in fact, the grain market has progressed and concentrates increasingly on niche markets. on food products, feed for cattle, biofuels, as well as other value-added niche markets. Despite the ongoing advancements in the sector, the Canadian Grain Act has not been amended significantly for over 40 years. The activities of the Canadian Grain Commission, the organisation which oversees quality standards for grains and regulates handling of grains in this country, does not reflect the needs of farmers and of the modern industry. Mr. Speaker, before providing more explanation about the changes proposed to the Canada Grain Act, I'd like to give you a couple of basic facts. In 2005, an amendment to the Canada Grain Act was adopted and requiring an independent review of the legislation and of the Canadian Grain Commission.
Conduct the independent review. Its recommendations were presented to Parliament in 2006. The Compass report was referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, which consulted stakeholders and recognized a need for changes to the Canadian Grain Act and the Canadian Grain Commission. The amendments are based on the recommendations made by the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food in its report to the government in 2006. Throughout these reviews, stakeholders were consulted extensively, including 8 public meetings held across the country by Compass Inc. Hence, these proposed changes reflect the needs and the will of grain producers and the industry. Mr. Speaker, this government is proposing to clarify the mandate of the Canadian Grain Commission in the Canadian Grain Act. The clarification will stress that the Canadian Grain Commission protects the interests of producers with respect to deliveries of to licensees, determination of grade and dockage, and allocation of producer cars. And that said, Madam Speaker, there have been extensive changes within the Canadian grain industry over the years, and the Canadian Grain Commission must reflect that evolution. The number of primary elevators in Western Canada has dwindled. Grain companies have consolidated their operations, and now much of our grain is shipped from primary elevators to port terminals owned by the same company. Currently, the Canadian Grain Commission must inspect and weigh all grain received by terminal and transfer elevators. Now, to keep up with the changing environment, the government strongly believes that producer interests are best served by limiting costs and fostering a competitive, efficient grain handling system. Consequently, the government proposes to eliminate mandatory inward inspection and weighing requirements. The bill will reduce unnecessary mandatory costs from the grain handling system and will work to build a lower cost, more effective, and innovative grain sector. We are reducing the regulatory burden with this initiative, as all costs in the system eventually work their way to farmers. This will result in a less costly system for farmers too. Nevertheless, inward inspection and weighing do provide value to producers in some circumstances. The government has proposed amendments to the Canada Grain Act that will facilitate private sector delivery of inward services when requested. Thus, the elimination of inward inspection and weighing will create business opportunities for private sector service providers. It is best left to the shippers themselves to determine when and at what level these services are provided. As an important and ongoing check on this new arrangement, producers and industry will be able to apply to the Canadian Grain Commission for binding grade arbitration when they are not sure that the right grade has been assigned. The proposed changes will not reduce the capacity to ensure a dependable commodity to buyers of Canadian grain. And what's more, international buyers of Canadian grain can rest assured that every vessel load will continue to receive the Canadian Grain Commission's certification of grade and weight. On another topic, Madam Speaker, the Canadian Grain Commission's Producer Payment Security Program has been the subject of debate in the grain sector. Currently, all licensed grain handlers must provide financial security to the Canadian Grain Commission. If a licensed grain handler fails to pay for the grain they have purchased, the Canadian Grain Commission steps in to compensate producers. Unfortunately, this security program is flawed, as it is not 100% effective, and it adds costs to the Canadian grain handling system. These costs negatively affect the competitiveness of the Canadian grain sector. Madam Speaker, as part of the move away from kernel visual distinguishability, or KVD, the Canadian Grain Commission must be equipped with tools it can use in a post-KVD environment. This is why this government proposes that the Canada Grain Act be brought under the Agriculture and Agri-Food Administrative Monetary Penalties Act. This proposed reform follows a Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food recommendation to use monetary penalties to help enforce a declaration system upon grain delivery. The Canadian Grain Commission must be equipped with penalties to protect the quality of Canadian grain. A final word on the job impacts at the Canadian Grain Commission. The Commission will be working with staff over the duration of the legislative process to assess the full impacts of the proposed changes. We understand this process may have a significant impact on the lives of the affected public servants, and we are committed to working with them in a clear and transparent manner. En conclusion, Madame.
In closing, Madam Speaker, the amendments proposed are part of this ongoing transformation of the Western Canadian grain sector. West Canada's grains are increasingly intended for value-added domestic companies, and the policy and government legislation must adapt to this new situation. In this constantly changing sector, the Canada Grain Act and the Canadian Grain Commission must be modernised. Thanks to these changes, the Canadian Grain Commission will be better able to provide producers with a quality assurance system for grains which is more economical. These changes are important to the elimination of unnecessary and costly regulations for the Canada's grain sector. The government undertakes to look after, first and foremost, the interests of farmers. The integrity of the quality assurance system for Canada's grains and the reliability of Canada's trademark will be maintained. Once again, Madam Speaker, I'm honoured to offer my support to the changes proposed by the government to the Canada Grain Act.
About the HoC motion that has been raised by the NDP member regarding this bill. I'd like to just clarify for Canadians that this, in fact, is a very unfortunate turn of events, and it's my fear, Madam Speaker, that this is being done for partisan reasons. And I'll explain it as such, Madam Speaker. As you know, here in the House, we have a process for the passage of bills. We have first reading, where the House and the public are first advised of the government's legislation or proposed legislation. We then move into second reading, which is where we find ourselves now, where we enter into healthy debate amongst ourselves as MPs and amongst ourselves as political parties to explain the legislation and the different points of view concerning the legislation. The idea then, of course, Madam Speaker, as you know, but which I'd like to clarify for Canadians, is that the bill then moves to committee for further review. And this is where very important work is done, because it is possible to have witnesses come in front of the committee to explain all sides of the issue at hand. So the committee normally undertakes the work of listening to witnesses, for example, that would be in favor of changes proposed in the legislation. The committee would also hear of changes that cause concern. Producers, companies, green terminals, they would all have participation in this process. And of course, the bill can be modified by committee. And then, Madam Speaker, as you know, the bill comes back to the House for final debate and then vote. And I point this out, Madam Speaker, because there's a process here. I've heard the opposition. I was here for all of their speeches. And they raised some concern with the bill, and I understand that they might not be pleased with all aspects of the bill. Personally, I think it's a rather good bill, but I am open, of course, and the government is open to the fact that there will be valuable input obtained, particularly during the committee process, by the opposition members, or from the opposition members, and from the witnesses. And what this hoist motion is doing is basically killing that process. The hoist motion, as read by my NDP colleague, made it sound like he wants to delay the furtherance of this bill. But I've got in front of me, Madam Speaker, Marleau and Montpetit, and I would like to clarify again for Canadians and for those who are watching this debate, so they know exactly what the hoist motion means in reality. The hoist amendment originated in British practice, where it appeared in the 18th century, and it enabled the House of Commons to postpone the resumption of the consideration of a bill. It was subsequently agreed that the adoption of such an amendment by the House was tantamount to the rejection of the bill, since the postponement was deliberately set for a date after the end of the session. Normally, if the session went beyond that date, the bill was not placed again on the order paper. Historical events were responsible for the establishment of 3 or 6 months as the postponement period. 100 years ago, sessions rarely lasted longer than 6 months, and so a 6 months hoist amendment, as proposed in this case by my colleague, would be proposed at the beginning of a session, and a 3 months hoist in the final weeks of a session. Today's sessions in the House of Commons of Canada are longer, but the length of sessions is neither regular nor fixed in advance. Now, the adoption of a hoist amendment, whether for 3 months or 6 months, is tantamount to the postponement of the consideration of the bill for an indefinite period. Consequently, the bill disappears from the order paper and it cannot be introduced again, even after the postponement time has lapsed. The bill is accordingly defeated indirectly. It is no longer possible to place the bill back on the order paper because to do so would be ruled contrary to the decision of the House. Members have tried to apply the hoist amendment to a resolution or to include it in the text of a reasoned amendment, but these attempts were ruled out of order. So, Madam Speaker, the key here is that this hoist motion actually kills the bill before it even has a chance to make it to committee. And as I pointed out in my speech, this is not the first time that the House has seen this bill. And in fact, my colleagues saw this bill in the last Parliament. And yet, there was no attempt to move forward with a hoist motion, which makes me reflect that this is in fact partisan-motivated motion. We have the 3 opposition parties, Madam Speaker, working together. They don't care what producers have to say. They don't care what the input is, what kind of feedback that we would receive at committee. They only care about some sort of a partisan purpose that they have at hand here, and they're working in collusion. I've tried to work with my colleagues in the other parties in a very constructive manner, Madam Speaker, and to say we have an opportunity at committee to hear from all sides of the argument. We have certainly the opposition critics of agriculture have ample opportunity both in committee and in the media to express their opinions on this important legislation. They don't want any of it, Madam Speaker. They simply want to kill the bill. They want to work in collusion to the detriment of our grain producers, and the question is why. And it's my hope that during this debate of the hoist motion that they will level with Canadians and make clear their reasoning why. There is no question, Madam Speaker, that there are some very positive improvements in the Grain Act being proposed by this legislation. And as I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, the last amendments were done 40 years ago. Well, Madam Speaker, I think we can all agree that farming, agriculture, the handling of grain has indeed changed over the last 40 years. It is reasonable, and in fact I would say it is expected of the government to put forward amendments to improve the Grain Act so that it better serves Canadians and so that it better serves our producers. And I say this particularly in these challenging economic times. It is not advantageous to our producers to pay the additional costs that are inherent in processes that are redundant or not necessary. And if the opposition wants to continue to have producers pay costs that are not necessary. I invite them to argue that case. I think it will fall on deaf ears because certainly, Madam Speaker, what we're hearing as the Conservative government is that producers, particularly grain producers, want less costs imposed. They want to be able to retain more of their hard-earned money. And if we have an opportunity here to simplify the processes, to simplify the legislation by which they are bound, then we should take advantage of that. And I'll just talk a moment about inward inspections. For example, there was a time when terminals were owned by different companies, and so the Grain Commission was involved in the inspection between those two different grain terminals owned by two different companies. But now, Madam Speaker, in many instances, the terminals are owned by the same company, and yet the legislation requires a public inspection of the grain between two terminals owned by the same grain company. It just doesn't make sense to obligate that inspection, particularly by government inspectors, all at the cost of the producer. And so it's quite reasonable, Madam Speaker, and it's actually a very effective and cost-efficient move to remove the obligation to say that if a company owns both terminals, it is possible to have the grain inspected again between the two terminals, if it is so desired, but by the private sector. And Madam Speaker, if there happened to be discontent with the final decision on the grading of that grain, there is an appeal process in place. One of my colleagues was talking about the appeal process, and there are changes. We are simply eliminating some of the multi-levels of appeal, but the Grain Commission, there is still an appeal process, and there would be a binding decision made through that appeal process in order to resolve differences, Madam Speaker. So once again, I must say that I'm shocked. I mean, I was in the House when the motion came from the NDP. I know they've been working closely behind closed doors. I knew nothing of this. They've been working behind closed doors to scuttle this bill, and rather than allowing the bill to be discussed at committee and actually to be discussed with producers, they're scuttling everything and killing the bill. They call it a hoist amendment. They're talking about imposing up to 6 months of delay. But, Madam Speaker, I think it's fair for Canadians to know what's really happening is the bill is being killed right here on the floor during second reading. And I think the opposition owes an explanation, particularly to our producers. Madam Speaker, I sit on the Agriculture Committee. We've had producers in front of us. We're talking about competitiveness, actually. There is some hypocrisy here on behalf of the opposition. They say they're concerned about competitiveness. Madam Speaker, part of the competitive picture, of course, is lowering costs to producers. So on the one hand, the opposition says they're very, very concerned. They want to work in the best interests of producers. And on the very next hand, they're killing a bill outright with no chance for producers to have any say in this matter for some partisan purpose. And, Madam Speaker, I think that's very unfortunate. And as I mentioned, the opposition parties, particularly the opposition critics, they must explain this to Canadians, why it is they are working in collusion against the government and against grain producers. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I might say, some of the last remarks of the member kind of surprised me that he would go after the opposition. Madam Speaker, we're not trying to scuttle a bill. What we're trying to do is bring the government to its senses. It has a responsibility to producers, not just to the multinational corporate sector. That's the problem here. Bill C-13 does everything for industry and takes away protection and power and authority for producers. And, Madam Speaker, on the hoist motion, it's just the fact that sometimes legislation is so bad, so terrible, that it is basically unamendable, and that's what producers are telling us. I know the government has a record of failure in most areas related to the farming community in this country, and could go through a list. But had the government come forward with a bill that was at least a starting point, then we could get to the substance of the issue and amend it. So I would ask the parliamentary secretary that maybe he and his minister should look in the mirror and accept their responsibility for not having done their work, and they had lots of time to do it since the Standing Committee on Agriculture had first put forward its committee report several years ago. They had Bill C-39, and they didn't do any, and they heard the criticism there. They come in with another bill, and we do get the odd statement out of the minister when he's getting attacked on this issue in the country. And, when asked, will farmers be protected, he said, yes, they would, but this is what he said, quote, we're not going to leave you hanging with nothing. We'll keep the program that's existing in place until something new comes along, end of quote. Well, Madam Speaker, producers want some assurances. They want to see it in legislation what the protection is. They know this government cannot be trusted. They certainly know the minister cannot be trusted because they've seen his attack trying to break the law and the federal court trying to stop them on the Canadian Wheat Board issue. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary, Madam Speaker, is simple. Why did the Government of Canada, having all this time, not do its homework and come in with a bill that would have given us at least something to amend and work with?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, I'm so glad that I had that question posed to me by my colleague because it harkens back to what I said during my speech. The opposition is not being open and forthright. And even in these comments, we hear that. I'll give you an example, Madam Speaker. I mentioned this in my speech. He must have been busy reading something. But in 2006, Compass was hired by the government to conduct a review. And then in 2006, the Standing Committee held hearings, Madam Speaker, on the Compass report, and it tabled its own report. So this is way back in 2006. Was there a hoist motion put forward at that time? Was there any kind of blocking motions put in place? No. December 2007, Bill C-39 is introduced in Parliament by this government, Madam Speaker. December 2007. That's a long time ago. The bill ended up dying on the order paper in September 2008. So that would be 9 months later. That legislation was on the table for 9 months. Did we hear these kinds of comments? Did we have a hoist motion to kill this? Did we have these kinds of outlandish remarks being made? Not at all, Madam Speaker. So the question is actually to the opposition. What is it that makes you feel so strongly about your position now when for 9 months in the last Parliament this was not an issue? You were willing to let this bill move to committee for proper review by committee and to allow the input of producers. And, Madam Speaker, I go back to this point. This legislation is aimed at helping our grain producers. In fact, all throughout my speech, I spoke about grain producers and how this will help our producers and lower costs. This member and my opposition colleagues should allow grain producers to come to the committee to comment on the legislation. But they're cutting this short. They don't want to hear from producers. Why is that, Madam Speaker? They're afraid of what they're going to hear. They're not interested in the input of Canadians. They want to kill the bill now before producers get a chance to speak out. And just to put into context, Madam Speaker, the quote that was given by the Ag Minister, read out by my colleague, what the Ag Minister is saying is that we are open to working with the opposition and to working with producers to make this the best bill for producers. When they kill the bill outright like this, Madam Speaker, it's very hard to work with the opposition when they move in such an aggressive fashion.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought that the Parliamentary Secretary for Agriculture would actually be standing in the House today and thanking us, not condemning us for this hoist motion, because it saves this government the embarrassment of seeing a piece of major legislation go down to defeat because it is just so flawed. Madam Speaker, what we are giving the government today is a timeout. And the government should be very familiar with the concept of a timeout.
Yeah, a little prorogation.
Little prorogation goes a long way sometimes to making a government come to its senses. This is no different. It does not say the bill will be killed forever. It's saying to the government, go back, hear what farmers and producers are saying, listen to their concerns, and come back with something that is in the interests of the family farm and individual producers. Madam Speaker, I represent a community that is home to the Canadian Wheat Board and the Canada Grain Commission, two institutions that are part of the fabric of this nation, and they represent the farmers, the interests of the farmers, and they have stood historically to protect individual producers, not the big multinational corporations. They have been mechanisms to ensure that the producers had the power to stand up on an equal footing to the grain producers or to the multinational corporations, and were not did not see their interests diminished or squashed or their rights eroded. This bill is flawed, Madam Speaker. I only have to refer to to some of the individual producers and of course the National Farmers Union, who said this bill must not be allowed to pass. That's why we're here today with this hoist motion. The President, Stuart Wells, said the changes that are lurking beneath the surface are not readily apparent, but they will be devastating to grain farmers. Why are we calling for this hoist motion? Because, in fact, this bill is deregulating the grain industry. It eliminates inward inspection and weighing of grain. It eliminates the requirement that grain companies be licensed and bonded, and so on, Mr. Speaker. It puts individual farmers at the mercy of the big multinational corporations. It does not stand up for farm incomes and food safety. That's exactly why this hoist motion has to go through, and hopefully, and I would ask the Parliamentary Secretary if he's now prepared to see the wisdom of the voices of farmers and act in their best interests.
Good.
The Parliamentary Secretary.
There's a couple points that have to be addressed here. She's so outraged against the legislation. Where was this member between December 2007 and September 2008 when this bill was actually sitting here in the House in the last Parliament? Now we have outrage. Why is that, Madam Speaker? There's a partisan purpose at foot, and it's not to serve the best interests of our producers. That much is certain, and there is collusion, there's working together here amongst the three parties to defeat a bill outright. Secondly, Madam Speaker, once again, this member was inaccurate in her comments. I want to point out, she said, this is not killing the bill, Madam Speaker. She said, this is not killing the bill, this is simply postponing the bill. Highly inaccurate. I'm glad I have the opportunity to address it again from Marlow and Montpetit. Madam Speaker, it's right there in the rules. The adoption of a hoist amendment is tantamount to defeating the bill by postponing its consideration. Consequently, the bill disappears from the order paper, and it cannot be introduced again even after the postponement period has elapsed. Madam Speaker, these are the kinds of inaccuracies that the opposition parties are going to throw up in front of Canadians, that they're going to throw out to producers. They need to be clear with their comments, they need to be clear with their intentions, and they need to be clear with the facts. And, Madam Speaker, they are none of those. And I'm glad I've had the chance to correct the record. We will be holding the opposition members to account for what has happened today here in the House, and I know producers will as well, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and the Liberal Party, Madam Speaker, welcomes the motion from my honourable colleague, known mainly as a hoist motion, because it's become increasingly evident that the government is not listening to the concerns expressed by the opposition in this House to our concerns about the bill, and certainly it's clear that the government is not listening to the concerns of the primary producers. I mean, the last remarks by the Parliamentary Secretary, he certainly got it all wrong. The reason that the opposition is taking such a strong stand against this bill is the government's failure when it comes to primary producers, and nowhere is that evidence of failure more clear, Madam Speaker, than it is with this bill. They have not listened to any of the concerns of producers that were expressed during the committee hearings. They haven't listened to the concerns that have been expressed by producers on the original C-39, and they have not listened to the concerns of producers between now and the implementation, between now and when C-13 came into being. So obviously, Madam Speaker, the government is not listening to primary producers in this country. Therefore, the opposition parties are left with no choice but to try and bring the government to its senses and give us something. Give us something that shows that you're listening to producers and their concerns and not just to industry. Every day, Madam Speaker, calls are coming from producers concerned about this bill. In fact, Madam Speaker, the principal reason for us supporting this hoist motion, which will, as the Parliamentary Secretary stated, and I agree, will effectively remove Bill C-13 from the order paper for this session, is that the government has known for more than a year that all three opposition parties have expressed concern, and over the course of that time, the amount of concern being expressed by primary producers, by the farm community, is unbelievable. I have not seen anything like it in my time in terms of the avalanche of concerns coming forward from the industry on this particular bill. So there is strong concern, not to reforming and improving the Canadian Grain Commission, Madam Speaker, but being complicit in its undermining and ineffectiveness. And so I don't want to see myself, my party doesn't want to see itself, as I understand it, the other opposition parties do not want to be complicit in undermining the Canadian Grain Commission and undermining its effectiveness for primary producers. The major reason, Madam Speaker, for the need to have this bill removed and reconsidered, redrafted, and resubmitted is that the extent of the harm this legislation will do, given the extent to the amendments to the Canadian Grain Commission, are beyond the most recent parliamentary review of the activities of the Canadian Grain Commission conducted by the Standing Committee on Agriculture after having heard from stakeholders across the country. In fact, Madam Speaker, the Liberal Party, the official opposition, just this morning held a press conference on this very matter. I think what it shows, and the need for this press conference, Madam Speaker, was that what we have seen from the current government is the ultimate in incompetence. The ultimate incompetence that they did not listen to a Standing Committee on Agriculture that had held hearings several years ago. They had introduced Bill C-39, which was severely flawed. They had concerns coming forward from producers and opposition parties. They failed to address those concerns and introduced a new bill, a C-13, which was substantially the same. And since that introduction, and since it was first introduced in this Parliament, the information of how bad the bill is getting out there, producers, and we're being inundated with calls that are saying, just kill the bill, get rid of it. So this morning, Madam Speaker, the official opposition held a press conference in which we said Parliament must, at its earliest opportunity, block the government's Bill C-13, which are proposed amendments to the Canadian Grain Act. I outlined at that press conference many of the concerns I had with the bill, but just to list them quite simply and shortly. One, it changes the mandate from being in the interest of producers to being in the interests of industry. Two, it takes away the bonding requirements of companies, which are there to protect producers. Producers sell $500,000 of grain to a grain company, and they get no protection in terms of that company being bonded. A producer could go broke, Madam Speaker, as a result. Three, the whole issue of inward inspections, which my colleague from the fourth party basically outlined, is really increasingly an issue of food security, and I will get to food safety, and I'll get to that in a moment. But it's certainly, and we've got, in fact, the Canadian Wheat Board just expressed some concerns a while ago in terms of a press release they put out, and basically looking at if the CGC does away with inward inspections, it will have to be handled in some other way. The problem is when it's handled in another way, Madam Speaker, who's going to handle those costs and take all the risks? It's going to be primary producers. And then, Madam Speaker, another problem with the bill is that appeals on grades and on grades and weights. You know, the chief grain inspector is going to have the ultimate authority. And they even put in the bill no appeal to the federal court. Can you imagine that, Madam Speaker? No appeal to the federal court. There is no way farmers that have faced an injustice can get to the justice system to appeal the decision made by an arbitrary regular authority. That is absolutely crazy in a democratic system such as ours. So, Madam Speaker, this morning at our press conference, in which we said basically that this bill has to be stopped in the interests of the farm community, our House leader said there are really three options. We could simply vote down the current Conservative motion asking for approval in principle, or we could adopt a so-called HoC motion, which is the one that we're talking about, put forward by another party, or we could go with a reasoned amendment, which, according to the rules of the House of Commons, any one of these three options would effectively kill the bill. Madam Speaker, there's no question that this bill must, in fact, be stopped. Just to try and, I know this is grain legislation, and people in downtown Toronto or downtown Vancouver or even downtown Charlottetown really probably don't understand the need for such strong regulatory action in the grain industry. As I said earlier in remarks, Canada has become the #1 supplier of quality grains around the world. We're recognized as the top supplier of quality grains in the world. And we are as a result of the efforts of the Canadian Grain Commission and certainly producers in producing the kind of grains they produce. But, Madam Speaker, to make the issue relevant to consumers and people in urban Canada, I would say this, that well-functioning regulatory systems, they do tend to be invisible until tragedy occurs. It's only after somebody dies, either from drinking water or bad food or whatever, that people recognize the need for a regulatory system in the background to protect the interests of all. In an article in the Edmonton Journal written by Scott Sinclair and Jim Gressaber-Otto, this is what they said on another issue. Citizens rightly, quote, citizens rightly expect their governments to protect them and to act in the public interest. Too often governments fail to do so, instead responding to corporate pressure to weaken regulations so that businesses can cut costs and increase profits. Recent outbreaks of foodborne illnesses, listeriosis in Canada, melamine contamination in China, salmonella poisoning in the United States, underline the dangers to the public of cutting back on government oversight and inspections in the food system. They go on to say, and I'll conclude in their article with this point, quote, yet these lessons seem to be lost on the Conservative federal government, which is threatening another of Canada's highly successful regulatory systems. Legislation now before Parliament, Bill C-13, would gut Canada's world-class grain regulatory system. End of quote from that article written by Mr. Sinclair and Mr. Otto. So they go on and they talk about some other points in the article that really what the government is doing is increasing the risk of catastrophic financial loss to producers. And they say that the government is also more interested in creating opportunities for transnational corporations than in protecting Canadian farm and consumer interests. And I certainly would agree with those points, Madam Speaker. And when, with the pressure that we're seeing from the farm community, I think we have no choice but to support this hoist motion, because the government hasn't listened. They had the opportunity since they first introduced the legislation to at least tell us what they were going to do. But instead, what we get is statements from the minister along the lines, "Oh, don't worry, we'll fix it." Well, Canadians, as you well know, Madam Speaker, Canadians well know now that they can't trust this Prime Minister and this government. And a statement of, "Oh, well, no, we'll fix it at some future date," is just not acceptable. And we haven't seen any intention on the part of government that they would come forward, that there's anything in the wings, that there's anything behind the scenes that is going to amend or propose to amend this legislation in a proper way. Let me talk a little bit further, Madam Speaker, about inward inspections, which is really a critical issue in terms of the legislation itself, and really why it becomes necessary to effectively close down this bill. On the issue of inward inspections, the government has indicated it is removing the role of the CGC. And I might, could you give me an indication of the time I have remaining, Madam Speaker? Thank you very much. The Standing Committee on Agriculture, in an unanimous report, acknowledged that mandatory inward inspection is not a universal requirement, while outward inspection and weighing is. The committee stated in its report, again, one supported unanimously that, quote, "Several strong factors seem to support optional inward inspection. The inward inspection requirement is already not universal. Optional inspection would not affect producer rights to access to the terminal. And, importantly, Madam Speaker, producers and the Canadian Wheat Board should not be unduly affected financially if a proper, publicly supported infrastructure and pricing system are put into place in light of the public's benefit of maintaining an inward inspection capability." The fact is, Madam Speaker, is that while the government is removing the inward inspection provision, the work called for by the committee has never been done. The government has not done the work called for by the committee itself. So, Madam Speaker, to just go on a little further, the government has to explain why it has decided prior to the legislation to downgrade, as expressed in the estimates for the Commission under the section which describes the activity as providing, quote, "consistent and reliable grain quality and grain safety assurance to meet the needs of the domestic and international markets." The forecast spending for 2011-12 will be $23.4 million. In 2007-8, the planned spending was $50.2 million. By the Canadian Grain Commission's own records, this government will reduce the ability of the Canadian Grain Commission to do its job by $26.8 million. So I have to ask the question, is this a matter of the government cutting costs on the back of primary producers and the safety of consumers in this country? Is that what the government is really at behind the doors here? Staffing, as a previous member mentioned, will be reduced from 664 people to FTEs in 2007 and 8 to 421 in 2009-2010. And, somebody mentioned, I believe it was the parliamentary secretary earlier, that there's employment insurance and so on and so forth. That's not the point, Madam Speaker. The point is these people are needed in the industry to protect producers and the public's interest. This is not just about money. This is about protection and regulations in the Canadian society that are direly needed, Madam Speaker. A recent study by the Canadian Grain Commission itself found the following issues with respect to the loss of inward inspections, and I'll go through them. 1. Inward weighing and inspection would still be required, would be less trustworthy and more expensive. 2. The grain system would lose an important early detection system for contaminated grain. Eliminating inward inspection by public officials would increase the likelihood of contaminated grain being commingled with larger quantities of clean grain. 3. Shipments to Canadian and United States markets would lose an important level of protection against contamination. Grain shipped to those markets could bypass official inspection. That's worrisome, Madam Speaker. Inward inspection provides quality assurance information that makes outward inspection more efficient and cost-effective. And finally, replacing public sector inspectors with private contractors, many of whom would be reliant upon private grain companies for business, would undermine the perceived reliability of the information derived from inward inspection. Madam Speaker, those are comments from a recent study by the Canadian Grain Commission itself. Now, should Canadians worry? Should we as opposition parties worry? Definitely we should. But where is the government? Why is it not dealing with these serious concerns? Madam Speaker, with respect to the diminished role of the Canadian Grain Commission, the study prepared by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives found, for example, with respect to the Port of Vancouver, the following problem. Bearing in mind that Vancouver and Prince Rupert, as of December 2007, moved almost 1.2 million tons of grains through its facility. Quote, at a Vancouver elevator, Canadian Grain Commission weighers routinely process the unloading of 5 to 100 rail cars during a shift. Documentation on these cars goes on to show that their service is very, very important. Madam Speaker, let me conclude. The reason for the hoist motion that we are now supporting is really simple. Clearly, the government had ample opportunity to come forward with a bill that was amendable and made sense to primary producers. They have failed to do so. Secondly, farmers are expressing their concerns about this government, and they're clearly telling us, and I certainly believe, where is the government backbenchers? What are they doing? Are they trained SEALs or what? Why are they not expressing their concerns on behalf of their constituents that they have concerns out there and this bill should be stopped in its tracks? Bottom line, it's not amendable. The government has failed to do its due diligence, and the opposition party has a responsibility to hold the government to account, and that is why we're supporting the motion by my member opposite. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First a comment and then two quick questions. First, my comment for people watching these proceedings on TV or possibly later following them in Hansard, they should be aware that all the members of Parliament who represent producers and grain growers in Western Canada, the entire Wheat Board area, all those members of Parliament are supporting the government's legislation. And the opposition to this legislation is coming from members of Parliament who do not have producers in their riding. So people responsible to the producers are supporting it. People who have no direct responsibility to producers are opposing it. So that, to those watching, is my first comment. Secondly, I have two questions. The honourable member pointed out that with this legislation passing, the system would be less expensive and less costly. Does the honourable member not agree that these costs are often passed on to farmers and that therefore we as members should try to reduce costs for producers? That is my first question. The second question is this. Based upon this legislation, Canadian grain customers will receive the same Canadian Grain Commission certificates and assurances they are accustomed to. Does my honourable colleague no longer believe in Canadian Grain Commission certificates and assurances? Those are my two questions.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Well, let me start with the last question first. Of course, Madam Speaker, I believe in Canadian Grain certificate final. Absolutely. That's what I want to maintain in the system, because that's what can't put Canada on the map as a quality supplier. I do not want to see that undermined. And what this government is undermining that fact. In terms of less expensive and less costly, Madam Speaker, we always have to take costs out of the system where, in fact, we can. But the problem, the honourable member misinterprets me. Less costly and less expensive isn't to the producers. In fact, there's a greater burden of risk going to be imposed on producers as a result of these moves. And in fact, the Canadian Wheat Board, in information it put out today, and other proposals that might have to be put in place to accommodate the loss of inward inspections, will actually mean a much, much, much higher burden of cost on primary producers themselves, where the United States is in fact covering costs to their primary producers under a system that is what they call WTO or GATT green, picking up those costs out of the public treasury. This government is going the opposite way. They're letting those costs be, instead of the government covering those costs, they're letting them be covered by primary producers themselves. And on the last point, Madam Speaker, where he talked about people over there represent the West, I just wish they would. I wish they would listen. I wish they'd return their phone calls. I wish they'd listen to what primary producers are saying. But as I said in my remarks, it seems to me, Madam Speaker, that what we've got is a bunch of trained seals over there who only take their direction from the PMO, not from their constituents.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member from Malpeque has raised a lot of good issues. I don't think we have trained seals here. I think we have predatory sea lions who are attacking the farmers' base in Western Canada, and I can't imagine why they will continue to vote for them in the future. To the honourable member from Malpeque, I'd like to read a very short note to the Prime Minister from a Western farmer from Saskatchewan. Dear Prime Minister, in these troubled economic times, I hope your government will be working to support grain producers in the same way you are working with other sectors of the Canadian economy. That's why I'm disappointed to learn that the Agriculture Minister has introduced changes to the Grain Act that will hurt grain producers. Instead of helping Canada's grain producers, this bill would shift the purpose of the Grain Act away from protecting producer interests, expose producers to financial harm by eliminating the requirement for grain buyers to post security bonds, dismantle the grain appeals tribunals, which protects we farmer producers from unscrupulous behavior on the part of grain companies, eliminate Canadian Grain Commission services that independently determine the quality and quantity of grain delivered, returning producers to the position of not knowing if they are receiving fair payment at all. If you think grain farmers are as important and worthy, Mr. Prime Minister, as those in the banking and the auto industries that your government is supporting, I ask you to withdraw these provisions and make sure that these changes put the interests of grain producers first. The honourable member from Malpeque, you may want to comment on one of these Western farmers who doesn't seem to be in lockstep with this backward move that would take us back to the 1800s in terms of grain regulation.
Honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think my honourable colleague, in quoting from the letter, actually makes the point very well through that quote, that is what increasing numbers of primary producers are saying. Producers that don't have a NDP bent, a Liberal bent, or a Conservative bent, or may have all three, are saying exactly those things. They're looking at the substance of the issue, and they're telling the Prime Minister of this country, look, don't do this. Don't impose greater risks on primary producers. Don't impose greater costs on primary producers. Don't destroy a system that, yes, as somebody said earlier, is old, a system that works and has put Canada on the map as the #1 grain quality supplier of the world. And what's happening is Conservative members from the West are clearly not listening, Madam Speaker. And I have a letter from the mayor of City of Melville, who's concerned about the loss of the Canadian Grain Commission offices in his area and the work that the Canadian Grain Commission does. And all we're saying, Madam Speaker, is, look, government, please come to your senses. Please come to your senses. Do the right thing. Withdraw the, you could withdraw the bill and come back with a new one where you'd actually listen to producers. That would make a whole lot of sense.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, earlier when the member from Saskatoon Humble spoke, I really felt insulted as a member coming from an urban riding, the way he described who supports and who doesn't support. Madam Speaker, we care just as much about what happens on the family farm and the entire food chain system. And, I remember it was my colleague Dennis Mills that made Canada aware of the family farm. So maybe that's why, I'm surprised the farmers vote for these guys, and that's why, Madam Speaker, they don't get any votes in the greatest cities for that reason alone. But I want to ask the member from Alpac, because he said, and I quote, "This is just not about money." We in Ontario, you'll recall, had the Walkerton problem under a Conservative government. In the last election, my constituents were asking me about the problem with listeriosis and the food inspection and the cutbacks, and we had people lose their lives, Canadians lose their lives. Can he please comment on that for my constituents in the greatest city of Toronto, who are just as important as somebody living in the farm, and we respect the farm and the agriculture as I'm sure they respect our auto industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I spoke earlier, and if you go back to my remarks, that point I think was made when I quoted Scott Sinclair in an op-ed article that they had written for the Edmonton Journal. And what they said in that, just to summarize, basically, recent outbreaks of foodborne illnesses, and I'll not go into them, Madam Speaker, underline the danger to the public of cutting back on government oversight and inspections in the food system. End of quote. And so you can cross over between the two. But the Wheat Board, just with respect to what they have said, and they're the marketing agency, a wonderful marketing agency that always maximizes returns back to primary producers in this country, they said with respect to inward inspection, the bill as presently exists is a worst-case scenario for Western grain producers. End of quote. And that's where the Wheat Board's at. Will the government just please listen? Maybe they could support this hoist motion as well.
If the honourable member has the honourable parliamentary secretary has a 30-second question, he can ask it.
Madam Speaker, you're very kind. It is 30 seconds long. I just want to ask this member what message he's going to give to Canadians and to producers. I've heard him twice today, Madam Speaker, say he is postponing the bill when, in fact, he is defeating the legislation. It's right.
The honourable member from Malpeque also has 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't believe, Madam Speaker, I said I was that we're postponing the bill. This hoist motion will kill the bill. It will get rid of it. It just moves it off the table, and that's what we want to do.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the attack on grain farmers has been renewed, unfortunately. Amendments to the Canada Grain Act signal a renewal of the Conservative government's attack on grain farmers in Canada. Even worse, or equally as bad, as well as an attack on the grain farmers, it's an attack on the role of government itself in protecting the health, the safety, and the jobs of Canadians. Canadians across the West and right in Thunder Bay, where we stand to lose 100 well-trained, high-quality grain inspectors. Instead of helping Canada's grain producers in these troubled economic times, these amendments to the Canada Grain Act in Bill C-13 would do the following things. They would shift the purpose of the Grain Act away from protecting producer interests. They would expose those producers to financial harm by eliminating the requirement for grain buyers to post security bonds to protect them in the case of bankruptcy or default. They would dismantle the Grain Appeals Tribunal, which protects producers from unscrupulous behavior on the part of large multinational grain companies. And they would eliminate the Commission services that independently determine the quality and the quantity of grain delivered, returning producers to the position of not knowing if they are receiving fair payment for a superior Canadian product. And as I've said, it will eliminate 200 highly trained, highly skilled, 200 grain inspectors, 100 of whom are in my own riding of Thunder Bay. These changes will hurt grain producers just like the Conservatives' effort to strip away farm control in the Canadian Wheat Board in general. They also threaten the quality advantage of Canadian producers that they enjoy over competitors from around the world. Bill C-13 will replicate the changes to the Canada Grain Act, which were scorned by the opposition parties during the last Parliament. Not only NDP, but Liberal and Bloc MPs were united in recognizing the threat in the previous similar bill in the previous House. Madam Speaker, the Canadian Grain Commission is a pillar of our Canadian grain economy, and it stands threatened by Conservative Party policies and Conservative Party politics. Why? Why is this? A little background on the Canadian Grain Commission. The Grain Commission has served as an independent arbiter, working to settle disputes when they arise about the quality and quantity of grain producers bringing to market. Typically, this function protects producers and makes sure that they are fairly paid by the powerful multinational corporations which buy and export their grain products. Canada's reputation for top-quality grain is protected by those grain inspection services provided by the Canadian Grain Commission. The Commission also provides independent, objective, comprehensive information about the quality and quantity of Canadian grain that is crucial to the international marketing efforts of the Canadian Wheat Board. The Conservative Party's proposal in this bill would dramatically diminish the Canadian Grain Commission by doing the following things. It would kill the Commission's inspection and weighing service, leaving producers disadvantaged in their dealings with grain companies when it comes to determining grain weight and grade. With the loss of the Commission's weighing and grading service, producers sometimes may not be paid for the quantity and quality grain that they deliver. Eliminating the requirement for grain buyers to post security bonds and thus exposing grain producers to financial harm in the event of a grain buyer bankruptcy or refusal to pay. Dismantling the grain appeal tribunals, which protect producers and Canadian Wheat Board from unscrupulous behavior on the part of grain companies. The Conservative proposal poses a risk to Canada's international reputation in the grain trade, a well-earned and long-earned reputation on the world stage. Our grain is in demand because no other country offers a quality guarantee backed by a system of government inspection as stringent and comprehensive as that in Canada. To protect our quality brand, Canada even has programs and procedures to prevent Canadian grain from being mixed with imported U.S. product, ensuring the integrity of Canada's quality guarantee. along with Canada's international reputation as a producer of the highest quality. At risk is the quality premium paid to Canadian producers under the current system. Once this quality incentive to ship Canadian grain separate from American grain is lost, we expect, and Canadian producers and farmers expect, that Canadian grain will be shipped overland, mixed with lower quality American product, and shipped through U.S. ports. They will have significant downstream consequences for the Canadian economy as the lucrative business of shipping Canadian grain is lost from Canadian ports. Further, the Conservative proposal ignores the unanimous advice of an all-party committee of our House of Commons. After extensive study of the future of the Canadian Grain Commission, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Agriculture made several recommendations which were supported by all parties, including some Conservatives, but the Agriculture Minister chose to ignore the advice of that Standing Committee on Agriculture. A previous speaker mentioned that they believe they have the support of Western farmers. Well, they certainly don't have the support of the National Farmers Union, and the president of the National Farmers Union from Saskatchewan said the following: Bill C-13, an act to amend the Canada Grain Act, will cost farmers tens of millions of dollars annually, while jeopardizing food safety and the quality standards of Canada's grain exports. The full implications of this are enormous. The changes that are lurking beneath the surface are not readily apparent, but they will be devastating to Canada's grain farmers. This bill must not be allowed to pass. This bill will add millions and millions of dollars of extra costs to farmers. Farmers will have to spend their own money to replace the destruction of independent testing by the Grain Commission. Regardless of the extra money spent by farmers, the test will still not be seen to be independent and unbiased as they are today. Regardless of whether it's the Canadian Wheat Board that does the test or a contracted private testing company, the testing results will not have the credibility or standing that the current Canadian Grain Commission test has. Bill C-13 is aimed at deregulating the grain industry and would fundamentally change the mandate of the Canadian Grain Commission. It removes the requirement that Canadian Grain Commission operate as a public interest watchdog that regulates the overall grain industry in the interest of producers. Instead, it changes the Canadian Grain Commission's role to become a passive service provider that provides grading, weighing, and inspection services to grain companies on a fee-for-service basis. Farmers' protections will be reduced to a minimum, with plenty of loopholes for companies who buy their grains to circumvent these limited protections that would be put in place. Bill C-13 will eliminate inward inspection and weighing of grain, thereby undercutting the Canadian Grain Commission's ability to maintain high-quality standards and putting grain farmers and consumers at risk. Bill C-13 would also eliminate the requirement that grain companies be licensed and bonded. Eliminating these security provisions would leave farmers holding the bag if grain companies go bankrupt. Eliminating this provision will not save farmers any money. It only increases their risk. Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government and the Conservative Party are determined to weaken and destroy the Canadian Grain Commission. It is part of the Conservative agenda to put big business interests ahead of economic autonomy for Canadians and Canadian farmers. Bill C-13 turns back the clock to the late 1800s. It puts us into self-regulation as before 1912. The Conservative agenda is clear. It's building on the Mulroney tradition of what's good for U.S. business will be good for Canada, selling out Canadian farmers, selling out Canada's grassroots industries, or should I say grain roots industries, and selling out Canadian workers across Canada like those in Thunder Bay. Bill C-13, Mr. Speaker, will put big business interests over the public interests and the interests of Canadian workers and Canadian citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Yep. The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the Conservative members might think this debate a joke because all they're able to do is to pretend again and again that they've got all the answers and that the farmers that have been writing us with grave and serious concerns about this bill are completely out to lunch. And nothing could be further from the truth. A government that right now is praising the role of regulations in protecting the Canadian finances and banking sector is the same government which, on the environmental side of things, we've seen a whole raft of bills and proposals coming forward, and now on the grain quality side of things are talking about ruining and taking back the regulations that protect the quality of Canadian grain. Now, the farmers in my region, Mr. Speaker, count on the grain that is supplied by the prairies and supplies from across Manitoba, Ontario, and the such, and know that Canadian grain absolutely has the best reputation in the world for a reason. Not by some happenstance, not because the free hand, the invisible hand of the market decided it, but because we had some rules in place that allowed for the best quality grains to be produced in this country. This government proposes a stripping away of those rules, and it makes no sense to consumer safety, to the protection of producers who need to have that reputation in hand when they sell their grains around the world, to have these rules taken away. So now a government on one hand talking about how great regulations are in the banking sector, which they argued against for decades, argued against at every opportunity, are now born again into the idea that regulations on some things are important, but on regulations for grain farmers are not. And this seems wrong. I wonder if my honourable colleague can comment.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
To reiterate the essence of my concluding part of my remarks, I'm disturbed at this attack on Canadian grain producers, but I'm really even more concerned about a growing trend, a growing repetition, a growing mantra that less government is better, no government is best. If it moves, privatize it, and privatize it until it doesn't move anymore, or it moves to a foreign country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Vegreville Wainwright.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we've just heard what this discussion here today and this hoist is really about. It's really about union jobs. You've heard the questions asked on that. The member talked about jobs in his constituency, and that's important. And anybody losing a job, Mr. Speaker, I feel deeply for. But the issue is that farmers, including myself, right now, when we ship our grain, we're the ones paying for those jobs. Now, some of those jobs we need. We need some inspectors. We need people to do jobs as grain moves through the system. But, Mr. Speaker, some of those jobs are doing work. Some of those people are doing work that simply isn't necessary to have done. And what this bill does is streamlines that system so that it'll work more efficiently for farmers. And, Mr. Speaker, I depend on this system to market my grain. And I have grain farms, about 3,000 acres. I farm it out, rent it out on a crop share, so I have my share of that grain to market. And these members that are making comments like that government MPs simply are selling farmers out is so ludicrous that it's almost contemptful, because, in fact, many of us are involved in farms, Mr. Speaker, and all of us represent most of the farmers in this country, and that's the last thing we're going to do. And I want to ask the member if he would just admit that that's really what this is about, and it's nothing to do with what's good for farmers. Farmers are the people, Mr. Speaker, that we're protecting.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
What I will admit is that I'm not a farmer, and so I have to rely, and we have to rely, on the emails and the phone calls and the personal visits that we've gotten from farmers associations and farmers, and yes, union members in Thunder Bay who have good jobs protecting the health and safety and quality of Canadian grain. And that's something of which I'm proud. So we know that this Conservative Party does not have respect for union labor and that they would like to subvert unions in Canada. But there are some of us who believe that to have quality jobs, long-lasting, stable, well-paid jobs by professionals who protect us in the world markets and create economic benefit for Canada and places like my riding in Thunder Bay is a good thing, and I won't apologize for that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his fine speech, and of course the person from our caucus who introduced this hoist motion today, the member for British Columbia Southern Interior, who has done incredible work ascertaining the feelings of farmers about this legislation and bringing their concerns to this place, and in fact being a voice for the voiceless in the face of a government that is determined to put the best interests of farmers aside. And you know, Mr. Speaker, the member for Vegreville throws out this innuendo and these casts aspersions on our motives, and he misses the point. He misses the point by suggesting that all we're here to do is defend big unions. What he fails to acknowledge is that farmers and trade unionists and ordinary Canadians came together in the dirty 30s. In an economic climate very much that we see today, where people were struggling to survive in the face of big industry, in the face of multinational corporations, in the face of big banks who were unyielding in their responsiveness to ordinary Canadians. So I want to ask the member if he can tell these Conservatives again why it's so important for us to stand up for farmers and to ensure that we don't do anything that jeopardizes farm incomes and food safety.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
It is important to protect farmers. It's particularly important to protect the smaller farmers who are the ones who are telling us and telling me that they're quite concerned about the implications of this bill. But even more important than that, it's important for us to protect the Canadian brand, Canadian history, and the fact that Canada is still today a real country with a semi-autonomous economy and a decreasingly autonomous economic and foreign and agricultural policy. I'm in the House of Commons because I want to stand up for Canada, for Canadian autonomy in these areas, and yes, a large part of that is standing up for small Canadian farmers across Canada who have asked us to speak for them.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Westlock St. Paul. Short question, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll try to keep it short. I'm, first of all, very proud to be on this side of the House representing farmers, trying to bring legislation forward that's been stuck in the mud for 30 years. I'm proud to stand by a minister who's a farmer and understands these roles. I'm proud to stand by members like the member from Vegreville Wainwright, the member from Wild Rose, to name a few, that stand up for farmers on a regular basis. I think it's important to note that I was just in an Ag Committee meeting where we were actually standing up for small farmers on the potato problem, and the NDP couldn't even have the time to send one member over to ask questions on that file. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to get to my question. My question is quite simply this. Last Parliament, I was here when we introduced changes to KVD, Kernel Visual Distinguishability. The NDP stood up at the same time and said, oh, you can't do this, you're attacking farmers, you're this, that, and the other thing. We had farmers come to Ag Committee last week and say, thank you for introducing this. Thank you for the Minister for having the courage to move forward on this, because we got more varieties of winter wheat now than we did last year because of this legislation. I'd just like to ask the member from I've Never Seen a Farm Before if in fact, he thinks that this legislation will in some way help modernize the Grains Act.
The Honourable Member from Thunder Bay Superior North, a relatively short answer.
I'm not only not a farmer, I'm not a grain inspector, but I do know that KVD inspections are complicated, they're changing, and that we need well-paid, long-term, stable professionals doing that kind of analysis to maintain our position in world markets.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the reason I'm speaking today is about C13.
is I'm very worried about the times that this government has put Canadians at risk by reducing inspections in previous instances and now in this particular proposal. We remember the listeriosis crisis, where there's 200 brands of meat had a problem. There were 20 deaths in Canada, 5,000 Canadians that were affected by this. And in China, you remember 300,000 people affected by melanin. You can't cut inspections. Cutting the inspections related to the meat inspection, so you say that an inspector should be in the office. That's like telling a lifeguard in a pool where you're sending your small children to do his inspections from the office. It just doesn't work, and Canadians are very, very concerned about this, which is why this hoist motion is here, to reduce the safety is one element, but also to reduce Canada's reputation around the world is another element, and of course the economic losses that would occur. And I think the previous member said, these are the comments that we have received from farmers and from farmers' organizations. They're not coming out of the blue. You know, we have a tremendous reputation around the world, which some of the members on the other side, I'm sure, would attest to. When we look at the tremendous accomplishments of our agriculture and agri-food industry over the last 100 years, the Canadian grain sector stands out as a great success story. Today, the Canadian wheat, barley, and other grains are known by our customers all over the world with their outstanding quality, consistency, cleanliness, and innovation. Each and every year, Canada's grain industry contributes over $10 billion to Canadian economy. These dollars, of course, drive the economies of both rural and urban areas of Canada. They create and sustain jobs right through the grain production chain, from farm input suppliers to elevators to transporters and processors. These dollars create jobs and prosperity for Canadians here at home, and they support our rural areas, which contribute so much to Canada's economy. So why in the world would we threaten all that, this worldwide reputation, with this bill? And I'll go on to explain exactly how it would do that, how farmers and their organizations have said that would do that. And to just explain the transport of grain and the process of some of the prairie grains, it starts at the farmer, and then often it goes to local elevators or elevators at the shipping area. As it gets there, it's inspected, and on the inward inspection, then it goes on to the ship. To go overseas, of course, you have to have a mandatory export permit, so it has to be inspected at some time. You have the outward inspection, and this leads to the tremendous high quality of grains around the world and the high prices, therefore, that individual farmers that have particularly high qualities, which are discriminated by these inspections, can achieve for their products. It also, of course, this system has, for decades, resulted in the great, tremendous safety records that we have. So what would this bill do? And in that process, I should add, in that process, the farmers are giving their grain to a big producer to sell, and they're protected, and a grain shipment could be $250,000. I mean, that is basically the farmer's livelihood. He might have to sell the farm and his house if for some reason that were lost. He didn't have access to that. And so there's a bonding system in place so that that is protected if the person he's given his grain to until he gets payment either goes bankrupt or for some reason refuses to pay. And of course the system has been working very well in those respects. Of course there could be some fine tweaking, but you don't fine tweak a fragile Christmas ornament with a sledgehammer and destroy it. So what can happen if you eliminate these inward inspections as is proposed by this bill? Maybe before I go to that, I should go to what would happen if you eliminated this bonding. You know, I can imagine the Conservative members to think for a moment, if they were to give their house to some business, some owner, someone else for a couple of months, some time until they got paid, and then they'll get paid back. Their whole livelihood, your whole house, everything you had. Would you put that in the trust if you didn't have protection? Well, that's the same type of situation these grain farmers are now going to be in. With eliminating the bonding, the protection that they have, should one of these big companies, and this is particularly cogent in this time of recession, which hopefully the government members would agree with, that puts this bill, that particular aspect of this bill, in a different scenario. Because in this time of recession, as banks will well attest, there's more bankruptcies, more inabilities to pay, more inabilities to sell products. So to remove from the little guy, to threaten his entire livelihood, his farm, his existence, his house, by this type of accident that was previously is prevented now, that would be lost by this bill, would be unconscionable, I think, by anyone in this House. This is only one example, too, of how the minister, when last year, when they developed this bill, the template for this bill did not follow the committee recommendations. The committee, it's kind of shameful that when the minister spoke last time on this, I think in the last iteration of the bill, well, this is what the committee recommended. Well, there's all sorts of instances in this bill where they actually ignored the committee. In fact, I think the words in Hansard showed contempt for the committee on how they did not follow the committee recommendations. And this bonding is a perfect example. What they asked the committee to do the committee asked for the government to do was to study various possibilities of protecting farmers before they made any changes. And here we go, lo and behold, no study, no idea of protection. They just went ahead and did it, ignoring the committee's recommendation. So now, removing the inward inspections. This can have this means that in a number of these instances, first of all, Canadian and export to the United States grain may not be inspected at all. And of course, this could have devastating effects both to the safety of Canadians and to unless someone hires an inspector, or to both the safety of Americans, but also to our export markets to the Americans. Because what happens if we, through this lack of inspection, a poor quality shipment goes to the United States? If we mix shipments of low and high quality, so there's no discrimination like there used to be between our high quality shipments, our particularly specific high quality shipments, and the lower quality shipments of the United States, so we can't get those high prices for that. That's the first problem. As for the export ones, they can't get away from those shipments because it's mandatory by our international agreements we've signed. So what happens, though, if that one inspection now occurs, sometimes because of the details of it, analyzing the inspection results, it might not occur until the ship's left the dock. Then what's going to happen when you've got hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars of worth farmers' grain from a whole bunch of farmers in a ship? Does the ship have to come back? Depends upon the type of contamination, which I'll talk later about. Will it destroy the entire ship full, causing a cost to everyone involved? All these things would have been prevented under the old system, or far more likely to be prevented under the old system where you had the inward inspection. So when you have the inspection coming in to the port, into the local grain elevator, you determine, you find out in these smaller quantities, is there mold? Is there glass? Is there deer droppings? Are there poisonous or items that would make you very sick that I would talk about later? This has some distinct advantages, not only of finding it earlier and not destroying hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars for many farmers of the value, finding it later mixed in a massive shipload, but it also helps solve the problem for the future, protecting all the ones that won't be contaminated, so you can determine in a much smaller quantity where the particular shipment came from, which farm, which elevator, isolate the problem, go back and deal with the problem at a much smaller scale. It can also ensure that with government assistance that you can disaggregate the various qualities, so that a farmer with a particularly high quality product of grain can get that premium price for that. It doesn't get mixed in, indistinguishable, and get in a total package with a lower quality evaluation. Something else is, before I get into the, well, maybe I will get into the contaminants now. So what could be uncovered that in these type of inspections, people might think that don't deal with grain, as some of the members opposite said they deal with directly. They'll know that a number of things can get into grain, and it's not that simple. It's just it's always totally perfectly clean. In fact, in 1 year, 10 to 25% of the samples had some of particular inspections had some problems. But you can get in. I think someone mentioned the other day here that you could have 200 deer in a field of grain, or other animals, and there's excrement, rodent excrement. There can be fertilizer pellets mixed in it. Other things that have been found are toxins with bacteria and fungi, fusarium blight, mercury, glass, and ergo. And ergo is a particular example of how, if those people don't think wheat can be dangerous, small quantities in bread can lead to violent muscle spasms, hallucinations, and crawling sensations on the skin. And it was even thought that the Salem witch trials were caused because of ergo. So there could be very dangerous things in wheat, dangerous to human health, dangerous to Canadians' health, dangerous to Americans' health, dangerous to our exports overseas, and second importance, of course, far less important than health, is the damage to our reputation if these things are lost because of this lack of inspection. There's also, this bill would lead to a lot less research, and I think we've by the organization, Canadian Grain Commission, and we've talked already in this Parliament incessantly about the cutting of researchers by this government. I've talked a number of times about the northern research, atmospheric research has been cut right up as close to the North Pole where the weather station. The 3 largest research councils in Canada have all been cut as far as money for researchers go. And this is only, this small item here is symptomatic of that. But the reason we're world leading, of course, is we have this tremendous research capacity. We have these infestation labs. Amazing that we would think of doing a bill that would cut this and cut this great success story. I also want to talk about another protection for farmers. And as you know, I think as everyone knows, I'm sure someone must have mentioned it in their speech, right at the beginning of the bill, of course, it changes the function of the bill as to who they're protecting. And it suggests that they're not only protecting the farmers or producers anymore, but right throughout the system. And what the farmers or their organizations have got back to us said this really dilutes the protection of the farmers themselves. And I've mentioned that already in a number of cases, how the small farmer, the small producer, is being put at great risk by this bill, at unnecessary risk to the value of his crop, to the safety of his crop, and to the safety of an amount of pay for his crop that could lead basically to his life savings. So another item that reduces the safety of the farmers is the cutting back of the Grain Appeals Tribunal. You know, when a farmer had an objection or wanted to challenge the Grain Commission inspector's report, he had a Grain Appeals Tribunal that he could appeal to. This will be gone. This would have been gone under this act if it were to proceed. And not only that, his only recourse now is the chief grain inspector. That's one person. And as we've noticed with the wheat board machinations, etc., that one person may actually have the government's, the Conservative government's interests at heart as they're selected. And in any extent, I don't think any of us would want to put their entire livelihood, their family home, the family farm at the risk of only one person. Even one person could make an innocent mistake. And not only that, he could no longer go to court. What type of natural justice would ever prevent someone from going to court, especially when the tribunal that he could have gone to previously, or she could have gone to previously, has been eliminated? Really, I don't think farmers that have contacted our party are very happy about this lack of protection. I want to talk about a bit about some of the recommendations that the committee made. The minister had said, I think it was in February 1st of 2008, so the debate on the last round of the same act. As I recall, many of the amendments to this act come out of the work that has been done at Agricultural Committee. It has been done in cooperation with all parties, so I look forward to their support on this bill. And it says the amendments reflect the direction of both the Compass report and good work done by the Standing Committee of Agriculture and Agri-Food. And I think nothing could be, let's say I won't say untruthful, but more deceiving, because there was, as I said earlier, there were so many recommendations of the committee that were not followed. And what is really incomprehensible is the person that chaired putting the report forward at the time was the Minister of Agriculture, who had been chair of the committee. So he signs his name to a committee that has all sorts of recommendations, some of which I mentioned, more of which I will mention until I run out of time in my last 2 minutes. He signs his name to the committee report and then brings out a bill that doesn't follow those recommendations, and even worse, then the members of his party say in their speech that basically the bill is coming from the recommendations. That one of the things the committee recommended, that there should be a cost-benefit analysis. And that was never done, about privatizing the inspection services before anything like that was considered. That was never done. The committee, as I said earlier, suggested that before bonds were eliminated, that there was a study done, they report back to the committee on various models, and that the Grain Commission actually be given more money to do these types of investigations on the streamlining, not less money. Of course, the 200 job losses, you know, it's not just the jobs themselves. Every single member knows how bad that is and would agree. I don't fault any member on that. But when you equate that to inspections, reduced inspections on food safety, that makes it for tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of people, that makes it much more serious. So there's also, because of the problems related to the less quality of the shipments I suggested earlier, those in the transport business will know there could be less loss to Canadian ports. And the Agriculture Union estimates that the protection programs, the Protect Farmers that I talked about earlier, would be slashed by 67%, that the grain quality by almost 50%, and the research programs cut by 70%. Now, I don't know if people realize that this would be the ramifications of this bill. I've been told my time's up. So for all these reasons, I definitely think it's time to send this bill back to the drawing board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must say it's a really interesting morning today. I'm a member of Ag Committee, of course, and we were in Ag Committee talking to some farmers from Alberta and Quebec, and I have to notice that Mr. Easter and Mr. Adamenko, Mr. Easter being from a potato province, you think he would have an interest on potato topics, but of course I find out now that he's in the House here messing around with the grain industry out in Western Canada. Mr. Speaker, it's really disappointing for me to stand up here today because this is a bill that we talked amongst each other. This is something 2 years ago in committee. They actually talked together and actually came up with a report that was unanimous on how to go forward. And from that committee report, they actually came to legislation, which is what we see today. And we know it's not perfect. And the minister himself has said it's not perfect. It is something that probably does need some refining and some movement and some work in committee. And I was under the impression that all the opposition parties were in agreement with that, and they thought this would be a wise thing to do. So I guess, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering here now, and, my colleague talks about bonding. What does he say to that small business guy who all of a sudden now he has to go and buy an expensive bond? Or what does he say to that farmer who thought he was protected under the existing bonding system, and when he goes to collect his check, he finds out it's only half of what he thought it was going to be? Do you think that's the way the system should be?
The honourable member for the Yukon.
Well, that's an interesting suggestion. Suggesting the farmer will be upset if he only gets half of what he should, when we have a bill that will make sure he gets zero of what he should. I think he would have preferred to get the half. He talks about the small person being protected by the bond. It's the we're going to tell him he has to go out and buy a bond. No, it's not him that has to buy a bond. It's the big grain producers that have the little farmer's grain that might lose it, that might go bankrupt, that might refuse to pay totally by accident, and then that farmer is at risk. And he made the excellent point about all the parties agreeing at committee. They came up with some excellent recommendations. I mentioned a number of them that the bill went totally against and did not follow. So he was exactly right if he'd made that statement a year and a half ago whenever the committee did it. They came together in agreement, they signed a report, and then the chair of the committee who signed a report became the minister and brought forth a bill that had no resemblance at all to the recommendations in the report.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for BC Southern Interior.
Much, Mr. Speaker. I just heard a reference from my honourable colleague on the Ag Committee that I wasn't there this morning. Well, I was here debating this very important bill, and I would just like to, at some point in time, ask if he's doing any work to help the potato farmers. I got a letter on my desk to the minister to help. I've met the gentleman, Monsieur Jean, who had written me a letter. I talked with the folks at committee during the latter half, and I think all of our parties will get together to work on this, and hopefully our minister will help these folks in Quebec and in Alberta. I would just like to ask my honourable colleague from Yukon, and I must say I'm envious. He's going back to beautiful Yukon. I've spent years there, and I invite all members to visit this beautiful part of the country. Could he place this bill, C-13, in a global context? In other words, if passage of this bill were to go through, what ramifications would he see for Canadian farmers and for Canada? Good question.
The honourable member for the Yukon.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that question, and I do agree with him. I have the most beautiful riding in the country. Especially with the member for Skeena-Balkley Valley here, who may be in second place. But it's a very important question, a serious question. First of all, as I said, if you get these items dumped into a shipload that's going around the world, as I mentioned in the beginning, and everyone in the House would agree, we have a worldwide reputation for some of the highest quality grains, and that has two results, at least two important results. First of all, it's a human security result. We get, we're respected. People are making the high quality foods around the world from this grains. They know to pick the high quality at a high price Canadian products because they know it's going to be that extra quality. So our farmers and our grain companies and our transporters all benefit because we're getting more economy, more results from this. Why would we ever want to damage this by taking away inspectors? The second point is, because of GATT and international trade rules, there's very few things we can do anymore to help our farmers in their tremendous competition with Europe and the United States that subsidize it so much. When we have something here that is not being challenged, why would we eliminate that particular advantage? Why would we put the health of people anywhere in the world at risk? And finally, in the United States that are so security conscious now, and we remove that inward inspection of United States shipments, that may cut us right off if there's an incident, and we'd lose huge exports.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I think that maybe the member comes here without really understanding the bill at all. Obviously, we've seen some strange activity on the other side today, but I just want to ask him, is he aware that that actually farmers still get their grain, with the changes, farmers would still get their grain inspected at the elevators as they do now? And does he know that the grain would be inspected at port as it is now? And does he know that inward weighing is actually costing farmers money, and that if we made these changes, it would be saving the producers money? Does he know those things?
The Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Well, first of all, I already said it would be inspected at port at a time that was too late in some cases. It may cost them, it may still get inspected. It would have to be privatized. It could cost them even more. So what he's recommending could be done, but it would actually likely cost the farmers even more, and certainly would not be mandatory. This act makes it less mandatory, which could lead some farmers, because of a problem with another shipload that wasn't determined, for the reasons that I mentioned, of all the problems that I could go over again, the various contaminants that every farmer in the Conservative knows can occur in grains, could cost those farmers unnecessary losses.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Prince Albert.
Again, it's really interesting to listen to this, because it just shows the lack of understanding of the opposition parties and how the grain trade works and how things work in the system. And I guess I get really concerned here because my constituents are farmers. They're my friends and they're my neighbors. They don't want to be driving around in a 40-year-old half-ton, and what we're trying to do is modernize this half-ton or modernize this Grain Act. Why won't the honourable member allow this to go to committee and then make the modifications there?
The Honourable Member for the Yukon.
I'd like to use a different comparison. He talks about a 40-year-old half-ton. Well, let's talk about airplanes. If you take away the inspection on an airplane, of course you want to get new airplanes. It doesn't mean you stop inspecting them for safety periodically. Why would you, call a modernization would lead to stop of inspecting the airplanes you're going on? So why would modernization reduce the inspections on the food that we're eating?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a short question, please.
Well, I guess I'm still amazed at the member's lack of understanding of this issue, and maybe it's because he's not from the grain-growing area. I assume that's why. I've heard a number of statements from people who are completely ignorant about what they're talking about this morning. Mr. Speaker, it is time, as the member from Prince Albert just said, to modernize this system so that it begins to work far better for farmers, for producers, so they can get their grain to market, they can get paid a decent price for it, and there aren't all kinds of deductions and payments coming off of their grain. And this will do that. Farmers will still get their grain inspected as they do when they deliver it. The grain will be inspected at port when it's being exported, as it is right now, and the whole process will cost them less. Why is the member against that?
The Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, it's too bad the member is saying the National Farmers Union to come up with these problems doesn't know what they're talking about. But I explained, and he'll have to go back and look at the transcript and see my speech as to what the problems are with the changes that remove the inspections, increase the chances of bad food going overseas to exports, ruining our reputation, ruining the chances of farmers with high-quality shipments to get an extra price for that, ruining the possible having a security problem with the United States, and devastating the money that the revenues that our farmers get from exports to the United States. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to participate in this debate and just add my voice, and to this debate and my comments as well as a member who comes from a city riding. I stood up earlier in questions and answer and comments, and I expressed that. And I said maybe some people would be saying, what's a member from the city of Toronto or former city of Scarborough doing standing up and being concerned about farm issues? Well, Mr. Speaker, we consume as well, just as much as the people that live in Alberta or anywhere else. But before I go on, Mr. Speaker, I just want to point out that I'll be sharing my time with my good friend and colleague from Don Valley East, who is also a neighbor of my riding and an urbanite, Mr. Speaker. And it just goes to show you how much value we members from urban ridings like Don Valley East, like Scarborough Centre, and everywhere else. And in saying so, Mr. Speaker, I want to put on for the record that it was the former member, Dennis Mills, from Toronto Danforth, who initiated the celebration, the recognition, the support of what we called then recognition of the family farm. What he did at that time with that initiative, Mr. Speaker, he wanted to make all Canadians, no matter where they lived in Canada, aware of the importance of the family farm. Primarily, Mr. Speaker, because we value the good work and the type of participation that members that come from different parts of the country contribute to, not just to our food chain here in Canada, but in terms of exports, which create revenue for our country, job opportunities, and so on. Mr. Speaker, I sit on the International Trade Committee. And today, for example, we had in our committee representatives from another sector of the food chain, food supply, the Canadian Pork Council, the Canadian Beef Exporters Federation, the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, and we listened with great interest what they had to say. Now, they weren't talking about grain, but they're in essence talking about the same thing, what we consume as Canadians and what we also sell abroad. In this specific bill, Mr. Speaker, I sought the counsel of my honourable colleague, the former Minister of Agriculture, the Minister from LPAC, who I would say is an individual who knows this file very, very well. And as a member, as I said, from a city riding, I usually go to the source, and you know, he briefed me on it. And what he was summarizing here for me, Mr. Speaker, that I'd like to put on the record is that the purpose for our initiative is to eliminate inspections and weighing of grain shipments and bonding, which is a type of insurance for farmers in case of bankruptcy by shippers of grains. The changes in this legislation look to reduce costs for the sale and transportation of grain, but may add risks to the farmer. Mr. Speaker, no system is perfect. I think you and I agree on that. But what we also try to do is to make changes. I know in the last Parliament, the former Minister of Agriculture was having a plebiscite. And that plebiscite was put in question. If anything, it went before the courts. And it was thrown out. And the farmers wanted their input, and they should have their input democratically. And they did, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know why this administration or this government today is trying to, in essence, the sense is shove this legislation down people's throats. I know I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, in asking a question to the member from LPAC that I was concerned because he talked about it's not just about money, if I may quote him. And right away it prompted my concern on behalf of my constituents, on behalf of my residents in the province where I come from, Ontario. And it reminded me right away of Walkerton, Mr. Speaker, which occurred under a Conservative government, Mike Harris specifically. And we all know what happened then, and people lost their lives, and inspections was cut back, and inspectors were not available. And then in the last election, Mr. Speaker, we had an outbreak of listeriosis. And unfortunately, some Canadians lost their lives as well. And that had to do with changes with respect to how inspections took place. And there were, as we all know, funding reduced. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask myself, and I ask everybody through you, Mr. Speaker, how much is a life worth? Is it really worth saving, you know, a salary of an inspector or two? I don't think so. I think we've built a society here in Canada which is often described as second to none. And part of the civil society is our contributions through taxing, for example, through levies, for example, which we then put back into the system to make sure that proper inspection, for example, is being done, monitoring is being done, the right kind of professionals are being hired, so that we feel comfortable when we go out to the grocery store. For example, earlier today, I spoke to the representatives that I mentioned earlier. I said, you know, my concern is that I can go to the local store. I can't mention a specific store. One might think I'm promoting one over the other, but I like to feel comfortable that I go to a local store and I buy my steak, for example, or my mincemeat, or my bacon, and I'm at ease to feed myself and my family and my children. Similarly, all other products that come from our farming community should be put in that category as well. So, Mr. Speaker, my concern here with this legislation is that I think there's, as the member from LPAC said, some glitches in it, some bugs, as they say, from a technical term, that need to be addressed. I think if anybody has come forth with recommendations, Mr. Speaker, it is the member from LPAC, and I was hoping that the Conservative Party would open up and listen. I know today, for example, Mr. Speaker, we are trying to address the various concerns that, you know, the Pork Council is having, the beef producers are having, the cattlemen are having, in terms of sending their products primarily to one of our biggest markets, the United States of America, and in terms of the type of inspections that are going on. And what we are going to be undertaking, Mr. Speaker, if I may inform you, is to get down there at some point in time and talk to our counterparts and make them aware of what we are doing here in Canada. For example, when we had the BST issue, you'll recall that. I mean, we were basing our argument on science, and the Americans, unfortunately, were basing their argument on vested interest, and I'll just use that word, which was unfair, Mr. Speaker. Similarly to the softwood lumber issue, Mr. Speaker, where we know we have a good product, we invested in our mills, we modernized them, we're able to put out, you know, cost-effective products, and yet again, we get these appeals that take place in the through NAFTA or the WTO, and X amount of money is being then put forward to challenge or respond to the challenges, and next thing you know, farmers, for example, end up picking up a burden, similarly to what our witnesses were saying today before our committee. And what was disappointing also, Mr. Speaker, if I may point out with respect to our witnesses today in the Committee on International Trade, was that they felt that this government was not adequately supporting them financially so that they can be better equipped to market Canadian products internationally. And when they refer to the type of numbers that they are given, they're so minute in compared to other areas in other countries. It's no wonder that, you know, even though we've got the best beef, for example, in the world, and yet again, we're not able to get out there and get our fair share of the market. I know, Mr. Speaker, I would like to tell you about an incident that took place some years ago when we were going through the difficulties with respect to our beef products. They were invited into my riding, and we had a barbecue. And we invited constituents who really wanted to know what this issue was all about. As my good friend, the member from Don Valley said, you know, we're urbanites, but we care. We care first, and yes, we consume. So we invited the residents of our urban ridings, and they came out and spoke to the producers and spoke to the farmers. They were updated, they were educated, they were informed, and Mr. Speaker, they had a sympathetic ear. And what happened? All of a sudden, they were on board to send letters and provide their input and suggestions. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, what we did is we went to our schools and we talked to young students who hopefully will be tomorrow's representatives, somebody sitting here in my seat as opposed to me, again, talking about important issues to Canada. Because when we look, Mr. Speaker, at any issue, you know, no certain riding or area, I said before and I'll say again, has a monopoly on it. The Minister of Agriculture, I see he's sitting in his chair, he's paying very close attention to what I'm saying, knows this very well, that he doesn't have a monopoly on End of my time. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
When the debate resumes, the honourable member will have 5 minutes for questions and comments consequent on his speech. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés.
Statements by members.
South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a remarkable constituent in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. Captain Carl Vernon Atkinson of West Head, Cape Sable Island, has worked 50 years as a fishing captain. During this time, Mr. Atkinson's bravery saved the lives of fellow fishermen on 4 separate occasions. During rough seas in the spring of 1953, he risked his own boat and crew to save a 3-man crew in the boat that had foundered. In 1955, he steered his boat between 2 breakers during rough seas to save the captain of an overturned boat in one of the most daring rescues ever seen on the South Shore. In 1960, while other boats remained in port due to gale force winds, Mr. Atkinson left Clark's Harbor to rescue 2 men in medical distress. And finally, during a massive storm in 1968, he rescued 2 men whose boat had been shipwrecked. Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to recognize Mr. Atkinson's bravery as well as his 50 years as a fishing captain on the South Shore.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Autism Awareness Day, one of only 3 official disease-specific United Nations days. On this day, autism advocacy groups around the world are calling on their governments to take measures to raise awareness about autism and encourage early diagnosis and intervention. As many of us are aware, I'm proudly wearing the blue puzzle piece, the signature mark of Autism Speaks Canada, which symbolizes the 3 messages central to autism community: compassion, inclusion, and hope. 1 in every 150 children is diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, which makes it more prevalent than childhood cancer, diabetes, and AIDS combined. Canadian researchers are playing a lead role in many global research initiatives to help find the missing pieces of the autism puzzle. In the absence of a cure, early detection, diagnosis, and interventions are key to successful outcomes. I am proud that our Liberal leader has committed to Autism Speaks Canada, and in a letter I quote, "The Liberal Party strongly supports the initiative to develop a national strategy for autism to help provide better coordination of federal assistance for continued research." And I encourage every party leader to do the same.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, this week, the company Jurit, located in Magog in my riding of Brome-Missisquoi, and which manufactures a foam used by the wind industry, announced a layoff of around half of its staff. That is 210 specialised workers. These job losses are in addition to the thousands of other jobs lost in Magog in the manufacturing sector since 2007. President Obama is putting forward an auto industry bailout policy with a condition favouring the manufacture of green cars, and this government should follow suit and support environmentally friendly companies. I'd like to remind members that Gurit is the biggest manufacturer in Magog for wind sector green energy. Once again, our business is having to deal with this government's inertia and failure to put forward adequate environmentally friendly measures to support the manufacturing sector. For 3 years, they've been dragging their feet while jobs are being lost. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a statement on the Eco-Energy Wind Program. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Wind Energy Association has been working to extend its very successful Eco-Energy Program for renewable power. This program was to run until 2011, but it's clear that its huge success has meant that it has run out of money. This has created uncertainty for the wind energy industry here in Canada. We need leadership here in Canada on wind energy, and so the government must commit to new funding for this power program. It will cost $600 million to extend it for 5 years, but it would leverage over $6 billion in new investments in Canadian wind energy and create 8,000 new jobs. Mr. Speaker, other countries are now leading the way on renewable power and on wind energy. And an investment in the Eco-Energy Program today will enable Canada to effectively...
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, recently we saw an attempt to ridicule the presumed beliefs of a member of this House and the belief of millions of Canadians in a creator. Certain individuals in the media and the scientific community have exposed their own arrogance and intolerance of beliefs contrary to their own. Any scientist who declares that the theory of evolution is a fact has already abandoned the foundations of science. For science establishes fact through the study of things observable and reproducible. Since origins can neither be reproduced nor observed, they remain the realm of hypothesis. In science, it's perfectly acceptable to make assumptions when you do not have all the facts, but it's never acceptable to forget your assumptions. Given the modern evidence unavailable to Darwin, advanced models of plate tectonics, polonium radiohalos, polystratic fossils, I'm prepared to believe that Darwin would be willing to re-examine his assumptions. But, Mr. Speaker, the evolutionists may disagree, but neither can produce Darwin as a witness to prove his point. Now, the evolutionists may genuinely see his ancestor in a monkey, but many modern scientists interpret the same evidence in favor of creation and a creator.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, Dr. Wang Bizhang, founder of the Overseas Chinese Democracy Movement, was kidnapped in Vietnam in 2002 and illegally abducted into China. Following a one-day closed-door Star Chamber proceeding where he had no right to speak and no evidence was presented against him, Dr. Wang was sentenced to life imprisonment. 6 years ago, the United Nations determined that the charges were unfounded, and this Parliament adopted a motion calling for his release. Dr. Wang, now in his 60s, continues to languish in solitary confinement in a Chinese prison where both his health and morale deteriorate with every passing day. His Montreal-born daughter, Tiana Wang, is in Ottawa today to raise awareness about the plight of her father. Indeed, it was the freedom that Dr. Wang experienced as a medical student at McGill University that impelled him to forego his promising medical career and to dedicate himself to the cause of Chinese democracy. The imprisonment of Dr. Wang at this point is a form of ongoing torture. His original abduction, subsequent trial, and continued detention are illegal. This unjust suffering must now end. Today, we join Tiana Wang in calling for his release from prison and reuniting with his family.
The honourable member for Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, the boys from Hanna, Alberta, constituents of mine, really rocked the place at this year's Juno Awards. Since 1995, Chad, Mike, and Brandon Kruger, and Ryan Peake, Daniel Adair, and Ryan Vicdal have been known as Nickelback. And these local boys have rocked and rolled around the world. At the Juno Awards, they won Best Album, Best Group, and the Fan Choice Award. I encourage all members to get a copy of Nickelback's Dark Horse album, the best album in Canada in 2008. With Alberta know-how and musical talent honed in a small town, these boys have been rocking since they were in middle school together. They are living the dream, and many aspiring young musicians in Canada and around the world. These Canadians have all made us proud and entertained us over the years with their albums All the Right Reasons, The Long Road, Silver Side Up, and The State. We wish them all the best on their North American tour and through 2009.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne, Blainville. Mr. Speaker, it's my great pleasure to tell you about Quebec's 7th Annual Adults in Training Week. It's an initiative from the Adult Education Institute on Corporation. Year after year, this not-for-profit organisation promotes adult training, whether it be formal or informal. Over 500 activities are slated for this week, including public speaking and creativity workshops, debates, exhibitions, various fora, open houses, cultural visits, etc., etc. I fully welcome this initiative, which attests once again to the enthusiasm and dynamism of the Quebec nation. At the same time, I can only hope that this government finally stops hemming and hawing and get the money promised to Quebec flowing for labour training. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, yesterday my colleague responded to a question for which the answer is crucial for the Quebec government and Quebecers about harmonisation of the GST and the Quebec sales tax. Despite the visible chaos within the ranks of the Bloc Québécois, the Minister once again gave Quebecers of all stripes the plain facts. The Quebec Finance Minister stated that the Quebec sales tax is not harmonised and that changes need to be made for it to be so. we've acted diligently, true to form as Conservatives and real Quebecers. We've promised to negotiate in good faith with the Quebec government, and that's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. Now, as for the unworthy name-calling from the increasingly frustrated Bloc Québécois, well, I'd prefer to be serving the public like I am than sitting on the sidelines like they are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, cancer is a tragedy that affects too many Canadian families. On average, 3,200 Canadians are diagnosed every week with this terrible disease. Tragically, more than 1,400 Canadians will die from cancer this week. Based on current incidence rates, 39% of Canadian women and 45% of Canadian men will develop cancer during their lifetimes. This means that every Canadian family will be affected by cancer. Support of April as Daffodil Month will inform Canadians of what they can do to prevent cancer, fund excellent research on all types of cancer, provide support to cancer patients and their families, and provide information about cancer to all Canadians. For this government, wearing a daffodil is not enough. We call on them to fund a health research, put a stop to the illicit cigarettes, and honor the Prime Minister's promise to ban the flavored tobacco products affecting our children. The government must act now.
The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Mr. Speaker, imagine if a political party tells voters in BC that they don't want to help the auto industry, and then in Ontario pretend they never said such words. Imagine if a political party champions a job-killing carbon tax one day and then backs away from it the next. Imagine if a political party would say on the East Coast that they support the seal hunt, and then back in Ottawa introduce a bill that would ban the seal hunt. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, if a political party went to one province and praised their natural resource industries, and then went to another and said natural resources are basement industries. Mr. Speaker, it's actually not that hard to imagine, because these are the hypocritical views of the Liberal Party of Canada.
The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
At a time when this government lectures the world for not spending enough to help their economies, the PM, at least at a minimum, should apologize to the forestry communities of British Columbia devastated by the pine beetle. Pine beetle funding promised to the damaged and devastated communities more than 2.5 years ago was worth less than the paper the press release was printed on. My communities are desperate for this help to turn around their economies and save their towns. They've asked for accountability time and again from this government, and nothing. Rather than pretend they're willing to help our communities devastated by the pine beetle, this government must own up to its commitments, show up with the money, and give up this pattern of deception.
The honourable member for Edmonton, Millwoods, Beaumont.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Autism Awareness Day. It's also now 11 years since my son Jaden was diagnosed with autism. So how can I, in just 1 minute, explain what it's like to deal with autism? Jaden is now 13, and it's been a very difficult year for him. He's still an amazing kid with an impact on people that I can only dream I'll one day have. But 13 years is a difficult time for any kid. It has been a particularly difficult time for Jaden, who's completely nonverbal. Jaden has an intense desire to be needed, to please anyone he comes into contact with, but this, combined with his difficulty communicating, has led to a paralyzing anxiety at times. He's often unsure whether yes really means yes, and a no can cause a stream of literally unexplainable tears that are heartbreaking for all of us. Mr. Speaker, families across this country deal with autism and issues like this every day. On this single day, we honor them for the selfless commitment they make to their loved ones every day of the year.
The honourable member for HoC. Mr. Speaker, as a result of the conflict between the Sri Lankan government and the Elam Tamil rebels, the United Nations High Commission on Human Rights recently called for a temporary ceasefire to enable civilians to evacuate and get humanitarian aid. Despite this government's designation of safe zones for civilians, these zones have been bombed repeatedly. Over 2,800 civilians have been killed, including hundreds of children. There have been over 7,000 injured since the 20th of January, and many of them were in these so-called safe zones. Between 150,000 and 180,000 civilians will be trapped in a smaller and smaller area. This violence must stop, and it's high time that the Government of Canada urge all parties to institute an immediate ceasefire and support the demands of the High Commission of the United Nations on Human Rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Etobicoke Lakeshore. Mr. Speaker, I rise to mark the 92nd anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge. In 4 days in April 1917, Canada's troops succeeded where our allies had failed, ascending and capturing the ridge under fire. My grandfather's unit was among them. Par leur sacrifice,
through their sacrifice, those that fell in Vimy earned the respect of all of us, and Canada took its rightful place in the Hall of Nations. Let's never forget that this country gave what it had as most precious to produce the well-being and welfare of the world.
Needs our help. Canada's answer has always been, ready, aye ready. We honour the fallen of Vimy Ridge and also of Passchendaele and Ypres, of the beaches of Normandy, and yes, of Kandahar. We will keep faith with their valour and sacrifice. We will remember them.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Hear, hear. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberal Party voted in favour of an NDP climate change bill that would cripple our economy in the best of times, but will outright devastate it in the current global economic crisis. This Liberal NDP bill will put thousands of Canadians out of work and gut our manufacturing industries. Sadly, this is the only idea ever offered up by the Liberal Party in response to Canada's serious economic challenges. This bill is as bad as the Liberals' own job-killing carbon tax. Worse. This bill is also a slap in the face to the climate change approach put forward by both our government and the U.S. administration. Mr. Speaker, how low can the Liberals sink? Their willingness to again shack up with an NDP bloc coalition is a warning to all of us how shamefully desperate the Liberal Party is to get its hands on power. Canadians, beware.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on the economy, the Prime Minister says one thing outside the country and another inside to fellow Canadians. On Fox News, and CNN, he told other countries to boost their stimulus. In Canada, says we shouldn't worry. He's done enough already. Which is it? The other side can laugh, but the basic story they're offering to Canadians is unraveling. Does the government believe, that's the question, does the government believe it's done enough for the Canadian economy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is an absolute false statement. The Prime Minister has said the very same thing in this House that he said in London today, as has the Finance Minister. They have said that the stimulus that we put in place, which is very substantial, Mr. Speaker, it's larger than most OECD countries and G7 countries. Right. But the Prime Minister again today reiterated, if we need to do more, we will.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in London, the Prime Minister also said this, quote, notwithstanding that the employment effects are becoming very real on people, the worst aspects of instability are behind us, unquote. In plain English, that means Canadians are losing their jobs and we're not doing anything more to help them. Why can't the Prime Minister speak plain in English? Why can't he convey any understanding of what's happening to workers? And will he or won't he offer additional measures to help them.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
And that was plain speak, was it, Mr. Speaker? I noticed he had a little trouble getting that out. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been very clear that we put in place an economic action plan that was necessary for Canadians. Not only is it going to stimulate the economy, but it put money in place to retrain those that are unfortunate enough to lose their jobs. We've extended EI 5 weeks. That is very important for those that have lost their jobs. That will help bridge them through to where they can maybe find some new employment, Mr. Speaker. That is critical to this government. Those people are important to us, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, hundreds of thousands of Canadians are going to lose their jobs over the next year. EI is not helping the unemployed enough. And the Bank of Canada is going to have to bring its interest rate down again. Is this the vision of this government? More indifference? More obstinate indifference? The Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, at a time when Canada is struggling economically, we have brought in measures to help those losing their jobs. One of these measures, Mr. Speaker, is to extend the period of EI by 5 weeks. Other parties are saying perhaps we should start 2 weeks earlier and then 2 weeks earlier. What we're doing is adding on 5 extra weeks. This means that if someone gets $400 a week in EI, this means $2,000 extra for someone who's lost a job.
Mr. Speaker, the head of the Women's Affairs at the Afghanistan Independent Human Rights Commission said that Western silence had been, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, disastrous for women's rights in Afghanistan. She went on to say something which is very pertinent. If they had got more involved in the process when it was discussed in Parliament, we could have stopped it. I'd like to ask the government, when were they aware of the legislation being proposed with respect to women in Afghanistan, and what did they do about it when they heard about it?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Speaker, I was in Afghanistan only about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and the officials in Afghanistan, the people of Afghanistan, were not even aware of this legislation coming at them. Mr. Speaker, we are very much aware of it. That's why the Prime Minister has taken a lead on the world stage, making it very clear Afghanistan must live up to their responsibility to protect human rights, especially the human rights of women, Mr. Speaker. We've made this very clear. We know they're in that process now, and we are holding them to that.
The Honourable Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Speaker, maybe they'll finally take a lead on this next story. Despite the concerns raised by several senior courts, including the Saudi King's own Supreme Council, that the case of Mohammed Kahil must be seen as a matter of self-defense and not murder, a lower court has once again reaffirmed a sentence of death on Mr. Kahil, which may also imperil the life of his brother Sultan. The Prime Minister is right now with the King of Saudi Arabia in London today. Will he finally act directly and raise the serious miscarriage of justice with King Abdullah? What will it take for him to act and show some leadership?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we are deeply disappointed at the reports that a Saudi court has upheld its decision to sentence Mohammed Kahil to death. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has requested that his officials review the Saudi court decision when it is issued. Mr. Speaker, Canada continues to express its concern for a fair and transparent review of the verdict and the sentence. Mr. Speaker, since 2007, we have remained in regular contact with the Kahil families, including their lawyer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said contradictory things yesterday when he was asking his counterparts in the G20 to do more to deal with the economic crisis. But has he done enough to deal with this crisis? He says he has, but the economy keeps deteriorating. There are the problems with Abiti, Beauwater, and Bombardier. It seems that the Prime Minister is missing the boat again. When will this government begin? What does this government think it should do to deal with the economic crisis? More or less? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I actually have to reject the premise of that, Mr. Speaker. Let me quote from the IMF report. The IMF supports the large, timely, and well-targeted fiscal stimulus in Budget 2009. The stimulus package is appropriately sized, well above the fund's benchmark of 2% of GDP. It is also prudently based on worse economic outturn than private sector forecasts. Mr. Speaker, how can anyone in the opposition say that we haven't done enough?
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the OECD we're seeing that the 5 extra weeks for the unemployed is a good thing, but most of them won't need it. What is a problem is the 2 weeks waiting period where they don't get benefits, and this affects all the unemployed. Does the government realize that it could help all the unemployed and inject money into the economy? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition for the Bloc Québécois does not realize that when we're in this difficult and economic situation, it takes people a longer period of time to find a new job. Let's take the example of Bombardier. What the Bloc is saying is that people start getting benefits 2 weeks earlier, but end 3 weeks earlier. What we're doing is saying that they should get benefits for a longer period of time. Instead of 2 weeks, we're giving them 5. Order. The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Revenue knows that the 5 extra weeks is one thing, the waiting period is another. Just removing the waiting period doesn't mean you have to remove the 5 extra weeks. Does the minister not understand that it's now that people are having to deal with a crisis and we need targeted measures such as eliminating the waiting period to help the unemployed and boost the economy? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, here again, it seems that the Honourable Member wants to deprive people of 5 additional weeks of EI. She wants them to get the 2 weeks up front, but to not get the 5 weeks. This is the difference between their philosophy and ours. We are really trying to help those who have lost their jobs for a longer period of time. The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, there have been $275,000 jobs less than there were in January. And here there are going to be about 1,000 jobs lost with Bombardier. 2 extra weeks of benefits at the beginning could make a huge difference. Doesn't he feel that what they're doing is actually accentuating the crisis? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the waiting period, this 2-week period, do you know how long that's existed? Since 1971. It's the same sort of amount of time as for people who get car insurance. They have to wait a certain period of time. They want them to start 2 weeks earlier and not to get the 5 weeks. What we're doing is adding 5 extra weeks. And I think that people who've lost their jobs will be very appreciative of having these extra 5 weeks of benefits.
For Toronto, Danforth. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the laws that President Karzai is bringing forward are devastating steps backwards for women in Afghanistan. The United Nations Commissioner for Human Rights has said, and I'm quoting, that these laws are a clear indication that the human rights situation in Afghanistan is getting worse, not better. And this latest assault on rights isn't new. This House passed a unanimous motion
to support Afghan journalist Saeed Pervez Kambakhsh, who received a life sentence because he wrote about women's rights. That's not what we're fighting for. What concrete consequences will there be for
the Honourable Minister of International Trade?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are very concerned about this situation. That's why, upon learning of it, the Minister of Foreign Affairs immediately called upon his counterpart to ask what they were intending to do. The Prime Minister was one of the first world leaders making a public statement of indignation on this subject, Mr. Speaker, and we are saying to the government in Afghanistan they have certain obligations that are very clear under international treaties. They must live up to those, and especially they must live up to protecting the human rights, including human rights of women, Mr. Speaker. We are holding them to that.
The Honourable Member for Toronto, Danforth.
Speaker, when it comes to the economy, it seems that the Prime Minister is always late. He was late to recognize the recession. He was late to recognize the job loss crisis. He was in denial about it. He's even late for the photo ops. But you know something? He also has a problem when it comes to saying one thing on the world stage and another one here in Canada. Here's the latest example. The G20 rightly spoke out against tax havens and said that there needs to be action. Yet this government, with the help of the Liberals, just loosened the rules for tax havens in its budget. So which Prime Minister should we believe? The one speaking at the G20 or the one taking action to the contrary here?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only one late in this session is the NDP. They still haven't read the budget. And they probably, Mr. Speaker, they probably have not yet read the declaration that Canada signed on to this morning. And this is a G20 joint declaration. Non-cooperative offshore tax havens will be named and shamed if they do not agree to international rules. Is that not clear enough, or should I take it over so he can read it?
The Honourable Member for Toronto, Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, while he's taking the economic crisis seriously in London, he was photographed with a soccer player and with the Queen. But here he's beating records for poor economic performance, even Mr. Mulroney's poor economic records. In terms of GDP, we've been investing less in boosting the economy than Russia, North Korea, China, all kinds of other countries. Why? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Why on earth would he ask a question like that, when in fact we took early preemptive action? Let me quote from something else that I assume the Honourable Member has not yet read. That's the 2007 Fall Economic Statement. It's probably right underneath that budget in that stack of unread books. Given this global economic uncertainty, and I will repeat that, this is in the Fall Economic Statement, given this global economic uncertainty, now is the time to act. Our strong fiscal position provides Canada with an opportunity that few other countries have to make broad-based tax reductions. That's what we did, Mr. Speaker, but I think they voted against that, too.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, at the G20, the Prime Minister tries to curry favour with President Obama by saying everyone should do more to stimulate the economy. And here at home, he tries to curry favour with his Conservative base by saying Canada's done plenty. Now, it's true, he's been all over the map for months. But does he really believe this juvenile attempt to mix his messages will fool either President Obama or his Conservative base here at home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that the Honourable Member is failing to recognize the fact that there's only one party in this House of Commons that actually put forward a plan to deal with these difficult economic times. This is a worldwide recession, Mr. Speaker, and as I just quoted, we took preemptive action starting as early as the fall of 2007. We waited, and we waited, and we waited for the opposition to put forward a plan. Mr. Speaker, we're still waiting.
Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Well, Canadians are waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for $1 of their infrastructure money to get out to maybe I should have, in light of yesterday's photograph, maybe I should have said the G19 rather than the G20. In any event, the Prime Minister switches from depression talk 2 months ago to Pollyanna talk 2 weeks ago. And what did he say today? He said he hopes that there will be a recovery eventually. Even after the Great Depression of the 30s, the economy recovered eventually. Is that the best Conservatives have to offer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, talking about offering, as I said, we still haven't had any offering of anything constructive. That honourable member and his colleagues continue to stand in this House and decry the fact that there hasn't been a dollar of new spending out this year. Mr. Speaker, it just started yesterday. This is only the 2nd of April. We're moving the money out. The Honourable Transport Minister assures us that this money is going out as fast as he can get it out. But, Mr. Speaker, that's to stimulate the economy. That's to get people working again.
The Honourable Member for Brassard-La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems that Abitibi-Bowater won't be able to come to a restructuring agreement. It seems that this giant of the forestry industry is headed for bankruptcy. The government knows the forestry sector is in a crisis, and it knows that Abitibi-Bowater and other companies need urgent help. Does it know this? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, the government is very aware of what's happening to Abitibi-Bowater and to other companies in the forestry industry. We're very concerned about the fate of the employees of Abitibi-Bowater and about the families that are affected. Abitibi-Bowater is continuing to work, and we're watching very carefully what is happening with this company. The Honourable Member for Brassard-La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the government initiatives are not benefiting the forestry sector. A witness before the Subcommittee on Forestry said there were no measures for research and development or any other federal programs. That mills are continuing to close, communities are being hard hit, and
implemented a clear forestry strategy.
The
Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, we've implemented several measures. You know, as do colleagues in this House, that for the forestry industry, it's markets that matter. And people here are doing politics on the backs of people who are being hard hit in this industry. Unfortunately, it's a question of the cost of things. I know it's easy to do politics on the backs of the regions. But, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to support these industries and these businesses in the forestry sector. Order. The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, in La Presse, journalist André Pratt says, I think the Finance Minister should reread the budget he published last year. He said about provinces that hadn't harmonized their taxes that he names the delinquent provinces, but Quebec is not one of them. End of quote. Will the government acknowledge that overall Quebec sales tax is harmonized with the GST and that Quebec must be compensated? The Honourable Minister of Public Works. Mr. Speaker, we're apprised of what Madame Jérôme Forget has said. There are negotiations underway, negotiations in good faith, and we'll see what Madame Jérôme Forget has to say. The Honourable Member. Well, it's important that the Minister of Finance and the other members across the way read this carefully. Yesterday, the Minister of Finance of Quebec wrote to her federal counterpart that apart from certain details which are being used as a pretext by the Conservatives not to compensate Quebec, she says Quebec is ready to negotiate, but that it takes two to negotiate. Well, this government pledged to negotiate in good faith in order to compensate Quebec as it has done Ontario. The Honourable Minister of Public Works. Mr. Speaker, the answer is the same. We've said over and over that we are in talks with Madame Géron-Forget. There are negotiations taking place that are in good faith, and we'll keep you tuned, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Laval, Mr. Speaker, the government has adopted a retrograde law which will hit 50% of women, 50% of the population that is women. We know that in a country that can allow women to be raped, if we allow a country to allow other women to be raped, this is bad for women everywhere. Can the government say what consequences there will be for Afghanistan if it adopts this legislation?
Mr. Speaker, we are watching this situation in Afghanistan very closely. It's very, very concerning. We are asking the government of Afghanistan to protect human rights. They have to support their international obligations, and they have to support rights for women. We will insist that they do so. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Lablède, Mr. Speaker, to expressing one's deep concern is not enough. There are other measures that should be taken. First of all, a clear denunciation of the Afghan law in NATO. And the government could take the millions of dollars that the Canadian government has given to the Karzai government and transfer that money to the NGOs that could directly use it. Does the minister not think that NGOs are better placed to help women than a government that allows them to be repressed? The Minister of International Trade, first of all, I would point out that the contact with NATO has not yet begun. Each time we are dealing with this, it is through our Foreign Affairs Minister, our Prime Minister, that we have been extremely clear. We are asking the Afghan government to protect human rights and to support the rights of women. We will continue to insist on this. The Honourable Member for Westmount-Ville-Marie.
About the jobs of tomorrow. Venture capital is critical in financing private sector research, and in Canada it's drying up. The Business Development Bank of Canada warns that we could lose hundreds of innovative small companies in their infancy. To quote a senior VP, it breaks my heart because if we let go of these technology companies, once the recession is over, you will have lost all this technology. You will have lost a decade. Mr. Speaker, what are the Conservatives doing about this? Do they know that they're saying no to the jobs of tomorrow?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Quite the opposite, Mr. Speaker. In fact, in our Economic Action Plan, we included a $3 billion increase to the capital of the BDC, and venture capital funding is and will be part of that funding. I can assure the Honourable Member, I can assure members of this House that we believe in venture capital. We believe it's important for our marketplace to have a space for venture capital, and we will be supportive of the BDC in this regard.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, as a result of the economic crisis, we all know that venture capital is drying up, and many small Canadian companies that are producing cutting-edge technology are in danger of dying. Ballard Power Systems is a British Columbia company. It's a world leader in fuel cell technology. It is shedding 39 jobs, 8% of its workforce. I have a question to ask of the Minister. Would this government assist this and other companies in this great country to actually continue to create and protect the jobs of tomorrow?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Let me say that, of course, we have some great Canadian companies doing some great work in many different sectors, including new fuel technology, and we want to support that. That's what the eco-energy retrofit is all about. That's what our green plans that my colleague, the Minister of Environment, is pursuing as well. And certainly, if Ballard wishes to speak to me, I had a very good discussion with them a couple of months ago, but if they have some projects that the Government of Canada can be helpful with, then we're all ears.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, the North American auto industry is one of the most integrated in the world, with over $150 billion in cross-border trade annually. Logically, then, the Conservatives should be working with the Americans on an integrated solution. Yet the industry ministry was completely caught off guard when President Obama announced numerous initiatives to shore up consumer confidence. With so many jobs on the line, why is this government out of the loop?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in fact, it's quite the opposite. As President Obama said himself to the people of the United States of America in his live televised address on Monday, he is working with the Canadians. He saluted the Canadians. That means the Canadian government, Mr. Speaker, because we have a consistent, cogent position on the auto sector. It doesn't mean the Liberals who say one thing at one end of the country and another thing at the other end of the country, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents in Mississauga, Brampton South work in the auto sector. Constituents like Jerry Mifsud of Berger Precision Limited needs this government to fight for their interests. The Americans understand this, and they have implemented bankruptcy protections, guarantees for car warranties, and incentives for the purchase of new vehicles. Why has this minister done nothing? Why has he abandoned the auto sector? Why has he abandoned Jerry?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Speaker, I hope the Honourable Member has told Jerry about all the wonderful things that we have done in conjunction with Premier Dalton McGuinty to secure the 20% production capacity here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. We are on the file. We've been on the file since, quite frankly, since we were re-elected in October. There has not been, on this side of the House, a peep except to say in British Columbia we don't support the auto sector, and then in the House to crow about how they want to be supportive of the auto sector. That is not leadership.
The Honourable Member for Grant.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberals voted for the NDPC 311 Tiddlywink bill. A bill the Liberal member for Ottawa South suggests has targets that are fiscally irresponsible because there is no accompanying plan to accomplish them, causing him to say, and I quote, "We might as well be sitting at a table with monopoly money and tiddlywinks." Could the Minister of the Environment please explain to the House the right way forward on climate change?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, the coalition is obviously alive and well. Everyone in Canada except for the opposition knows that a responsible climate change plan turns, Mr. Speaker, upon our economic realities. That's why we're working together on the clean energy dialogue with the U.S. administration. That's why we took leadership with harmonized tailpipe emission standards yesterday, Mr. Speaker. Meanwhile, every single member of the Liberal Party stood yesterday and voted in favor of a bill that their own critic calls the Tiddlywink Bill, Mr. Speaker. Shame!
Honourable Member. Order. An order. The Honourable
Order.
For Edmonton Strathcona. Order.
Speaker, in 2008, Dr. O'Connor revealed high rates of cancers in Fort Chipewyan First Nations. Health Canada responded by filing complaints against the doctor, with the Alberta College of Physicians alleging he had caused undue alarm. Alberta Health Services has verified that the rates of 3 types of cancers are higher than expected and has recommended action be taken. The community has asked Health Canada to withdraw this complaint against their doctor. Will the Minister of Health end this unfounded witch hunt, and will she exercise her legal duty to examine the role toxins in the Athabasca River play in higher cancer rates?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member asked a very good question. We have put more money into Aboriginal health care in this country, and the health minister will be taking action as she sees fit. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
The healthcare problems just started in northern Manitoba, Mr. Speaker. Last week, twin babies from the remote Garden Hill First Nation in Manitoba were medevaced to Winnipeg to undergo emergency treatment for meningitis that went undetected at the local nursing station, said to be of World War II vintage. Sadly, one of the babies died. This isn't an isolated incident. A recent Health Canada report found that Aboriginal children are dying at a rate 4 times higher than non-Native kids. That's just unacceptable. So what steps will be taken to ensure more First Nations children won't needlessly die on this government's watch?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question on this issue. I'd like to express my sincere sympathies to the families following the illness to their children and the tragic loss of their son. Our government is committed to providing quality health care to the Garden Hill First Nations community. The community is supported by a recently built nursing station which provides services 24/7. Health Canada is in the process of reviewing the facts of these cases. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Marcorel-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, everybody in Quebec agrees that gun control is an essential part of an integrated, effective fight against crime. The Minister should listen. The very goal of the government seems to be to reduce the registry, to allow hunters to keep their guns. Why is the minister refusing to listen to the people who talk about what has happened in the shootings? Why will he not maintain the gun registry?
This government is, of course, very concerned with the battle against crime and against gun crime. That's why we have been carrying out a very ambitious legislative agenda on those matters that included mandatory prison sentences for gun crimes, which we had some challenges in getting adopted by this House. I might remind everyone from the last government. We also have been working on a legislation that the Justice Minister has introduced to combat organized crime and drug crime. Those are the kinds of things that are going to focus on criminals. As for the long gun registry, that's a matter of targeting farmers, law-abiding hunters. That's not where the problem is. The problem is fighting crime.
The Honourable Member for Marcorel-Fortin. I don't know why a mandatory minimum would be less than 7 years for having marijuana, and that was 20 years ago. The Liberals and the NDP have hesitated with respect to their position on this matter. The NDP seems to be held in bondage to the Conservatives. Is the government going to abandon the registry? If it does so, will it not transfer the powers to the government of Quebec? That is what the government of Quebec and all stakeholders are asking for, the Minister of Public Safety.
I believe, as everyone knows, the long gun registry was enacted pursuant to the constitutional powers, criminal powers that the federal government possesses under the Constitution. As a result, those couldn't be transferred. The province, of course, does have its own ability to act under its powers regarding property rights, and if they wish to do that, they can, of course, do that. We could have nothing to say about that.
The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, a recently laid off auto worker in my riding is not eligible for EI because in Toronto the government requires 700 qualifying hours. Because this individual only had 699 hours, he was denied EI. Shame. Would the minister explain why an unemployed worker in the exact same number of hours, living in one of 26 other regions, qualifies for EI, while my constituent doesn't? How can she justify this discrimination?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
The EI program automatically adjusts itself to the unemployment rate, and as it goes higher, the amount of time required goes lower, and the benefits increase. And it's a program that was implemented by that government when the unemployment rate was higher than it is today. But, Mr. Speaker, we have done expansions to the program, and we've included things to help people from being laid off, like the work sharing program, which allows people not to be laid off and to continue working during these tough economic times.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Canso.
Well, what's sad, Mr. Speaker, you know, they continue to refer to the 5 weeks and the extension of the benefits for 5 weeks. Mr. Speaker, that was a Liberal program that was established in 28 ridings. These guys took it nationally, and we support that. But that's not the question here. It's not about the last 5 weeks. It's about the first 5 days. And Canadians, tens of thousands of Canadians that can't get benefits. We need minimal national qualifying hours. When will this government do something about the people that are hurting in this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure how much plainer we can make it. 5 weeks is more than 2 weeks, and for those that are unemployed for a longer period of time, they need those benefits most at the end of their search for employment. And here's what the former Governor of the Bank of Canada said, David Dodge, he said the first 2 weeks are there for a very good reason. Moreover, many of the people that are being laid off get some sort of bridge payment through the period, so that's not where the real issue is. The real issue is that some of these people are going to be laid off work for a rather long period of time, and that's where the benefit is required, and that's why we've extended it by 5 weeks.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, by reducing the quotas that were allotted to the fishers in New Brunswick and Quebec to the benefit of certain organizations in her province, the Minister of Fishery is jeopardizing the shrimp fishery. She is giving preferential treatment to PEI, and they don't even have votes. Mr. Speaker, why is the Minister of Fishery refusing to allow the same quota for Quebec and New Brunswick? Is it because they didn't vote Conservative?
Ministre des Pêches et des Océans.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the honourable member that provinces with the lion's share of Gulf shrimp, which are Quebec, New Brunswick, and Newfoundland and Labrador, will not see any decrease to their normal allocation. As a matter of fact, they will see a slight increase to their allocation.
Well done.
Any future quota increases will be allocated with a slight upward adjustment of less than 1% for Nova Scotia and PEI. To put this in perspective, Mr. Speaker, Quebec has almost 60% of the quota, and PEI has 1.1%. Hardly earth-shattering.
Honourable Member for British Columbia, Southern Interior.
Speaker, according to a report by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, inward inspection of grain ensures that Canadian grain is free from harmful contaminants or other safety hazards. In 2008, ergo, a dangerous fungal disease was prevalent along the Manitoba-Saskatchewan border. Canada's grain inspection system was able to ensure that dangerous levels of ergo were kept out of the food supply. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-13 proposes to eliminate inward inspection by the Canadian Grain Commission. Does the Minister of Agriculture agree that this would create a serious gap in the Canadian food and safety system?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Absolutely not, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite has it totally wrong. It's not ergo, it's ergot. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, inward graying is still available, inward inspection is still available. It has nothing to do with food safety, Mr. Speaker. What that is the blending of product as it moves between inland terminals and export position, Mr. Speaker. The grain is still checked as it goes into the elevator pit. It's still checked as it is exported out of this country, Mr. Speaker. Food safety is retained. What they've done today, getting rid of Bill C-13, is hamstring producers again. You know, it's an antiquated act, Mr. Speaker. It's darn near as old as the NDP.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, London, Ontario is a long way from Canada's Arctic, but that doesn't mean we aren't concerned about the issues of the North. In fact, the opposite is true. Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government's attention and focus on the Arctic is unprecedented.
Right.
The Minister of Defence has rightly praised our Air Force and NORAD in protecting North American airspace. Canada's Arctic, our true north strong and free, is vast. Would the Minister of Defence advise the House what other things Canada is doing to protect our Arctic sovereignty?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Canadian forces, including the Air Force. And Mr. Speaker, this week our troops are preparing to exercise Canadian sovereignty in Northern Operation Nunaluvut. The operation will highlight the unique capabilities of the Canadian Rangers, their ability to respond in the most remote areas of the North, and the Rangers are an integral part to our Arctic policy, where we're increasing their numbers to a total of 5,000. Our government has just announced the construction of 2 new satellite ground stations to enhance our surveillance and security there. Through investments under the Canada First Defence Strategy, we'll acquire ships, a training centre in Resolute Bay, a new deep water facility in Nanisivik. Mr. Speaker, our government is leading and addressing the challenges and opportunities.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, criminal gangs are raking in huge profits as the illegal trade of tobacco products flow freely across the Canada-US border. This is costing the Treasury $2.8 billion, but it also costs the minister's own province of Quebec $300 million. And while the RCMP is trying to stop this criminal activity, the CRA is giving licenses to operators linked to organized crime. Will the Minister of Public Safety talk to the Minister of National Revenue and stop this farce?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, of course, when a promoter asks or applies for a license with respect to tobacco, there is a very rigorous process that is set in place. We check with the RCMP to see if that person has a record or not. If it's the case, there is no license that is issued. Secondly, if the process is underway, once it's sure that this is an okay person, if something changes during the process, if there is any evidence of crime that comes up, of course, there would be no license. We always check with the RCMP. The Honourable Member for Jean Lebert, Mr. Speaker. An Mexican police officer was refused the status of a refugee. Mr. Alenas is his name. He from the he was refused by the CBSA, and he received a request to appear before the IRB with his wife. Is the Minister aware of this? Can the Minister of Public Safety explain whether or not Mr. Arenas will have to appear before the agency? Yes. The Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. Mr. Speaker, I cannot make any comment about specific cases because of ATIP, but I can say that I could speak to the honourable member if, with respect to a letter, if he has a letter of approval from the citizen in question.
Mr. Speaker, each day in the forest industry we learn of new layoffs, extended shutdowns, and companies that can't secure credit to maintain operations. Rodney and Carol Wally own and operate Wally Logging Limited in Atikokan, 7 employees. Wally Logging doesn't want a handout. They need a loan guarantee. Will this government provide forest companies like Wally Logging with the loan guarantees they need to keep operating and to keep hard-working Canadians working?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the member was here a couple of weeks ago and heard the debate on the forestry issues, he would know that we've got an integrated approach to this situation. In the long term, we've set in place a number of issues, including access to credit, which he's talking about today. We've also got the $1 billion Community Adjustment Fund in place. We're trying to develop markets, new technology for folks, so there's an integrated approach to dealing with the pressures in forestry industry. This government is getting the job done for the forestry community.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Autism is an important issue which presents challenges for many Canadian families. This Conservative government has done more for this issue than any other federal government by funding a chair of autism research at Simon Fraser University, by funding autism research through Canadian Institutes of Health Research. Will the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health please tell this House what other measures our government is taking to address this important issue?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question, and I'd like to thank the member from Edmonton Millwoods Beaumont for his hard work and commitment to our future advocacy. Our government recognizes that autism is an important health and social issue which presents challenges for many Canadian families. I'm pleased to inform this House that our government has declared April 2nd as Autistic Awareness Day in Canada. Better knowledge about autism is essential to family service providers and policymakers. I can assure this House that our government is showing leadership by focusing our attention on building the autism evidence base so that future action by our partners will be well informed. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that through our contributions and by working with our partners, we can enhance Canada's capacity.
Order, it being Thursday, I believe the Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine has a question.
I do, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I wonder if the government House Leader would reiterate his plans for the business for the rest of today and tomorrow. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, given that the next 2 weeks are a scheduled parliamentary break, I wonder if the government House Leader could also specifically tell us here in the House what House business he and his government is planning for the full week that when we get back on the 20th of April.
Good question. Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the question from the Honourable Deputy House Leader for the Official Opposition. Mr. Speaker, today S3, the Energy Efficiency Bill, was read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee
on natural resources. We're currently debating Bill C-13, or we were just before question period, the Canada Grain Act, but it appears, Mr. Speaker, the coalition of the Liberals, NDP and Bloc has been revived and is supporting a motion that, if adopted, would defeat that bill, Mr. Speaker. They're proposing to kill the bill before it even gets to committee. It's unfortunate that the coalition's first act is to abdicate their role as legislators by denying close scrutiny and study of a bill at a committee. Mr. Speaker, after my statement, the government will be calling C5, Indian Oil and Gas, followed by C18, the bill respecting RCMP pensions, which is at second reading. Tomorrow we will continue with the business that I just laid out for the remainder of today. When the House returns on April 20th after 2 weeks of constituency work, Mr. Speaker, we will continue with any unfinished business from this week with the addition of C25, the Truth in Sentencing Bill, C24, the Canada-Peru Free Trade Agreement, C11, Human Pathogens and Toxins, and C6, Consumer Product Safety. Mr. Speaker, you can see we've got a lot of work to do yet. All of these bills are at second reading with the exception of C11, which will be at report stage. During the first week the House returns from the constituency weeks, we expect that C3, the Arctic Waters Bill, will be reported back from committee. We also anticipate that the Senate will send a message respecting S2, the Customs Act. If and when that happens, Mr. Speaker, I'll be adding those two bills to the list of business for that week. Thursday, April 23rd, shall be an allotted date. Thank you.
I believe the honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam is rising on a point of order.
Opportunity to stand and speak as a member of Parliament since the House will adjourn here tomorrow, and I want to announce that I will be resigning my seat on April the 13th. You and I were first elected, Mr. Speaker, in the 1988 election. Although I must say I'm rather envious of your win-loss record. I've had a couple of losses along the way, and you've maintained your seat right since 1988. It's been an enormous pleasure and an honor to serve the people of New Westminster, Burnaby, Coquitlam, and Port Moody, Mr. Speaker. When I was first elected, Ed Broadbent was the leader of our party, and he remains a very close friend and a confidant. I was there when our party elected the first woman to lead a national party in this country, and I was, and I still am, so proud to have served with Audrey McLaughlin.
Here, here.
She's a woman of tremendous courage and determination. She's also continued to provide me with encouragement and support over these years, Mr. Speaker. I've also been very honored to be part of an NDP caucus led by the member for Toronto Danforth. His boundless energy, his ability to think outside the box and to take the road less traveled has been an inspiration not only to me, but also to many, many Canadians. I'm proud of my record, Mr. Speaker. I introduced a private member's bill that was adopted by this House to declare December 6th a National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. I was part of a committee that initiated, that I suggested do a groundbreaking study on the issues, all of the issues around breast cancer, and led to real changes in the treatment of women and their families with that disease. I brought forward as a private member's bill anti-stalking legislation, Mr. Speaker, that the government of the day then reflected back and passed into law, and that's now part of the Criminal Code of Canada. Mr. Speaker, I have a couple of other private members' bills on the books right now, and I invite the government side to take them over and present them as their own legislation on body armor and on non-returnable warrants, Mr. Speaker. I know that I may ask for Mr. Speaker, the highlight for me of the 39th Parliament was an opportunity to travel to Afghanistan with the Defence Committee to meet with the men and women who are serving in the Canadian forces there. I was so impressed by their determination, their skill, their high level of training, and their commitment to Canada and commitment to the job they were being asked to do. We wrote in the committee, in the Defence Committee, a report on the war of Afghanistan. I won't be a surprise to most of you, presented a dissenting opinion on that report, but I want to say to you, I believe that report, that dissenting report, is as valid today as it was 2 years ago when I wrote it, Mr. Speaker. I mention these achievements because too often Canadians think there is no effective role for an opposition member of Parliament. Some think you can't achieve anything, Mr. Speaker, and I believe it's very important for Canadians to know that all of us in this place can and do achieve real results for ordinary Canadians. Canadians only see question periods reflected in the news cycle, so they can be forgiven for thinking that Parliament is a nasty kind of sandlot filled with testosterone-driven egos. The truth is that for all of us, on both sides of the House, we have more in common than what divides us. We do disagree on some fundamental policy issues, and that is an important part of our democratic system. I hold to my values as a social democrat. I hold them very strongly, just as others in this House, in this place, hold different views. I only wish, Mr. Speaker, that we could debate these differences with a bit more civility. I urge all my colleagues to tone down the insults and the abuse. What has been hurled back and forth across the floor here has often lacked wit and wisdom. This place has become less civil over the past few years, and I believe that this is evident in the increasing cynicism we hear from voters, all of us hear from voters, when we go door to door, and it's ultimately dangerous for our democratic system. Mr. Speaker, there's one other issue I must draw attention to, and that's the glacial rate of progress towards gender equality in this place. The first woman MP, Agnes MacPhail, was elected in 1921. This was a breakthrough, Mr. Speaker, for my grandmother's generation. My mother wasn't even born then. And now, in 2009, women represent just over 22% of the House of Commons. We've hovered around 20% for the last 15 years. At this rate of progress, and I've used the most up-to-date scientific calculations to determine this, it will take until December 4th of 2100 to reach parity. And that's darn near 100 years from now, and it's simply not good enough.
That's right.
I urge all political parties in this House to get with it. Nominate more women. After all, we are more than 50% of the population of this country. It's well past time. Our Parliament must more accurately reflect the Canadian population in every way. And I just want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, with a few words of thanks. And I want to thank, and I'm trying not to get emotional, but I want to thank the clerk, Audrey O'Brien, for all the assistance she's been to me over the years. It's a huge privilege for me to serve in a Parliament with the first woman to ever hold this prestigious and very important position. I want to thank my staff in the constituency office, and all of you know about this. They're the frontline people. They're the ones who face the sometimes angry constituents, the people who have issues around some of the government policies. They work so hard, and I want to thank them for all the work they've done for me over the years. And my staff on Parliament Hill, without whom I know I would not have been nearly as successful as I've been over the last few years. So thank you very much. I also want to thank some of the support people on the Hill, Mr. Speaker, the drivers, the food services people, the postal workers, the messengers, the clerks, the interpreters, the security guards. All of these wonderful people make it possible for all of us to do our jobs. I know that I could not have been nearly as effective without their help. And I want to thank my husband, Peter, who sometimes has taken abuse because of the road I've traveled and my choice to run for political office. I know at one point, while canvassing for me on the doorstep, one angry man said to him, "What kind of man are you? How do you allow your wife to do such a thing?" I know that's been tough, and it's been hard to have me away, and I appreciate his support for all these years. David and terrific partners, and my 7 very brilliant grandchildren. There's some things I won't miss, Mr. Speaker. I won't miss the weekly flights from BC. I won't miss the jet lag, Mr. Speaker, but there is much I'll miss here. I'll miss my colleagues on both sides of the House. I'll miss the work, especially at committee, where great things sometimes are accomplished. I wish all of my honourable colleagues in this place great wisdom and great compassion as they face the crisis that is affecting Canadians today. And finally, I want to thank the voters of New Westminster Coquitlam for putting their faith and confidence in me, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
We will miss you, Don.
Order, I believe the Honourable the Minister of Canadian Heritage is going to want to say a few words here, but we'll just wait a second perhaps. All right. I think in the circumstances, we'll move to the Honourable Member for Vancouver South first. All right. The Minister of Canadian Heritage, in that case, can start.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And while our very popular member is receiving congratulations on an incredible political career as she's saying goodbye, I just wanted to add our best wishes to her on behalf of the Prime Minister, on behalf of the government, and also on behalf of a fellow Tri-City resident who has taken many flights with my honourable colleague across this country over many years. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to say farewell to a friend, farewell in the political sense of this House. You know, she is leaving this place, but she's not leaving public service. She's seeking the nomination and election in a provincial campaign, which will be decided on May 12th of this year out in British Columbia. But politics and public service have always been a part of this member's life. As a matter of fact, she worked for a number of years for Pauline Jewett, who is a former NDP member of Parliament from this place, who was well-respected and well-regarded, served, I believe, 4 terms, 3 of them from British Columbia. And this member served in her office, serving constituents in her own way that we all know that our staff do in a multitude of ways that only help to serve our civil society. And when Pauline Jewett decided not to seek re-election, a door opened and this member stepped into it and stepped through it and was elected into this House in the campaign of 1988. And she made some substantive contributions, not least of which was her one for which she was most noted and which she mentioned in her speech, was that following, of course, this tragic murder of 14 women on December 6, 1989, she passed a private member's bill to recognize nationally the National Day of Remembrance against and action on violence against women. This year marks the 20th anniversary of that horrible, tragic moment. And I think it's a remarkable tribute that 20 years later, that this is not just going to be recognized as a local tragedy, but as something that the entire country needs to recognize as we all move forward to try to build a better society. And that's in part because of the work of the member for New Westminster Coquitlam. It's often very easy for these tragedies to come and go, and we say, oh, geez, wasn't that an awful moment? But to elevate and to find the greater problem there, and to point a light on it and to force debate and force discussion is a very helpful thing, and it's a remarkable tribute to a remarkable woman who served this House in many ways with distinction. She has had the opportunity to debate. I looked at the list when I looked at the dates that she was in this House. She has had the opportunity to debate Prime Minister Joe Clark as a minister, Prime Minister John Turner as opposition leader, Prime Minister Mulroney, Prime Minister Chrétien, Prime Minister Paul Martin, our current Prime Minister, and of course to serve with Ed Broadbent, Audrey McLaughlin, and Alexa McDonough in this place. A lot of Canadian history has come across this floor that she has been a witness to, and in fact has been a part of in very important and very helpful ways. And when she discussed and mentioned in her talk about the importance of civility in this House, I can say these aren't empty words. I know from personal experience. About a year ago, I had a situation in this House, and this member was one of the first people to call me and to recognize that what happened was wrong. And in an election campaign, we have neighboring ridings, there was an election campaign a few years ago where it was just particularly nasty and particularly personal and particularly unnecessarily so. And she went out of her way to call the opposing NDP candidate and tell them to cool it. So she walks her talk when it comes to civility in Canadian politics, not just in this House. And I looked on the Parliament of Canada, Library of Parliament website. It says that this member has served for 2,965 days. And I suspect she has felt every single one of them. And with those long flights to and from Vancouver, I know that it's not easy spending 10-plus hours every week in a tube in an airplane and suffering through the food and the waits and all that sort of stuff. But we all do it because we believe in service. We all do it because we believe in greater values. And she is engaged in these debates. She said that good, strong debates in politics are a part of politics. Now, it's the best of politics. It's the best of politics when people have firm disagreements and disagree in thoughtful ways. And she has given more than she's gotten. She's won more than she's lost. And what is the federal NDP caucus's lost may well be the provincial NDP caucus's gain. And to Peter, to Stuart, Matthew, David, and I hope I got the names right, Christopher, Ian, Megan, Lauren, Kate, Maggie, and Becca. Your bride, your sister, and your grandma's coming home, and she's earned it. Congratulations.
The honourable member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, I feel extremely privileged to be able to say a few words. I was asked just a few moments ago to do this, and I feel absolutely honoured. The member from New Westminster, Coquitlam, is a good friend. I've known her for many decades. I had the opportunity and the honour to work with her when I was the Premier of British Columbia. She's been a great member of Parliament, a great British Columbian, and a great Canadian. We've talked many times during those flights and at other times when we've gotten together about our grandchildren. And I want to say to her, Peter and everyone else in the family, you'll have her back. She'll have at least 12 hours on her hands that she used to spend on the flights to spend with her grandchildren. Because she and I have 3 grandchildren. She has many more. I don't know whether I'll ever catch up. So I just want to say to the member, it's been an absolute delight to know you as a human being, as a friend, and you've been, in a sense, a friend and a guide because you got here before I got here, and you've lived your principles. You've shown the breadth and depth of your commitment with the issues that you've tackled, with the vigor and determination with which you've tackled those issues. And I know that you probably think it'll be a bit of a relief for you to go back to British Columbia. In British Columbia, politics is known as a blood sport. So I don't know how more civil it's going to be or less civil it's going to be in British Columbia. But politics in British Columbia is as exciting as ever, and I know that when you go back to British Columbia, you will make a great contribution to my province, to your province, and you will continue to make a great contribution to this country. And thank you for serving us in Canada, serving us in British Columbia. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to join in with my colleagues in thanking the member for New Westminster Coquitlam for her work in this chamber. Now, as you know, for the past 8 years I've been a member of the Defence Committee, and my colleague has always impressed me by the way she presents files, by the way she carries herself. She is a woman who has a very good knack. She's excellent at bringing up the issues. She's got a big heart. She's a very warm person, and she's a woman who takes data and adds the human domain, the human dimension to it. And I think that that is a characteristic of many women. And that's why I think it's so important for there to be more women in politics, to change politics, regardless of the parliament that we're talking about. So I want to say to my colleague from the Defence Committee that we greatly appreciated her participation, her presence, and for my part, and the part of the Bloc Québécois, in terms of politics, we were often on the same side of the fence, dealing with the same people on the other side of the fence. But she always made it her duty to do everything properly. Now, we also need to look at this woman's charisma, but we have to be careful because under this side that is very charismatic, etc., is a real lion. She can get her claws out. She can bite. Yes, I've seen her bite. Fortunately, it wasn't me, but I did see her. She can defend herself very well, and regardless of the parliament that she is in, she will be a great member. Now, I'd like to say something that I think and hope will make her happy. I believe that her family is here, Mr. Speaker, and that they were a major part of her decision to return back to British Columbia, and we need to respect that, because sometimes members say, well, I had a very active political life. I just have one regret. I didn't have enough time for my family. And I see that the family is here today. I'd like to thank them for having let us have with us such a wonderful woman. They, too, made sacrifices because they were deprived of her presence for many years. And now she's returning home to be closer to her family. That is very important. And I think that that's something that we need to raise, because oftentimes men and women in politics really rely on their families for support. And when we're far away, we have trouble because they're not near to us. We can speak to our friends, but it's never the same as turning to members of one's family. So I'd like to thank her husband and her children, her grandchildren, for having enabled us to discover such a wonderful woman, this great woman of politics, and the Bloc Québécois wishes this member good luck in her future career, and we're eager to go and meet her in her new parliament in British Columbia. Thank you.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for her service to this country, for all the work she's done for the country, for our caucus, for her service to our former leaders, Ed Broadbent, Audrey McLaughlin, and Alexa McDonough. Because with Dawn Black, what we have in Dawn Black, rather, is a woman of integrity, a courageous woman, a woman who works non-stop for her constituents in New Westminster Coquitlam. And I offer her our sincerest thanks. And I appreciate also that so many members have stayed in the House to participate in this tribute, because there are members present from all sides to acknowledge her for her efforts and the work that she's done for this wonderful member of Parliament.
that this member of Parliament, as a member of a caucus, is an extraordinary contributor. I think that all of you here in this chamber have participated, of course, in caucus meetings, and from the way in which this member of Parliament conducts herself here, I think you can imagine that in a caucus meeting, she's a very important influence for all of us. She has a sense of humor, which she utilizes strategically. But I have to say that there are very few others in the caucus who command the kind of respect that the member commands when she speaks to us about the important issues. I don't mind saying that when I asked the member if she would take on the challenge of being our spokesperson on issues of defense, her reaction was she was a little bit surprised, although none of her colleagues were surprised at the recommendation, because there's no question that when a country is involved in war, those discussions are so important. And I want to underline something that the member spoke about in her speech just a few minutes ago, because she underlines it all the time with us. And that is, as we discuss the issues of war and what we've asked our brave soldiers to do, and all of those who work in our military, that we must always remember that they are courageous, that they are our children, that they are young people in our country who are trying to make a difference, that they are motivated by the very best of what it is to be a Canadian. And so no matter what debates might happen about what we ask those in the military to do, we've always got to stand firm in the recognition, as we do on all sides of this House, of that service. And I believe that perhaps, in part, it's because she has family members who serve on the front lines. And I know how proud she is of the service of her sons, for example. And she speaks about that quite often. I can only imagine what a challenge it was, because of the emotions of the time, when the École Polytechnique massacre took place. And Dawn worked with her colleagues, the member worked with her colleagues at the House at that terrible time to say, what can we do to make a difference for the future? How can we take on the challenge of violence against women that this terrible attack represents? And the lasting contribution, probably the one that will stand out for so many years, was her initiative that secured the support of the entire House. And that's hard to do, for a declaration of a day of remembrance and action on December the 6th each and every year. And I think that one thing we could do in recognition of the work of this wonderful member of Parliament is rededicate ourselves to that issue, and to try to infuse into that day even more meaning, because there's no question that the issue of violence against women continues to be a very, very serious problem, not just here in Canada, but around the world. I should say that the member, while she was out of politics, stayed involved internationally through the Socialist International, which brings together countries from all around the world and political parties from those countries, including many governments, to take action on major issues. And of course, she focused on the issues affecting women and through her work there. And I believe that the emphasis that she has placed here today and has continued to do on the important role of women in politics and the need to have more women in this House of Commons and at all levels of government is so important. And I want to thank her for her reminding us of that today. She's given us a challenge, because we do seem to be stuck at about 20% in the House of Commons. And I think that we should all work towards that day when we have full representation for women in this House of Commons, and that would be 50% plus one, Mr. Speaker. She has, of course, also participated in so many things. She's a member of the Greater Van Go-Go's. I'm I'm not sure that everybody knew that. The Go-Go's are, of course, the grandmothers who have been brought together. I know the Stephen Lewis Foundation played a considerable role in acting as a catalyst there. And they're the grandmothers, the Canadian grandmothers who came together with the grandmothers of Africa, who are, of course, now raising their grandchildren because their daughters have passed away due to the AIDS crisis in Africa. And the work of these grandmothers is really quite extraordinary, and I know that that's a cause that our member will be continuing on with, no doubt. I guess I just close, because so many wonderful words have been said here today. I just simply want to close with a reference to the family and staff. The staff have worked very, very hard. The member has had an extraordinary team working with her. And of course, her family support has always been there and so solid. And I can tell you that she's very proud of her family, and we are as well. So, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of New Democrats across the country, we want to wish the Member of Parliament from New Westminster Coquitlam well in her next venture. We do hope that she'll be successful in it. We do hope that we'll be working with her in a new capacity. We'll miss her here, but her contributions are by no means reaching a conclusion. In some ways, they're just beginning. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
On best wishes to the honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam also. Another point of order, I believe, is arising here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order with respect to Bill C-304, an act to ensure secure, adequate, accessible and affordable housing for Canadians, brought forward by the member for Vancouver East. Without commenting on the merits of Bill C-304, I submit that this bill would create new spending and therefore must be accompanied by a royal recommendation. Bill C-304 would require the minister responsible for the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation to consult with provinces, municipalities and Aboriginal communities to establish a national housing strategy. Clause 3 sub 1 of Bill C-304 provides that the minister responsible for the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation shall, following consultations with provincial ministers and representatives of municipalities and Aboriginal communities, establish a national housing strategy designed to ensure that the cost of housing in Canada does not compromise an individual's ability to meet other basic needs, including food, clothing, and access to education. Clause 3 sub 2 states that the national housing strategy shall provide financial assistance, including financial and credit without discrimination, for those who are otherwise unable to afford rental housing. Mr. Speaker, I submit that Clause 3 sub 2 relating to providing financing and credit without discrimination can only be accomplished by making changes to the parameters governing the provision by the Government of Canada of a guarantee to mortgage loan insured operating in Canada. Providing homeowner mortgage loan insurance to individuals who were previously unable to obtain financing because of their financial circumstances would require changes to the mortgage loan insurance parameters, which would change the guarantee that the government provides to private mortgage loan insurers in Canada, as well as to the conditions and criteria used by the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation to determine eligibility for mortgage insurance. Therefore, the effect of the National Housing Strategy would be to broaden the eligibility of homeowner mortgage loan insurance, which would increase government liabilities by covering individuals who would have otherwise not been eligible for such loans. In a decision on changes to the parameters for a program on April 23, 1990, the Speaker ruled in the case of Bill C-69, the Expenditures Restraint Act, that, and I will quote, "There are instances where the objects, purposes, conditions, and qualifications may be affected in such a manner as to involve financial implications. For instance, if a program is extended to cover an additional period of time, or if the parameters of a program are broadened to cover more applicants, then a royal recommendation is necessary." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, in a decision on increasing government liabilities on June 12, 1973, the Speaker ruled in the case of Bill S-5, an act to amend the Farm Improvement Loans Act, that, and again I quote, "It may be said that the proposal in Bill C-5 does not in itself propose a direct expenditure.
It does, however, propose substantial additional liabilities on public monies." End of quote. The responsibility for housing is shared between federal, provincial, and municipal governments. Bill C-304 appears to rely on the constitutional spending power to implement an expanded federal role in housing in the form of a new federal housing strategy. Clause C, sub 2 of Bill C-304 makes clear that a key element of this new national housing strategy would be to increase federal spending on housing. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I humbly submit the bill should therefore be accompanied by a royal recommendation. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Vancouver East is rising on the same point.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I'm the member who's putting forward Bill C-304, which will receive its first hour of debate today. So I've listened very carefully to the comments from the member across the way who is rising and suggesting that this bill will require a royal recommendation. Mr. Speaker, I first introduced this bill a number of years ago, and I've reintroduced it in this Parliament. And I have to say that it was written very carefully, and its purpose was designed in such a way that it is focusing on the development of the need for a strategy and a plan. And I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that there is a difference, a very key difference, and there is a balance between a bill that speaks to the need to have the development of a strategy and a plan, and a bill that actually clearly delineates that money shall be spent. The focus of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is to say that the federal government should be collaborating with the provinces, with the territories, with First Nations, with municipalities to develop a housing strategy for Canadians. Now, what flows from that plan would be the subject of another debate, should this pass, and I hope it will pass, because I think it's something that's urgently needed in this country. So it may well be at that time, in terms of when a plan is developed, that we will be in a debate such as that the member has raised today. But the focus and the key element of this bill is for the federal government to work with its partners to develop a plan and a strategy. So it doesn't speak to the implementation or the development of funds or the expenditure of funds. It focuses on the need to develop a plan in partnership with other key stakeholders across the country. So I feel that that's a very important difference, Mr. Speaker. And so as you receive these submissions, I hope you will consider that and recognize that developing a plan is something that that I as a member and other members should be able to call on the government to do. It is within the government's mandate to do that, to work with other partners, and that what flows from that would be the subject of a further discussion, a further debate, and these issues may arise, but they do not arise at this particular time for the purposes of Bill C-304. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising again.
Yes, just to respond to my honourable colleague's response to my point of order, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the fact that the members drafted this very carefully. However, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that this bill is more than just calling for a plan. And I point again, Mr. Speaker, to Clause 3, sub 2, that said the government shall provide financial assistance. It does not say the government should investigate the possibility of providing financial assistance. That small preposition, shall, implores the government and, quite frankly, I would argue, Mr. Speaker, compels the government, if this bill were taken forward and enacted, to increase its financial expenditures, which, of course, is in contravention of any private member's bill, and therefore, I would argue once again, Mr. Speaker, it will require a royal recommendation because the bill is not asking for a plan. It is asking the government directly to provide additional funds to create and follow through with its national housing strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader and the member for Vancouver East for their submissions on this point. I'll take them under consideration and come back to the House with a ruling in due course. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration at report stage of Bill C-5, an act to amend the Indian Oil and Gas Act.
There is one motion and amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-5. La motion numero...
Motion number 1 will not be chosen by the chair because it requires royal recommendation.
At the report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Ritz, for Mr. Strahl, seconded by Mr. Day, moves that Bill C-5, an act to amend the Indian Oil and Gas Act as amended, be concurred in at the report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Then I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Mr. Ritz, for Mr. Strahl, seconded by Mr. Day, moves that Bill C-5, an act to amend the Indian Oil and Gas Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's indeed very gratifying to see Bill C-5 advance to third reading. After nearly a decade of discussions and consultations, we're finally bringing this legislation into the 21st century. And in the process, we will be helping to bring much-needed prosperity to oil and gas producing First Nations. This long overdue bill is an important step forward in leveling the playing field for resource-rich First Nations that face obstacles to achieving their full economic potential. I remind my honourable colleagues that the Indian Oil and Gas Act has remained unchanged for the past 34 years. To say that this amendment, this change, this Bill C-5 is long overdue is an overstatement, or it's an understatement. That's why I'm so proud to be taking part in corrective action with this legislation to set First Nations on a better course for the future. And as I pointed out the last time I spoke on Bill C-5, this is a concrete example of the Conservative government's commitment to ensure that Aboriginal Canadians fully share in economic opportunities. It's an important building block that will enable First Nations with oil and gas reserves to build stronger, more reliant communities that can better manage their own affairs. The oil and gas sector represents a source of promising economic development opportunities for First Nations. The Government of Canada, through its Special Operating Agency, Indian Oil and Gas Canada, currently manage over 1,000 oil and gas producing wells, and about 150 new wells are drilled on reserves each year. In 2006, over $270 million in oil and gas revenues were collected by the Government of Canada on behalf of First Nations. More than $1 billion in revenues from on-reserve oil and gas activity has been collected by Indian Oil and Gas Canada on behalf of about 60 First Nations over the past 5 years. That revenue is then passed on, Madam Speaker, in its entirety to those First Nation communities. This much-needed source revenue is being used by these First Nations for training, new housing, water, sewer projects, initiatives that are building stronger communities and a brighter future for their children. Notwithstanding the current economic downturn, industry remains committed to developing partnerships with First Nations. The oil and gas sector is continuing to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in exploration and exploitation activities on First Nation reserve lands, more than $300 million worth over the last 5 years alone. While there's great promise, Madam Speaker, the potential for First Nations economic opportunities in the oil and gas sector is dependent upon industry investment. Private sector interests lament that federal laws up until now governing development activity on reserves have not kept up with industry needs. They also complain the regulations are unclear in many cases, which can cause delays, additional costs, and lost investment opportunities. Industry stakeholders clearly prefer to invest in lands where the regulatory regimes are certain and where communities offer opportunities, not challenges. That is precisely what this bill provides. Let me review the many progressive features in Bill C-5 that will ensure First Nation lands are every bit as attractive to investors as off-reserve lands. First, the Act increases clarity
The amendments clarify both ministerial and judicial oversight powers in high-risk areas, such as levying of fines and searches and seizures. Another way that Bill C-5 clarifies is by harmonizing federal legislation with provincial regimes. This is important because provincial oil and gas laws related to conservation and environmental protection are amended from time to time. If the federal regime does not stay abreast of these changes, it puts First Nations seeking investment at a clear disadvantage. The incorporation by reference of these amendments will ensure the federal regime keeps pace. More to the point, it will eliminate disparities between on and off reserve lands. Again, this will provide greater certainty for potential investors and facilitate economic development. All of this is done while in all circumstances fully maintaining the federal government's fiduciary responsibilities to First Nations. Madam Speaker, the second major advantage of Bill C-5 is that it improves Canada's ability to regulate oil and gas activities on reserve land. Bill C-5 would give the Minister, through Indian Oil and Gas Canada, greater authority to audit operators and collect royalties owed to First Nations. Once developed, new regulations will establish a clear set of rules to prevent companies from using certain transactions with subsidiaries or related parties to unduly reduce royalties payable to First Nations. Furthermore, the Minister would have a 10-year limitation period to commence legal actions to collect unpaid royalties and other amounts owing. This is especially important. There would be no limitation period in cases of fraud or misrepresentation. This provision, without this provision, provincial standards would apply, and in some cases the limitation period would be as low as 2 years. This added protection will ensure that First Nations are paid what they are rightfully due. The final major area of improvement made possible by C-5 concerns environmental protection and ensuring that First Nations sites of cultural, spiritual, or historical significance are protected from potentially adverse effects of oil and gas activities. Because the federal regime will be harmonized with provincial environmental protection laws, new enforcement actions to protect the environment from oil and gas activities will be identical to the ones currently available to the province off reserve. The Minister would also be provided new powers to suspend operations if First Nation sites of cultural, spiritual, or historical significance are discovered or threatened by the oil and gas activities. Oil and gas activities will only be permitted to resume when the Minister is confident that the risk of harm no longer exists. In addition, the regulations could require First Nation concurrence before these operations are resumed. Another important change in this legislation responds directly to the priorities of First Nations. The concern was raised repeatedly that the on-reserve regime does not keep pace with the off-reserve regime. To address this need, the amendments would expand the authority of the Governor and Council to make regulations and to facilitate regular improvements to them. In fact, the approach taken by Bill C-5 guarantees continuous changes and improvements to ensure that the federal oil and gas regime remains current. Under the Act, regulations would be monitored, examined, and when required, amended on a never-ending basis. This means that First Nations would never again have to wait for 30 or 35 years before amendments to modernize the Act can be implemented. This is another aspect following on the Act in which First Nations will play a crucial role. We will continue to work together with Oil and Gas First Nations and their advocate, the Indian Resource Council, during the development of the regulations, just as we did during the development of this Act. I remind the House that before developing this bill, extensive consultations were carried out with First Nations with oil and gas interests. Since 2003, the Indian Oil and Gas Canada has held one-on-one sessions with over 85% of the oil and gas producing First Nations. So, my honourable colleagues can rest assured that passage of this legislation is not the end, but merely a continuation of an ongoing consultation process with First Nations. That is not rhetoric, that's a promise. During the minister's appearance before committee, he mentioned a letter of comfort which he sent to the Indian Resource Council last year. I should explain that the Indian Resource Council is a national Aboriginal organization that advocates on behalf of some 130 First Nations with oil and gas production or the potential for production. In writing, the minister outlined Canada's commitment to modernize the on-reserve oil and gas regime. He also committed to continuing our partnership with the Indian Resource Council during the development of the regulations. Of concern to many, the minister reassured oil and gas First Nations that there is nothing in Bill C-5 which affects First Nations' jurisdiction over their resources, nor does the Act extend the jurisdiction of the provinces to those lands or resources. The minister reiterated that it is the Government of Canada and not provincial authorities that is responsible for managing First Nation lands and resources. The letter of comfort also addressed First Nation concerns related to value-added opportunities. For example, the minister pledged to establish the First Nation Energy Business Centres of Excellence in Alberta and in Saskatchewan. Furthermore, the minister committed to identifying opportunities for greater First Nations input and involvement in the decision-making processes at Indian Oil and Gas Canada on issues that directly affect them. As well, he signaled his willingness to explore options for greater First Nations control over the management of their oil and gas resources. Of great interest to us as legislators, the minister promised to establish a continuous change or improvement process. Madam Speaker, these assurances reinforce our government's determination to ensure First Nations share equally in our country's prosperities. Members of government believe profoundly that First Nations citizens must participate fully in all that Canada has to offer and be given the tools to achieve greater economic self-reliance and an ever-increasing quality of life. C5 will help to advance these goals by providing modern legislation, competitive regulations, and sound practices that creates the conditions for economic success and social progress. These goals are shared by all members of the House. The key to unleashing this potential lies in passing this modernized legislative framework into law. By endorsing C5, we will be confirming once again that collaboration and partnership between the federal government, the private sector, and Aboriginal people can lead to a better future. Indeed, they will help build a better country for us all. So I call on all parties to lend their support and ensure the speedy passage of this necessary and overdue legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Do you have a point of order?
Yes, ma'am.
The Chief Government Whip.
Madam Speaker, I believe you will find consent for the following travel motion. That in relation to its order of reference of February 10, 2009, 12 members of the Special Committee of the Canadian Mission in Afghanistan on the Canadian Mission in Afghanistan be authorized to travel to Washington, D.C. from April 22 to 23, 2009, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee.
Does the Honourable Minister have unanimous consent of this House? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. So ordered. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I commend the government for bringing forward this act. It's long overdue. I come from a jurisdiction where oil and gas is a huge part of the income for the province. One of the big vacuums has been the proper regulation of oil and gas activity on First Nation lands, and I commend the government for finally coming forward with a more modernized system. The question that I would have to the honourable member is, I understand, and I raised this question in the briefing, which I appreciate the government provided. My question would be, when will the regulations be coming forward? And in addition to the consultation with the First Nations, which is of course appropriate and constitutionally required, will the government also be consulting with additional concerned people, including people living adjacent to the First Nation communities, who could potentially be impacted by either air emissions or contamination of water from the oil and gas activity? Will they also be consulted in the development of the regulations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know that the regulatory process is going to involve a lot of consultation between the government and the Indian Oil and Gas Council, the First Nations, the producing First Nations are very much a part of this exercise, and I would assume that they are good neighbors. I would assume that the fact that we are incorporating so much provincial legislation by reference would mean that the standard that would be applied would be very similar to what is currently applied, and that level of consultation and advice is what is acceptable in the neighborhood.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Simcoe North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments here this afternoon. One of the topics that he touched on, I would ask that he maybe expand on a little bit, and that is the whole notion that the modernization of the Act in respect to this bill would in fact ensure that the fiduciary relationship that's enjoyed between the Government of Canada and First Nations is upheld, and that secondly, that this bill wouldn't in any way inhibit or in any way change the important treaty and Aboriginal rights that exist currently. I wonder if he could comment further on those 2 points, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for the question from the Chair of the Aboriginal Affairs Committee that's been seized with getting this bill to the House, Madam Speaker. Indian Oil and Gas Canada is responsible for managing and administering the exploration and development on First Nation lands, and they're carried out under the direction and with the approval of First Nation band councils. They are mandated to fulfill the Crown's fiduciary and statutory obligations. The issue of Canada's fiduciary obligations, the federal government is committed that the fiduciary relationship will not diminish and will continue unchanged. In fact, the proposed changes actually strengthen Canada's ability to express its fiduciary obligations because of the clarity in the bill in terms of specific legislative and regulatory capacity. So that will allow us to fulfill our role much more efficiently. And the Aboriginal and treaty rights of First Nations are clearly unaffected by the provisions of the bill. They remain the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the bill provides that the minister may make regulations, and there are some 25 or 26 different areas under which regulations are referred to. So I'm sure that they're going to be there. And there are some provisos whereby if there's any inconsistencies between federal and provincial regulations, that the federal regulations will prevail as they relate to any other acts which are incorporated by reference in the regulations. I wanted to ask the member if he could give the House an idea of an estimate of the time it's going to take before such regulations are going to be able to be put together and gazetted. It appears from the breadth of what's happening here right across the country and with different regulations for different provinces that this may be a very, very onerous task and may raise some interesting questions. And so I also am asking whether or not there has been any thought given to having any of these regulations be presented for comment to the appropriate standing committee.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this point, the committee has not been seized by that question. That could be a question that the committee might want to deal with. The area in which Bill C-5 provides incorporation by reference of provincial legislation is actually quite limited, but it's that limited ability which allows us to incorporate many very thick provincial pieces of legislation, very meaty stuff. Those areas are determining the quantity or quality of oil or gas recovered, combining oil or gas rates for joint exploitation, abandonment of wells, establishment of administrative fees for services provided, environmental protection from the effects of oil and gas exploration, and oil and gas conservation and equitable production. So I think even though it looks like it's a huge task, I think most of this has already been pre-contemplated, and they've had a technical committee working on this through Indian Oil and Gas Canada. So I think this should not be a long time coming, and I appreciate the question, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for Labrador.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be here today and, of course, to debate Bill C-5 at third reading. And on behalf of the Liberal Party, we have supported this particular bill. We have made efforts to improve it where we saw a need for improvement. Not all of those have been accepted either by the committee or certainly by the House, with the judgment or the ruling of the Speaker that a particular motion relating to the fiduciary duty of the Minister and the Government was not accepted. Bill C-5 has been a long time coming, as many in this House have already spoken to. The bill was officially introduced in 1974, and it's remained substantially unchanged or amended since that particular time. Efforts have been made in the past. There have been many discussions, many consultations, and certainly many hours and days and weeks of work that have taken place to bring us where we are today. In fact, the bill was introduced this is the third time the bill was introduced in as many sessions of the House of Commons, and only now are we getting to third reading stage. Of course, we had some proroguement, which everybody is aware of, last fall. We all have to ask ourselves a question when it comes to pieces of legislation: has there been adequate consultation? And that is not a question that I can answer. It's only a question that the First Nations people who are directly affected can answer. And in many regards, they have satisfied the committee that, in fact, extensive consultations have taken place. There are obviously some organizations, some First Nations communities, which have expressed some difficulty at committee around the specifics of this particular bill. And in particular, the Stoney Nakoda First Nations out of Alberta have expressed a number of concerns with the bill around the fiduciary duty of the of the federal government, whether it would be limited, whether it would be changed or altered. They have also expressed certain concerns about the lack of control or the lack of jurisdiction of First Nations over their own lands and the management of those particular lands. That being said, I think it's important that we understand that this bill arrived at a particular place and that those concerns were noted prior to the development of the bill, and some have questioned whether these types of issues should have been raised at committee, because the Stoney Nakoda, for instance, were already part of the consultations that took place with the Indian Resource Council of Canada. But that is the way our legislative process works. They have the ability to take advantage of whatever stage of legislation to make their views known. And so I acknowledge that. The bill did come to the House as a result of the consultations between Indian Resource Council of Canada, which represents 130 oil and gas producing First Nations, or those who have the potential to produce oil and gas, and the Government of Canada, primarily through the Indian and Oil and Gas Canada. There is a need, of course, for this particular bill. It does fill a regulatory gap. It does modernize the Indian Oil and Gas Act, and the previous member, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Government, has already outlined what some of those substantive changes are. I would just like to review in broad terms some of the aspects of this particular bill, some of the clauses of this particular bill that deal with royalties, that deal with regulation making. There's also an increase in the power of the minister, but there's also a specific duty on the minister to consult with First Nations in carrying out his powers and responsibilities. There are improvements to the inspection, audit and examination powers of the minister and Indian Oil and Gas Canada representing the minister. There are changes regarding search and seizure, delegation authorities, offences and punishment, and as well administrative monetary penalties. Now, one of the major discussions that took place in committee, Madam Speaker, was concerning the incorporation of provincial regulations. And basically, they would become federal regulations for the purposes of managing lands where there and First Nations lands that have oil and gas, or the potential of oil and gas. And some have argued that the government has to be careful to ensure that the rights and interests of First Nations are not infringed upon by the incorporation of those provincial laws. People have raised the concern that they want to make sure that by incorporating these particular laws that the fiduciary obligation is not diminished. And there was also the issue raised about, well, because this particular act allows the government to incorporate provincial regulations, and because it is a regulation-making bill, how do we really know what's going on? And so there was an amendment to this particular bill at committee that requires now the government to report to Parliament. And it reads in Section 28.1, at least every 2 years after the coming into force of the present section, the Minister shall prepare a report on the administration of this Act during the 2 preceding years, and shall table a copy of the report in each House of Parliament within the first 15 days that it is setting after the completion of the report, which shall include a summary addressing the following matters: the progress of the consultations mentioned in paragraph 61A, and a list of concerns raised during such consultations, and B, any proposed regulation to be made under subsection 6.1.1, and C, any regulations made under this Act, and describe any variations in the regulations from province to province. So it's quite, I guess it's quite an in-depth reporting responsibility that wasn't originally in C5 that is there now, as it's been reprinted. It it is important as well, Madam Speaker, from our perspective, that this bill pass in Parliament. It does provide some balance, some consistency between what will happen off reserve and what will happen on reserve as we develop, as First Nations develop their own lands where there's oil and gas or the potential for oil and gas. Of course, some will argue that there's not going to be consistency right across the country because it will vary province to province. And so my party is in favour of this particular piece of legislation. We have done our best to see it go through its various legislative changes in a timely fashion. Our party, Madam Speaker, has in the past, supports today and will in the future, the right of First Nations, of Aboriginal peoples generally, to develop their own lands and their own resources. We will support the inherent right of First Nations to make decisions for themselves and for their people. And while this bill doesn't go all the way, it certainly goes part of the way to seeing those goals and aspirations fulfilled. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak to Bill C-5.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker. I know I was asked a question, so it's a bit of a comment and a question. I was asked a question about the regulations and the going forward from here, and it's been pointed out to me that the regulations will come into effect in 2010, and assuming that this bill is adopted, and that there has been considerable consultations, and specifically referring to the member from Labrador's speech that he just made, I think it's worthwhile to point out that since consultations started on this bill in 1999, 10 years ago, the committee, the Indian Oil and Gas, has heard testimony from there's been 40 technical committee meetings on amendments to the various amendments proposed to the bill. There's been over 22 Indian Oil and Gas Canada co-management board meetings, at which there's been further discussion around the bill, and there's been numerous other opportunities and engagements since then at the Indian Resource Council annual meetings, tribal council meetings, and symposiums where this bill was discussed. So we have got a consensus document from 130 First Nations, and I think everyone should be quite cognizant of the fact that there can always be more discussion, but in order to reap the benefits of the legislation, it is time to move on. And so I would just ask my colleague from Labrador if he does not subscribe to that same point of view at this point, that 10 years of consultations and the amount of dialogue that's gone on in this bill really is at the point where we need to move forward.
Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his question. There's no doubt there's been extensive discussions and talks, that there's been tens, if not hundreds, of meetings relative to this particular bill or the Indian Oil and Gas Act generally. He's probably right that we can sometimes disagree on the level of consultations or what constitutes consultations, but I believe that we would not be here today discussing Bill C-5 at third reading if generally all of the stakeholders did not agree that we had arrived at a point where adequate talks and consultations had taken place. And it's my sense that while there's give and take in any type of consultation and negotiation, we have arrived at a bill which parties can accept. We heard in committee, for instance, that Indian Oil and Gas Canada might have sought for various changes or various things to be added or taken out. Indian Resource Council of Canada has also testified that they may have looked for stronger language in certain areas, or for a clause to be put in, for a clause to be taken out. But both parties have indicated that there was compromise, and we're satisfied here in the Liberal Party that it is a compromise bill. It is not perfect, but it will achieve certain objectives, like facilitating the development of oil and gas in reserve, giving First Nations a hand up, providing more clarity regarding the regulatory regime. So we will be supporting this bill, as we have throughout the legislative process thus far. Thank you.
The Honourable, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have a question for the member from the Liberal Party. And I will note that our party is supporting the bill going through, and obviously it's gone through a lot of consultation. The most important thing is consultation and accommodation of the First Nation input. It's sounding like there was a lot of effort in that regard. But I do want to raise a question, perhaps the member can clarify. We've just had a bill tabled in the House supposedly updating the penalties for most of the environmental statutes, federal environmental statutes, imposing a maximum $6 million fine for corporate offenders. And yet in this bill, we have a maximum penalty of $100,000. Can the member perhaps clarify for me why for Indian lands there are much less penalties?
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Well, that is a very interesting question, and it's one that I can't provide a direct answer to. It is something I wouldn't mind discussing with the member herself, and also seeking clarity from the Government of Canada on that particular point.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his comments and indeed his and his party's support for this important bill. Now, the member will know through the course of our discussions in committee that one of the features that was presented and discussed about Bill C-5 was the notion that this bill, in fact, builds a foundation for a kind of continuous improvement or a continuous projection of the needs that First Nations communities would need to have going forward, knowing that the landscape in the energy business is going to change in the future, and that this bill would at the very least enable a building of a foundation for that going forward. And I wonder if he could maybe comment on the extent to which he believes this bill gives us that ability.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in fact, this bill does accommodate that particular scenario. I believe that witnesses at committee and in discussions with those who were involved in the consultations and in the drafting of this particular piece of legislation understood that conditions could change and could change rapidly. As with the current economic conditions we find our country in and the world. And so the government has committed, and we can only hope that the government will honour its commitment to a process of ongoing change, so that we don't get caught in this sort of legislative time warp, where basically we have something that was established 20 years ago or 30 years ago, but we're dealing with a much more current set of circumstances. So I think that's a positive development. It speaks to this, the duty of the minister as well to consult with First Nations and Indian bands as we go forward. There was a letter of comfort provided. Some people think the letters of comfort are not as strong as something that can be written in legislation, but at least there's something on the record that talks about the minister's commitment to engage in an ongoing process of evolving regulations and where possible, maybe even legislation to adapt to the changes. In this particular case, to First Nations and the oil and gas producing First Nations. Thank you.
Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments?
No.
Quick question.
The member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the regulations that the Minister may make has to do with the hiring of residents of the First Nations lands who live on there. There is a qualification in the regulation direction. It says, to the extent that it's practicable and reasonably efficient, safe, and economic to do so, that they would be able to be hired. Can the member advise whether or not this is an issue, a significant issue with regard to First Nations peoples, with regard to employing First Nations people on the reserved lands which are being adjacent to the properties for development of oil and gas?
The honourable member for Labrador has about 40 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an important clause to have in the bill, because it directs companies, it directs development to hire First Nations people who are qualified, who meet the standards of industry. There is an understanding within First Nations themselves that there are capacity issues, that there are issues around education, and I believe, it's incumbent upon the government to make sure that First Nations have the resources to make sure that their people are educated, to make sure that their people are trained, that obviously that we deal with issues of poverty. And this raises a very good point, because it is always simple to put something in the bill and say this is what we're going to do, but there are always extenuating circumstances and an environment which must also be improved in order for us to meet that particular goal. Thank you.
Before resuming the debate, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche on Agriculture and Agri-Food. The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie on the forestry industry. And now, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from the outset, I wanted to clarify and specify that the Bloc Québécois is in favor of Bill C-5, an act to amend the Indian Oil and Gas Act. All in all, while this bill is not perfect, it will provide the tools necessary to standardize legislation and regulations existing on reserves with what already exists in the provinces where they are located. The Bloc Québécois, during study in committee, asked for clarification about the conditions surrounding the issuing of replacement leases for land added to reserves and subsequently on licenses or permits granted by the federal government for the exploration and exploitation of oil and gas. Following the committee's work, the Bloc Québécois does not believe that this bill requires an amendment. Moreover, the bill is the result of a government consultation procedure conducted by Indian Oil and Gas Canada and involved the cooperation of the Indian Resource Council, which consulted most First Nations, which are producers, and 130 band councils in 2002 and 2003. So, Madam Speaker, this bill is the result of a consensus of 130 members of the Indian Resource Council, and any amendment to this bill would require a new consultation period. Having said that, the government must not use a Bill C-5 to step aside from its fiduciary responsibilities for Aboriginals. It is incumbent upon the government to remedy the inequalities between Aboriginals and non-Aboriginals. Madam Speaker, just to focus on the issue, I'd like to focus on, for a moment, a summary of the bill. The wording of this bill will clarify regulatory powers that currently exist and add new ones, specifically with respect to leases, permits, and license granted for the exploration and exploitation of oil and gas on reserve lands, and for the determination and payment of royalties for oil and gas. It also puts into place sanctions for contraventions of the Act, as well as provisions for its enforcement. Now, to understand the scope of this issue and the need for it, Madam Speaker, I'd like to provide some background information. The establishment of a new financial relationship between the First Nations and the Government of Canada was at the basis of discussions, has been, in fact, at the basis of discussions and analysis for over 20 years. In 1983, the Penner Report, written by the Special Standing Committee of the House of Commons on Indian political autonomy, recommended a redefinition of the financial relationships between the Government of Canada and First Nations. The final report of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, the Erasmus Dussault Commission, tabled in 1996, also suggested a review of the financial relationship between the federal government and First Nations. These steps taken to redefine the relationship are part of a broader movement focusing on Aboriginal self-government. And we have, by way of an example, Madam Speaker, the bill on the Tilcho. Now, Madam Speaker, the legislation for the management of oil and gas and funds of First Nations, which came into force on April 1st, 2006, was one of the first steps in this new financial relationship between First Nations and the federal government. This law, or act rather, Madam Speaker, covers two new provisions. The first gives the First Nations an opportunity to manage and regulate oil and gas related activities on reserves. And secondly, to manage the funds that the government holds in trust for them. A First Nation may choose to opt for one option or the other, i.e. it's not obligated so it isn't obligated to have oil and gas to manage these funds. Now, this legislation changes the landscape in terms of oil and gas exploitation in that it enables First Nations who have the ability to take charge of the development of their resources over their territory. In the past, First Nations had to comply with the Indian Oil and Gas Act and its application, which did not enable them to directly manage these resources. The legislation on the management of oil and gas and funds enables First Nations who so desire to withdraw from the Indian Oil and Gas Act and its regulations. The Indian Oil and Gas Act is a legislative measure that governs exploration and exploitation of oil and gas resources on reserves. This act does not enable First Nations to directly manage gas resources on their territories, nor to develop them in an appropriate regulatory framework. As I said earlier, what is very important to point out is that since 2006, the legislation on the management of oil and gas and funds for First Nations enables First Nations who so desire to establish regulations regarding, namely, procedures for the exploitation and preservation of resources. In the case of the rules governing the environmental protection, they must be at least equivalent to those in Quebec or the province where the Aboriginal community is located. In terms of financial management, the First Nations who have chosen to sign on to the new legislative framework benefit from different rules in terms of Indian money. These funds are currently defined in the Indian Act as being money gathered, received, or held by the federal government for the use and benefit of Indians or Indian bands. For these First Nations, the provisions of the Indian Act no longer apply. They can directly administer the amounts collected rather than leaving this management up to the federal government. That will enable First Nations to make their own choices in terms of investments in their communities rather than having to follow priorities determined by the department, which, as the Auditor General Sheila Fraser mentioned in a report published in 2004, is not doing a good job of managing the billions of dollars for Aboriginal communities. In the case where a First Nation has decided not to benefit from the legislative regime, the current standards continue to apply so that it can continue to benefit from the provisions of the Indian Act, which apply, namely, to the management of Indian money. Now, given this perspective, Madam Speaker, and following this explanation, Bill C-5 that we are debating today, which in passing is identical to C-63 and to C-5, which died on the order paper on June 17, 2008 and on December 3, 2008, amends the Indian Oil and Gas Act. And it's important to point out that oil is defined in the bill as any mix of hydrocarbons that can be extracted from a well in a liquid state, with the exception of the resource in the condensed form. Now, Madam Speaker, at present, First Nations that have oil and gas resources without managing them according to the provisions of the Act of 2006 must leave the management of these resources in the hands of a government organization which falls under the department. Indian Oil and Gas Canada has the mandate for managing and administering exploration and exploitation of oil and gas resources located on Indian Reserve lands. Indian Oil and Gas Canada is in favor of extraction and ensures that royalties are properly paid to First Nations. Now, the Indian Oil and Gas Act has not been amended since it was first adopted in 1974. Of course, the regulations were adopted in 1995 on oil and gas on Indian lands, but the regulations are insufficient given the changes to the market since 1974. Given that this industry is increasingly complex, provinces have modernized their legislation on oil and gas, and that is why the federal government has decided today to modernize this legislation to make it more consistent with reality and the various provincial legislation. This bill will apply to reserves that have not used the rights stemming from the legislation governing the management of oil and gas. This bill will apply, therefore, to First Nations who are under the Indian Oil and Gas Act. And by that, I mean, Madam Speaker, some 200 First Nations which produce or could produce oil and gas. At present, more than 80% of this activity is taking place in, as you might imagine, Alberta. In 2005-2006, more than $270 million in oil and gas revenues were collected by Indian Oil and Gas Canada on behalf of some 60 First Nations that are signatories to the exploitation agreements that are in force. The objective is to place the objectives of these industries on and off reserve on the same level by basing this on provincial legislation with a view to reducing obstacles to economic development for First Nations and to guarantee environmental protection on reserves, which is of the utmost importance. And, of course, in order to enable the government to better fulfill its obligations in terms of the management of these industries for First Nations through regulations, the collection of royalties, and other forms of applicable payment. So, Madam Speaker, under this bill, oil and gas revenues are collected by the federal government and subsequently fully redistributed to the Aboriginal peoples concerned, which is defined as being the Indians' money, as I said, in the Act, and that is where the federal government's fiduciary responsibility comes from. This bill, Madam Speaker, does not transfer the federal government's power over management and administration of exploration and production activities for oil and gas on reserves.
The purpose is to modernize the Act and to make federal law in compliance with provincial legislation for provinces where First communities are located. This incorporation of provincial legislation and regulations will not remove any jurisdiction from provinces, nor will it give them any. For example, the standardization of environmental regimes for reserves with those of provincial requirements. The bill amends almost all provisions of the current version, which is made up of 6 clauses of the Act, and broaches a number of issues dealt with in the 1995 regulation on Indian oil and gas. Bill 5 broadens the regulatory powers the Governor and Council currently holds and adds new ones, notably with regard to leases, permits, and licenses granted for the exploration and exploitation of oil and gas on reserve land. The bill also amends the Act when it comes to delays regarding measures for the collection of sums due and the determination of royalty payments. It implements sanctions in case of violation of the law, as well as a complete execution system that provides for fines and penalties, as well as recourse in case of intrusion, clauses for the protection of the environment, and the authorization to issue leases for land added to the reserves. It would be interesting to obtain clarification regarding lands added to reserves and the measures put forth in negotiations with the provinces. For example, Madam Speaker, what is meant by broadening the regulatory powers of the Governor and Council, and how will the provinces be consulted before the enforcement of regulations? For example, although the bill specifies that these are lands that were ceded absolutely under the Indian Act or the Indian Lands Act, it would be a good idea to get clarification regarding the modalities of negotiations with the provinces and the granting of permits on these added lands. The bill also compels the minister to consult the First Nations concerned on an ongoing basis regarding negotiations with the industry. New Clause 6.11 provides that the Governor and Council can, through regulation, first of all, require the that the exercise of any requirement that the power of the minister under the Act in relation to First Nations lands be exercised only if prior approval of the Council and the First Nation is obtained, if the Council is first consulted or if prior notice is given, or B, require that any such power of the minister be exercised only if prior consent is given by any First Nation member who is in lawful possession of the First Nations land, and thirdly, require that notice be given to the Council of the First Nation after the minister exercises any such power. Now, Madam Speaker, consultations before the tabling of the bill. It should be known that through Indian Oil and Gas of Canada and in consultation, or rather in cooperation with the Indian Resource Council, consulted most First Nations that produce oil and gas, as well as 130 Band Council from 2002 to 2003. The Indian Resources Council, founded in 1987, seeks to represent the collective interests of First Nations in the field of oil and gas, both with government and private sector. Over 130 First Nations located in BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, New Brunswick, and the Northwest Territories are currently members of this organization. 6 Quebec First Nations are members without being producers of oil and gas, that is the Odanak, Abenaki, Natashquan, the Innu, Kanetasatake, the Mohawk, Geskepejiak, the Mi'kmaq, and Kanawaki, the Mohawk, and Wolignac, the Abenaki, the Abenaki Nation. Madam Speaker, although the bill may lead to some discontent among members of the Council, the fact remains that the Indian Resource Council is satisfied with the bill and the consultations that took place. Questions and comments. Questions and comments?
Aucune question et commentaire?
Seeing none, resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise and speak to this piece of legislation before the House today. And a little context around it. One of the reasons this bill has come before the House is the fact that there has been little change to the original piece of legislation since 1974. And of course, what we know is that in many cases the provincial legislation has changed and the federal legislation has simply failed to keep pace. As other members have pointed out, that when changes were contemplated to the oil and gas legislation, that consultations were held by the players that were involved in the oil and gas sector at the First Nations. And one of the things that we know is that we heard before the committee that largely most of the nations that were involved did support the process, but there were a couple of nations that raised significant concerns. And in my speech today, I'm going to touch on some of those concerns. Part of what we learned about the consultation process is that although it was inclusive in terms of providing information, taking it out to tribal councils, getting feedback, one of the challenges with this consultation process was the scope of the bill was limited to begin with. And so that prevented some of the changes that some of the nations were proposing. Despite those shortcomings, the NDP is supporting the bill because of the fact that it is a good first step in amending the legislation, and I am hopeful that some of the concerns that were raised by some of the nations do get taken into consideration both in the regulatory process and perhaps in further amendments to the bill down the road. I want to touch on some of the concerns, though. One of the concerns that was raised by the Stoney Nakoda Nation was around the regulations. And what we have seen in this piece of legislation is that most of what's going to be dealt with is actually going to be dealt with in the regulatory process. And of course, although there is a process around developing regulations and gazetting regulations and getting input, it does not require the oversight of this House or of a committee. And that is where some of the concern has been raised. And I want to actually quote from the Stoney Nakoda response around the regulation, because their words say it far better than I could. They talk about the fact that in comparison of Bill C-5 to either of the federal government's Canadian Petroleum Resource Act or Alberta's Mines and Minerals Act, one will immediately notice that the Bill C-5 has left for the discretion of the Governor and Council the ability to prescribe by regulation many of the specific rights and powers that are specifically provided for with the aforementioned legislation. While a specific example is the right to cancel a lease, which is found at Section 105 of the Canadian Petroleum Resources Act or at Section 45 of the Mines and Minerals Act, other examples include the right to take royalties in kind, the sale of the royalty interest, continuations of leases, and so on. All of these are enumerated rights or powers within or other legislative schemes, while in Bill C-5 these are discretionary matters. And they go on in the piece around regulation to talk about the fact that additional powers that are typically within the body of the Act and not just matters to be dealt with by regulation include the power of the Minister to assess, reassess, and recalculate royalties that are due from the lesser, appeal provisions, and so on. While Bill C-5 has numerous provisions respecting fines and penalties, these basic yet critical powers have been left to be dealt with by regulations. Now, Madam Speaker, I think that's a fairly serious concern that's been raised, because for non-First Nations, we have a complex, detailed act that outlines many of the things that are being left to the regulatory process for First Nations. And I would wonder why we say that non-First Nations Canadians are going to have legislation that is comprehensive and has oversight of the House versus First Nations, who are simply going to have to deal with a regulatory process. So in light of that, in light of the concerns that were raised by the Stoney Nakoda and others, the NDP did propose an amendment that was accepted by the committee and then subsequently into the bill that called for more oversight. And I won't read the whole the amendment that was accepted, but it talks about the fact that a report on the administration of this Act during the 2 preceding years and shall table a copy of the report in the House of Commons within 15 days, and it goes on to outline a couple of other things. We felt so strongly that because there wasn't an ability to include many of the proposals that Stoney Nakoda and others were making in the legislation because of the very narrow scope of the bill, that it was important that the House have oversight. And so with that amendment, it will allow us to take a closer look at how the Act is being implemented and how regulations are being developed. As well, the Stoney Nakoda raised another issue. They raised a number, but I'm only going to touch on 2 of them. They raised another issue around the fact that there is the obligations around having a body that actually has 2 responsibilities, and they're talking about the regulatory acts in a quasi-judicial role and adjudicates and regulates the relationship between the various stakeholders. Since Bill C-5 does not clearly distinguish between these 2 roles, Canada's obligation to First Nations are effectively reduced. In Alberta, the Department of Energy administers and manages Alberta's oil and gas interests through the Mines and Minerals Act, while the Energy Resources Conservation Board adjudicates and regulates the development of the resources through the provisions of the Oil and Gas Conservation Act. Similarly, Canada's own northern and offshore oil and gas resources are administered and managed under the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, while the National Energy Board adjudicates and regulates the development of the resources through the Canada Oil and Gas Operations Act. You can see in 2 separate levels of government that are separate bodies that have different roles and responsibilities. And in Bill C-5 does not address that for First Nations. So again, we would wonder why non-First Nations have this function that is taken apart so that there isn't any conflict of interest. And again, this was simply outside of the scope of the bill that was presented to us, so we were not able to amend it to include those aspects that Stoney Nakoda raised. As well, there was another very troubling issue that came up when the committee was hearing testimony. And again, because it was outside of the scope of the bill, we simply couldn't propose amendments. But in an article back in February, entitled Trust Policy Hurts Reserves, and this directly goes to the heart of the ability of a nation to manage its own funds, to invest in economic development, to address some of the poverty issues that face many First Nations communities. And this was a court ruling that came out that highlighted some of the challenges that are facing First Nations when it comes to management of their own funds. This article says that 20 years ago, the Ermiskin and Sampson First Nations in Alberta began the most costly legal battle in Canadian history, and now it has come to a crashing end. They went all the way to the Supreme Court. In the end, the court sided with the government. The case, which cost the bands legal fees in excess of $100 million, was launched more than 20 years ago over the federal government's mishandling of their trust funds. The two bands alleged that they had lost close to $2 billion in investment revenue because the Department of Indian Affairs had held the money in trust without any investment. Later on in the article, it says that the money placed in trust earned Bank of Canada savings interest rates, which averaged around 3 to 6%. The Government of Canada then used the money as part of its Consolidated Revenue Fund. Indian monies became a cheap source of revenue for Canadian governments. But in the end, the Supreme Court sided with the government. They stated the Department of Indian Affairs had followed the Indian Act. Unfortunately, the court made the decision because the Indian Act is the only piece of legislation the department has to follow when handling First Nations funds. Now, Madam Speaker, this issue did come before the committee. It was raised by Stoney Nakoda. It was raised by the Montana First Nations, and it's a very serious issue. And again, it was outside of the scope of this bill to actually deal with that. The problem that we're facing is that the federal government has a fiduciary responsibility. And what happens in this case is that they manage these royalties on behalf of First Nations communities. Now, in the case that we're talking about, what we know is, of course, the investment climate is significantly different now. But what we know at the time that the federal government was investing this money, that it was possible to make significantly higher rates of return, which is exactly what the federal government did. They paid the First Nations the minimum that they were required to, and then they went out and invested the money and made far more money. And it was the federal government that benefited from the First Nations royalty money. And this is simply unacceptable. And although there was some responses, well, First Nations have an opportunity under other legislation to take over management of it, the fact of the matter is that the government has a responsibility to those communities to share that money in a much more reasonable way. And although the Supreme Court had to side with the government simply because of the Indian Act, it does not make it morally right or fair or just. And so I am hopeful that again, because the light has now been shone on this kind of practice, that we will see some changes that actually make sure that First Nations directly benefit from the resources on their own land. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, again, the NDP will be supporting this piece of legislation, and we will be monitoring it very, very closely through that amendment that the NDP did propose and which has been accepted. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I listened to the member's speech with great interest. There was a fair amount of comment about the court case that occurred, and it went to the Supreme Court, and I would like to sort of point out that the final decision that was made was important from the standpoint that it not only did not find fault with the government, but it actually, in a 7-0 decision, said that the government had no authority to invest that money in the way that was contemplated by the legal suit. And indeed, we are trying to modernize this whole area, this whole regime, so that First Nations can have full benefit of their oil and gas resources. That's why we've wanted to get this legislation through. That's why we have the First Nations Oil and Gas Management Act, which will allow First Nations that so choose to manage their own monies as well. And so I think this has been rather well thought out, and we're seeing major progress. I would also like to add that we have this continuous change process which this bill commits us to, and ask the member if that those accumulation of various measures surely represent major progress and address the concerns that she has expressed in her comments.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for that question. And he's absolutely right that it was a 7-0 Supreme Court decision. However, the issue here is a deeply flawed Indian Act. And even, he's quite right, even if the Supreme Court had wanted to rule in favor, they would have been bound by a piece of legislation that I would argue is out of date, ancient. and if we were going to contemplate amending the Indian Act or doing away with the Indian Act, then I referred earlier to the consultation process. And there were certainly some benefits in this current consultation process, but the trick always is in what kind of a mandate both the federal government provides and First Nations has to operate within when we're talking about a consultation process. Now, in this particular piece of legislation, we couldn't address the issues that were raised around this court case simply because of the fact that the scope of the bill was far too limited. So I would argue, and again, the Stoney Nakoda had pointed out the fact that although the two nations that I mentioned have lost their Supreme Court case, there are a number of other court cases around the mishandling of royalties. So I would argue that this is an opportunity for the government to examine that particular part of the Indian Act and look to make changes to that would actually benefit the First Nations communities whose resources are what the government is benefiting from.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member for an excellent speech. I'd just like to know if she had any thoughts or comments as to why it's taken us so long to get to this point with this bill.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, Madam Speaker, that's a very good point. What we see often when we're dealing with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit is that the wheels of government do grind exceedingly slow. I was just listening to a report from the Auditor General on Treaty Land Entitlement that talked about the fact that in Saskatchewan and Manitoba, First Nations are often waiting up to a decade to get access to land to which they're entitled. This piece of legislation, since 1974, hasn't had the kinds of changes that are required given what's changed in provincial legislation, but as well, again, the scope of the bill was so narrow that I would argue that there are more changes that are required, but we simply had to deal with what we were faced with that particular mandate.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Reprise du débat, resuming debate. Seeing no one who is rising, is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Strahl, seconded by Mr. Day, move that Bill C-5, an act to amend the Indian Oil and Gas Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Oui. Okay. I've heard no. Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion adopted.
On a point of order, the Chief Government Whip.
I move that you see the clock at 5:30.
Is it agreed? Okay. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' bill as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, commencement of debate at second reading of Bill C-304, Secure, Adequate, Accessible and Affordable Housing Act, standing in the name of Ms. Davies.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East, seconded by Ms. Leslie, moves that Bill C-304, an act to ensure secure, adequate, accessible and affordable housing for Canadians, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Debate. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to thank the member from Halifax for seconding the bill. The member is new in the House, but before she got here, she already had a terrific record of working in Halifax with anti-poverty organizations and working for housing. So her presence is very welcomed here in the House because she's a great advocate not only in Halifax but across the country, and she is our housing critic. So I'm very proud that she has seconded my bill and has been very supportive in getting the word out there and information about this bill, because we do think it's a pretty darn good bill. Madam Speaker, when I was first elected in this House in 1997, one of the key issues that I brought forward as the member from Vancouver East was the critical need for social housing, for affordable housing, not only in Vancouver but across the country. That seems like a long time ago, and I feel that we've had so many steps going backwards and only a few baby steps going forward. And I wanted to begin my comments about my bill by pointing out that Canada used to have a sterling record when it came to the provision of affordable housing. We had many good federal programs, whether it was for co-op housing, whether it was for social housing, for special needs housing. There were great programs through CMHC and during particularly the 70s and the 80s, but even going back to the end of the Second World War when the vets housing was built in cities across the country, the federal government always had an incredibly strong presence in the provision of housing, and it was seen as a responsible mandate of the federal government. Regrettably, that all changed in the early 1990s when a then Liberal government decided that they wanted to get out of the housing business. And I can say, Mr. Speaker, that ever since then it's been an unfolding disaster across this country. And so many of us today now represent communities where we see the travesty of growing homelessness, where we see people sleeping on the street, where we see people living with housing insecurity, where we see working families who can't afford rents, where we see seniors who are very insecure in their housing, people with disabilities, and certainly in the Aboriginal community, both on reserve and off reserve, the situation has deteriorated. And that's all because of public policy. It was deliberate public policy to end those housing programs and offload it to the provinces. And as a result, we've seen a dramatic increase in homelessness and lack of housing security. So as it stands today, Mr. Speaker, we have about 3 million Canadian households that live in housing insecurity, paying more than 30% of their income towards housing, and that's the measure that CMHC has. Canada is actually the only major country in the industrialized world without a national housing strategy. And in fact, we've fallen now so far behind most other countries in the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, in our level of investment in affordable housing. We have one of the smallest social housing sectors now amongst developed countries, but I have to say we still have tremendous expertise that exists across the country in developing social housing and affordable housing. And what we find is that fewer and fewer Canadians are qualifying for the higher cost of home ownership. And this is certainly an issue that really I think comes home to roost in an economic recession, when we now see people who have failing mortgages, some people whose financing was arranged through subprime mortgages, and we've seen over the years a very piecemeal approach to housing. And while we saw a few initiatives in the 1990s, late 1990s, and towards a homelessness strategy, there was never a recognition by the previous government or the current government that this was a mandate of the federal government. And so, Mr. Speaker, the bill before us today is simply a bill to say to the federal government that we must develop that national housing strategy, that we should work in partnership with the provinces, with the territories, with Quebec, with First Nations, with municipalities, where there's a great amount of expertise that does exist, but it needs to have the federal leadership and an overall strategy to ensure that this resource is fully developed. And so, Mr. Speaker, that's what my bill speaks to. It calls on the Minister to convene discussions with the various stakeholders to develop such a national strategy to ensure that there is adequate housing. And we believe that in this day and age, where we see such severe problems, that this is something that is very, very critical. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know that in Quebec, there have been some really excellent programs that have been developed, and I do want to acknowledge the very good work that's been done there over the years, and we often point to Quebec as an example of what can be done in the development of good social housing and co-op housing. And I'm hoping that if this bill can move forward on second reading and into committee, that we will have the support, well, I hope from the government, but certainly from Liberal members who I know, many of whom have a great interest in this issue, but also members of the Bloc Québécois. And I do want to make it clear that my intent, should it go through second reading and into committee, my intent and commitment is to ensure that there is an amendment along the lines that would recognize the unique nature of the jurisdiction of the Government of Quebec with regard to social housing in Quebec. And notwithstanding any other provision of this Act, the Government of Quebec may choose to be exempted from the application of this Act, and should the development of a national housing strategy cause to be created a transfer of funds to the provinces and territories, the Government of Quebec may choose to be exempted from the strategy, and notwithstanding any such decision, shall receive in full any transfer payment arising from the implementation of the strategy. Now, we're not at that point yet, Mr. Speaker, because we're talking about the development of a plan and a strategy, but I did want to make it clear to my friends in the bloc that we are hoping for their support, recognizing the unique nature of the jurisdiction with Quebec. Mr. Speaker, I do also want to point out that there are many initiatives underway across the country. For example, this Saturday in Vancouver, on a couple of days, there's a grand march for housing. This is organized by the citywide housing coalition, and it's really a manifestation of the incredible anxiety that people are facing. And while certainly within low-income communities like the Downtown East Side, where groups like the Carnegie Community Action Project have done a lot of work to draw attention to the housing crisis in that neighborhood, a neighborhood that I represent as the Member of Parliament, this is now a crisis that's gone right across the city. It's affecting renters in the West End, in Kitsilano, in Mount Pleasant, in South Vancouver. And we have such a severe situation in Vancouver with an almost zero vacancy rate, where people are now crying out for every level of government to see this as a key priority, not only socially in terms of providing for this most basic of human rights, the right to adequate shelter, but also as an economic stimulus. I can't think of a better way to create good Canadian jobs than having a good investment in social housing. And so in Vancouver, there's going to be a huge march with thousands of people in our city calling on all levels of government to work together. So my bill today is, I think, is an example and is a reflection of what could be done if we have the will to do it. I know that organizations like the Wellesley Institute and Michael Shapcott, who's done so much work on housing over the years, he's pointed out that hundreds of thousands who will experience homelessness this year won't get a single penny in desperately needed new programs and services. And he again points out that 3 million Canadian households are precariously housed, which he calls a modern-day record. And so he has expressed in his research and the work that he does with organizations across the country just how bad the situation is. And I think this is very alarming to people, Mr. Speaker, because we think of Canada as of being a wealthy country where these basic provisions of human needs can be met. And yet we've seen not only a growing gap between wealth and poverty, but we've seen an abandonment of this most fundamental measure by the federal government. So we do think that it is very, very important to see the federal government take up its responsibility, as was called for by the UN Special Rapporteur on Housing. We've had visits by the UN Rapporteur. He's issued reports that in effect have condemned Canada for the fact that it hasn't provided the kind of leadership for the provision of housing, particularly when it comes to Aboriginal people. And I'm very happy to read into the record that the National Aboriginal Housing Association, which is an excellent organization that has done much work over the years to provide Aboriginal housing, they point out, quote, that Canada must put in place a national housing strategy. Indigenous people must have a voice in developing such a strategy. And the proposed bill includes a reference to and a provision for Aboriginal housing to be addressed and calls for Aboriginal participation in developing a natural strategy. And I would say that's absolutely right on. That's what this bill does contain. So we're very pleased to see that the National Aboriginal Housing Association is supporting this bill. We also received a letter from the Mayor of Sudbury, John Rodriguez, who points out that he's pleased to lend his support to this bill and its objective and effective housing strategy for Canada. And he says in his letter, many years ago, the federal and provincial governments cooperated effectively to build affordable housing here in our community. Today, there is a crisis of homeless and housing-stressed individuals and families in this city. The historic cooperation is needed again, and the federal government has no real plan to address these challenges. And there it is, Mr. Speaker. He hit the nail right on the head. There is no plan to address this crisis, whether it's in Sudbury, whether it's in Vancouver, whether it's in Halifax or Montreal, or whether it's in Toronto, that I know has had severe housing issues. So there's no question that this is something that is urgently needed. I do want to say, Mr. Speaker, that during the last few years, we've seen some incredible leadership at the municipal level. We've seen municipalities go the distance to use zoning, to use municipal land, to provide incentives, to try and develop social housing. But without the partnership of the federal government, without clear objectives laid out, as we used to have more than a decade ago, then all of these things become piecemeal efforts. And I think we should be ensuring that the efforts of municipal governments, that the efforts of provincial governments, that the efforts that the success of what we've seen in Quebec, that this is something that we can strengthen and build on if the federal government was at the table. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very hopeful that the bill that is being debated today for a national housing strategy, for the development of such a cooperation and partnership is something that can be and will be supported by members of this House, because I believe that when we talk to people in our communities and we see the dire circumstances that people are facing, I mean, I sometimes feel sick when I see people come to my constituency office and they've been on a waiting list for more than 10 years to get into social housing. You know, it just seems so wrong that something so basic, and somebody puts their name on a list and they wait and they wait and they wait, and they still don't manage to get into the limited housing that's there. So it is an issue of demand completely outstripping the capacity that we have. So it is very, very important that we develop this plan so that we can move on and begin to use the resources that we have to put such a plan into effect. So I want to say thank you to the organizations that have been supporting this bill. I know that there will be more support coming in because it's gained a lot of interest across the country. This is something that housing organizations like the Canadian Housing Renewal Association, the Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada, other groups across the country, I've mentioned NAHA, the National Aboriginal Housing Association. This is something that these groups have worked on for year after year after year. They've never let it go. And there was a time where housing wasn't even on the national agenda. It is now. We're making this a political priority. We're saying front and center that Canada's record on housing is now abysmal. It's something that is an embarrassment in the international community, as evidenced by the report from the United Nations. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to hearing from my colleagues in other parties about this bill today. We look forward to support of the bill, that we can work on it some more in committee. I certainly want to say to our colleagues in the bloc that we are committed to making an amendment that we think will make the bill acceptable in terms of the jurisdiction of Quebec, as we did with our childcare bill and our bill on post-secondary education. And I want to see this bill go forward. There's more debate to be had. We want to see this plan go forward, and I hope the members will support it. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary, to the Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, and certainly thank the member for her passionate speech. Certainly she raises a number of interesting points, and some of them I disagree with, and I rise here today in the House to indicate we will not be supporting Bill C-304, a bill that would legislate the establishment of a national housing strategy. The NDP sponsor of this bill tells us that it is meant to improve the access of Canadians to safe, affordable housing. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, this bill would only serve to severely restrict the ability of the government to adapt and to continue to meet the housing needs of Canadians. It would do this by hampering our ability to adapt our programs and initiatives in response to changes in the economy, to shifts in local needs and housing market conditions, and to the changing realities of today's families. Mr. Speaker, the housing needs of 80% of Canadians are in fact met through the marketplace. For those who need some assistance, our government already has a comprehensive, multifaceted approach in place which covers the entire spectrum of the housing continuum to provide Canadians from all walks of life and in all parts of the country with access to safe and affordable housing. This support ranges from promoting the success of the Canadian housing industry to helping families buy a home, working with provinces to create affordable rental housing, and helping some of our most vulnerable citizens find a safe place to call home. Unlike this bill, our government's approach also recognizes the constitutional jurisdiction of the provinces and territories in the area of assisted housing, as well as a need to work with a variety of different partners in order to deliver results. This really is about partnership, about collaboration, and working together at various levels of government and with various partners. Mr. Speaker, it is not the job of government to mandate rigid national solutions to local problems that are under provincial jurisdiction, and the member herself alludes to the fact that I'm sure the Bloc will have some interesting things to say about that. In fact, I would point out to the members of this House that the bill, as presently worded, neglects to mention the territories at all. And this sort of oversight can be nothing less than a lack of respect for our provinces and territories and the constitutional jurisdiction that they hold on these matters. Mr. Speaker, our government's commitment to housing has been part of our government's promise to Canadians for a long time. In total, Mr. Speaker, our government is already investing more on affordable and supportive housing than any other government in Canadian history. For concrete examples, we need to look no further than Canada's Economic Action Plan. In creating this Economic Action Plan, we undertook an unprecedented level of consultation. We listened to Canadians from coast to coast to coast to make sure that the very best ideas were brought forward. Now we are working with our partners in all levels of government and the private and community sectors to turn these ideas into action. Step one in this plan is to create jobs and to create them now. Because of the economic turndown, many people in the construction industry are out of work. Building and renovating homes is a powerful way to get the economy moving again because it puts those people to work quickly and because most of the materials and supplies that are involved in home construction are made right here in Canada. This has an even more economic impact. Through Canada's Economic Action Plan, we will make up to $2 billion available over 2 years in repayable low-cost loans to towns and cities for housing-related infrastructure projects. These loans will make it easier for municipalities to break ground on shovel-ready projects that can create new jobs quickly while also building better roads or developing more efficient and reliable water and sewage treatment systems. But even while we grow our economy, Mr. Speaker, we cannot forget that housing is about more than financial stability. Having a place to call home has a direct and tangible impact on the health and welfare of Canadian families and their communities. That's why the Economic Action Plan is also investing in the well-being of some of our most vulnerable citizens, including low-income Canadians, seniors, persons with disability, and Aboriginal Canadians. People, Mr. Speaker, like Karen from Queensville, Ontario. Karen lives with a mental illness. As a result, she has led an isolated life and often left her feeling alone and without hope. The Valley View Rest Home changed all of that. Valley View provides accommodation and support for people who are seeking treatment for mental health or addiction issues. More importantly, it offers its residents a sense of family, a feeling of belonging, and a rediscovery of hope. After a devastating fire in April 2004, Valley View was almost forced to close its doors. Thanks to a grant from CMHC's Residential Rehabilitation Assistance Program, however, Valley View reopened its doors in January 2007. It has been helping Karen and many others like her ever since. Mr. Speaker, like Karen, there are about 1.5 million Canadian households who are unable to afford safe, adequate housing on their own. In September 2008, this government committed $1.9 billion over the next 5 years to help the homeless and improve and build new affordable housing for low-income Canadians. Canada's Economic Action Plan builds on this commitment with a further $2 billion over 2 years to build and renovate existing social housing. In total, the government currently provides $1.7 billion each year through CMHC for social housing assistance to some 630,000 low and moderate income Canadian households. This is a crucial part of our national social safety net, but much of this housing is in need of major repairs and renovations. The Economic Action Plan will provide $1 billion to renovate or improve older social housing. This investment will help improve the quality of life for residents of these communities while also ensuring that their homes will be available and affordable for future generations. At the same time, it will put more construction workers and tradespeople back to work and put more money into the hands of Canadian suppliers and manufacturers. For low-income seniors and people with disabilities, we will be investing $475 million in new social housing to ensure that they can continue to live independently in their own homes and communities for as long as possible. Our government also recognizes the significant need for affordable and sound housing in many First Nations communities and in the 3 territories. That is why we're investing $600 million to build new social housing in First Nation communities and in Canada's far north, and to repair and modernize existing housing. In this regard, our government was pleased to hear all 3 Northern Housing Ministers say they were thrilled with our Northern housing investments contained in our Economic Action Plan. Here's what the Nunavut Housing Minister had to say in this regard, and I quote, "I think we all agree this is good news for housing all across the North. It is an investment in our communities, an investment in our economies, and really it depicts and shows how partnership and partnering can work when it needs to work." Overall, Mr. Speaker, Canada's Economic Action Plan provides $7.8 billion to build quality housing, stimulate construction, encourage home ownership, and enhance the energy efficiency of Canadian homes. And this just builds on the many other housing programs and investments that are already in place. But of course, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to housing, the challenge is too great for any one entity to handle alone. We all have a role to play, from the federal government to the provincial and territorial governments, municipal governments, non-profit groups, community associations, and the private sector. All have a part to play, all have an important part to play in the housing continuum. In Canada, for instance, assisted housing is first and foremost a provincial and territorial jurisdiction. Provinces and territories support a range of social policy and program interventions. This includes the shelter component of social assistance, operating and support subsidies for special purpose housing, subsidy programs for home ownership, and the delivery and cost sharing of federally funded programs. Bill C-304 does not recognize this jurisdiction, nor does it recognize the differences in local need and require local solutions. Indeed, Bill C-03 would provide the federal minister with a carte blanche provision to implement a national housing strategy in any way the minister sees fit, regardless of the views of our provinces and territorial partners. Consider, for example, Mr. Speaker, how the provinces and territories would react to Section 4.2 of this bill, which would give the federal minister the power to, and I quote, take any measures the minister considers appropriate to implement the proposed legislation. From a constitutional point of view, this approach runs directly counter to provincial and territorial jurisdiction. From a practical perspective, it also works against clear and compelling need for a flexible approach to housing that recognizes local needs and solutions. Our government is committed to doing everything we can to work with all of our partners across the country to ensure that Canada's housing system remains world-class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to speak on this issue, and I wish to state that I clearly support this bill going through to committee. And I'd like to review the preamble of this bill, the objectives. And it specifically states that this bill is to ensure secure, adequate, accessible, and affordable housing for Canadians. And frankly, I am shocked to hear that the Conservatives would not support that and they would vote against this bill. I just can't understand that as a Canadian. In terms of this bill, how can anybody argue against at least studying the establishment of a national housing strategy? That's all that would occur if it went to committee. Canadians need to know that the Conservatives don't even wish to study the establishment of a national housing strategy. That's unbelievable. We have here the proposal that there would be a conference between the federal government and provinces within 180 days in proposed paragraph 5. How could anybody vote against that? Why would we not try, come up with some ideas? There's one problem with this bill. It's the major problem with this bill. It should be a government bill. That's the problem with this bill. The government should be concerned about social housing and alleviating poverty in Canada. It shouldn't be up to a private member to have to put this forward. I find that shameful. On behalf of my own region, the region of Peel, I have a letter here from Peel Poverty Action Group. It's dated March 18, 2009. In my own region of Peel, the need for affordable housing in Peel region, which has the largest waiting list, 13,500 families, and the longest wait, more than 10 years, of any municipality in Canada. On behalf of the 13,500 families in the region of Peel that are waiting for affordable housing, I say shame on the Conservatives for not even wanting to study the possibility of a national housing strategy. They won't even let it go to committee so that we'll consider it. How's that even reasonable? Canadians need to know that they're opposing even thinking about helping people who need housing in Canada. Now, poverty and housing are related. Obviously, if people were not living in poverty, they wouldn't need affordable housing. So the first thing is, how do we fix that? But before we get to that, I would like Canadians to know, not only do the Conservatives currently oppose trying to study this issue and fix it, but they made it worse. This is all their cuts. Canadians need to know. In Budget 2006, the Conservative government cut $200 million of the $1.6 billion our party, the Liberals, had committed to affordable housing. Imagine how much better right now Canadians would be if that hadn't happened. On September 25, 2006, the Conservative government cut $45 million in the administration of CMHC programs. On May 8, 2006, the Conservative government cut $770 million from one of Canada's most popular, efficient, and effective programs designed to fight global warming, the Energy Guide program. There's more. I know it's quite unbelievable, but there's more. The Conservatives later reversed their decision to cut Energy Guide in February 2007, but did not restore the $550 million to help low-income households. More. December of 2006, the Conservative government announced that it would also cancel the SCPI program. All of that, and they pretend that they're actually trying to help. Yet they won't even study this issue in committee, if they had their way. Well, if we had been elected last fall, things would already be better. The Liberal government had committed to the alleviation of poverty. We had a 30-50 plan, a well-thought-out plan to alleviate poverty by reducing 30% all Canadians living below the poverty line and 50% of all children. People would be better off. There wouldn't even be the same need for affordable housing going into the future if we had been elected. There are also additional tax measures. The Guaranteed Family Supplement to help 500,000 needy Canadians, giving them each $1,225 more per family per year. You're not seeing the Conservatives help people in that measure. In addition, income supports increase in areas like public transit, childcare, and social housing. Social housing. This is right from our platform. You have to understand that if the Liberal Party had been elected, we care. And this is exactly what would have happened. A Liberal government will tackle the housing crisis by helping to provide for 30,000 new social housing units and refurbishing another 30,000 existing units to make them more livable. As part of this commitment, we would also expand subsidies for dedicated units for low-income Canadians in federally funded cooperative housing. The Liberal Party would have renewed the residential rehabilitation program and the homelessness partnering initiative. And a Liberal government would help low-income families in terms of helping them with their energy bills, which would have had the double benefit of alleviating poverty and helping the environment. So, Mr. Speaker, what I say to you is this platform that we ran on, if we had won the election, suffering would already be in the process of being alleviated, and when we win the next election, that's what will take place. We will work towards helping the people that need it. In the interim, I am proud to state that with respect to this private member's bill, I will be supporting it. It should go to committee. I do not understand how any responsible Canadian, regardless of political affiliation, would not at least wish to study the issue, to make recommendations, to bring in experts, to hear what they have to say, bring in poverty groups, and make some form of meaningful recommendation to the House for the benefit of Canadian society. I find it shocking that the Conservatives won't even let us consider making people's lives better. So on behalf of the people in the region of Peel, on behalf of all Canadians living below the poverty line, I am proud to state that I will be supporting the further study of this issue in committee, and I challenge all colleagues in this House to put aside their political affiliations and recognize that this is a serious problem of all Canadians and that they should at least study this in committee. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Jean Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak in the House on this bill today, and I'm also happy to see my colleague for the Liberal Party saying that he's going to support this bill and that he is concerned with the issue of social housing, because that isn't what we remember of the previous Liberal government under Paul Martin, where they savagely, drastically cut transfers for social housing. And this confirms what we always say, that the Liberal Party is more progressive when it's in opposition, but it's not so when it's in power. So if the Liberal government were to take power again, the Bloc Québécois will ensure that it's in a minority position and that there are as few of them as possible, given their views on social housing. Now, for my part, social housing is, in fact, all types of housing is at stake here because, of course, we're talking about adequate, affordable, accessible housing. So, Mr. Speaker, of course, I talked about social housing, but it's not the only issue that's covered by this bill, but it is a concern that is very important for the Bloc Québécois and for the people in my riding. Now, you know, Mr. Speaker, Jean Lebert is a riding in the southwest part of Montreal, which has the Canal de Chine going through it, and I would point out that that is the industrial cradle, if you will, of the country, and that is where industry was born and began in Canada. And today, there remain a number of people, working class citizens who live there, people of modest means, and people who all too often live in poverty. And sometimes they've been in this riding for generations. They're in neighborhoods like Saint-Henri, Pointe-Saint-Charles. So they've taken roots in these communities. But there are also new citizens. And I'm one of them, Mr. Speaker, who's moved to the riding, who are better off, people who are baby boomers or professionals, baby boomers who've retired, in fact, who've raised their children in the suburbs and buy a beautiful condo with a view of the Lachine Canal, or who renovate duplexes or triplexes into homes, and it's very wonderful. It's a very nice area, Mr. Speaker.
But the problem is that this creates a clash, a confrontation, perhaps. Maybe that's too strong, but there are two distinct needs that enter into conflict with one another on the territory, because every time you transform a triplex into a cottage, there were two flats that could have been used for people with lower incomes that now disappear. So you have to find a way to reconcile these various usages, and I think this mix is a good thing. It's a good thing that we have people from all social strata in our neighborhoods with very low incomes as well as high incomes. I think that's the ideal society, really. I prefer that to a society where on the one hand you have extremely poor neighborhoods and on the other hand you have enclaves for the rich with huge monster homes. So for people who are there for generations, quite often have very low incomes, continuing to live in the southwest of Montreal has become more and more expensive. It's become more and more difficult. Why? Well, because these new arrivals who occupy the southwest, in Verdun, for instance, create upward pressure on rents through the improvements that they make to housing units in the riding, and the fact that there are more affordable flats that will disappear from the market. So what are we supposed to do if we want to encourage this mix in these kinds of neighborhoods? Well, we have to find a way to balance the market. While there may be upward pressure on rents on the one hand, we have to intervene and create a movement to rebalance the market. And the way to do that is through social housing, affordable housing, co-ops, housing co-ops, all these things on which we're working very hard in my riding. And there has to be support from the government to achieve all this. The question that arises now is which level of government must provide that support? In our opinion, at the Bloc Québécois, this is an area of Quebec jurisdiction that we're talking about. These are social programs, direct assistance to individuals, and it is our opinion, as well as that of the government of Quebec, of all political stripes in Quebec, that Quebec alone should be responsible for the implementation of social housing and community housing or affordable housing policy in Quebec. However, we do believe that the federal government should contribute financially the equivalent of 1% of social spending by the federal government should be transferred to Quebec and the provinces in order to enable them to put in place their housing policy. In addition, In the last Parliament, Mr. Speaker, we had tabled a bill that suggested going into CMHC surpluses. These are surpluses that are funded by premiums paid by wealthier individuals when they buy their homes. So that would be a good idea to redistribute that wealth and use those billions of dollars that are sleeping at the CMHC and transfer them to people who need the most within the framework of an affordable housing policy. Now, at least on that issue, I'm pleased to see that the NDP has opened the door to respecting Quebec jurisdiction, because to our mind, that clause, that is Quebec's opting out from any national program with full compensation, it goes without saying, that clause is necessary in order to gain our support for this bill. We will support it and send it to committee for consideration. But needless to say that if it was to come back to this House without such a clause, we would not be in a position to support it then. And we are confident that that clause will be debated in committee and brought forth. We're talking about opting out with full financial compensation. It goes without saying that if Quebec is not compensated and just told, well, if you don't want this, fine, that won't work. The government of Quebec has already invested in affordable housing programs and must continue to be the only level of government responsible for this. I want to quote an excerpt from an analysis prepared by the Quebec Housing Association in September 1995, page 21. It's called Cost of Federalism for Quebec in the Area of Housing. It says, intervention in housing is encroachment in an area of provincial jurisdiction. The federal government imposed a great deal of rigidity in the area of housing and has also made its financial participation subject to many measures and conditions, including pan-Canadian measures, making it difficult to participate in the Quebec context. The federal participation has led to a lot of overlap that leads to additional costs and makes the interventions inconsistent and not uniform. Now, this was before the savage cuts by the Liberals. Now that we feel that it's time to reinvest in affordable housing, well, we believe that the government must continue to respect Quebec jurisdiction on this file. Thank you.
For Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, now more than ever, we need a national housing strategy. I want to commend my colleague from Vancouver East for presenting Bill C-304, one that I hope will have speedy passage through this House so that we can finally realign our efforts at fighting homelessness with the actual needs of Canadians. I'm very proud to second this bill and honored that the member from Vancouver East would ask me to be involved, since housing and homelessness is an issue that I'm very passionate about. As the housing and homelessness critic for the New Democratic Party, I've had the opportunity to speak on the housing situation in Canada several times at speeches, questions to the minister, and constantly I refer to the situation in Canada as a crisis. Canada is truly in a housing crisis. In 1998, on the 50th anniversary of the UN Declaration of Human Rights, the Toronto Disaster Relief Committee declared that housing was in a crisis situation, and they made the following statement. We call on all levels of government to declare homelessness a national disaster requiring emergency humanitarian relief. We urge that they immediately develop and implement a national homelessness relief and prevention strategy using disaster relief funds both to provide the homeless with immediate health protection and housing to further prevent homelessness. That was 11 years ago, and their rallying cry is still echoing today. But my question is anybody actually listening? Many Canadians still don't have access to adequate, secure, or affordable housing. Our international friends would be surprised to hear that we have a housing crisis in Canada, because in 1976, Canada signed on to the International Covenant on Social, Economic, and Cultural Rights. And this covenant guarantees everybody's right to an adequate standard of living, including food, clothing, and housing. So what this means is Canada has said out loud to the world that there is a right to housing in our country. But unfortunately, we haven't lived up to those international obligations, and Canada's once positive reputation has now been tarnished. Right now, there are as many as 1.5 million families in Canada in precarious or unacceptable housing situations. 300,000 people use our shelters every year. I think if you asked, most Canadians would probably say we have a strong social safety net with employment insurance and pensions and social assistance and the like. But the reality is that many of those programs don't actually meet the needs of Canadians. And these programs have been continuously eroded by the actions or inactions of this government, successive governments. To give a snapshot illustration, in my community of Halifax, Community Action on Homelessness recently released a report card on homelessness for my area. And one of the things that they found was that the wage that you would need to be able to afford a one-bedroom apartment is $14.23 a month. That's the wage that you would need for rent, bills, groceries. The minimum wage in my province is $8.10 a month. So it's obvious that it doesn't add up. If you were on welfare, a person on social assistance would need the equivalent of 144% of their personal allowance in able to, for them to afford even a bachelor apartment. It's just not right, Mr. Speaker. Imagine how that person's situation would change if there actually was affordable housing that person could access. In my life before becoming a member of Parliament, I worked as a community legal worker in Dalhousie Legal Aid, and I worked a lot on this project called the Tenant Rights Project, where we would work with low-income individuals to try and keep them housed. So we would, go and help advocate at the Residential Tenancies Board to try and keep them housed, but their housing was slum housing. It was in poor repair. There was mold, overcrowded rooming houses. I had a client whose ceiling fell in on her, bed bugs. And I was fighting to keep people in that housing. Can you imagine actually fighting to keep someone in a place where the ceiling has collapsed on you in the middle of the night? This is why I ran. This is why I ran federally, because I wanted to be involved in creating a national housing strategy to create options for low to middle income Canadians, to offer them just a little bit of dignity, because that's what this is about. It is about human dignity. But thankfully, there are policy solutions that can be made right here in this House. The best way to combat homelessness is, surprise, housing people. I know it's a bit out there, but I was reading recently about Tent City, this area in Toronto where people were homeless and living in tents. And at the culmination of the events down at Tent City, a very concerted effort was made by the city to actually house a lot of these people. And a staggering number of those people who were housed, I think it's around 80%, are still housed. That shows you that it's not necessarily about, these people, they're drug addicts, they have mental health issues, that's why they're homeless. They're choosing to be homeless. The majority of the people from Tent City are still housed. The answer to homelessness is to build housing. It's pretty radical. To illustrate the point further, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell a brief story, again, featuring an organization in Nova Scotia. Many people are familiar with the Elizabeth Fry Society. They work across Canada with women involved in the criminal justice system, and they do great work. In Halifax, they found that regardless of how much advocacy they do, regardless of how much support they give to women in need, the results were just not what they needed. It was really clear to them, as I'm sure it is to most of us here, that you can't help women whose lives are touched by crime or addiction or the associated risks of poverty if they don't have a safe place to stay, if they don't have a roof over their head. So this group actually shifted direction slightly, and they decided to try and fill that need themselves. They opened up housing for women. It's called Holly House, and it's located in Dartmouth on the other side of the harbour to my riding. And having worked with this organization, I can tell you that creating affordable housing options has saved lives, and it's increased the prosperity and well-being of the clients they serve and of my community. Holly House gets it, Mr. Speaker, but so far this government doesn't. But perhaps, after hearing these very passionate interventions in this honourable House, maybe they'll introduce their own bill for a national housing strategy. We can always hope. Now, I will acknowledge that there was some money in this budget for affordable housing. Hooray, that's great. Not really going to criticize what was there. But sadly, the money that was in the budget was specifically designed to be a one-time only measure. Now, this might be fine if homelessness were a one-time only problem. Maybe it's a 2-year phase that people suddenly find themselves in. But the crisis is real in this country, in our cities, in our rural communities, and it's tragically higher among First Nations. To tackle this problem, a problem that is this large, we need bold and comprehensive plans. There has to be coordination between the federal government and their responsibility for the well-being of Canadians, the provinces and their responsibility over housing in general, and the municipalities and First Nations governments and friendship centres who provide the front-line services in our communities. The bill we're debating today seeks to realign the government's approach to dealing with this issue by mandating a national strategy for a national problem. It takes our current patchwork of programs and it strengthens them, setting national standards and calling for investment in not-for-profit housing, housing for the homeless, housing for those with different needs, and sustainable and environmentally constructed homes. It's about rights and it's about dignity. And for those who aren't swayed by a human rights argument, let me put it in a little bit of a different way. Let me put it in economic terms. Operating emergency shelters in this country costs more than it would to simply build affordable housing, a foundation from which our most vulnerable people can build a meaningful life. Earlier today, I spoke with Sherry Lecker, who's the Executive Director of ADSOM for Women and Children. ADSOM offers quite a few programs for women and children, including an emergency shelter and second-stage housing, as well as long-term housing for women. Sherry explained to me that the per diem that she receives from the province for a single person, a woman or a child, to stay in the shelter, that per diem is $86.80 a day. Now, let's contrast that to ADSOM Court. This is long-term housing for women that ADSOM provides. They have 24 units, and it's supportive housing. So it's housing, but it's also people being there to actually support the women who are in this housing. 24 units, and the rent that they charge is anywhere between $125 and $535 a month. They don't make a profit, but they come out even. And I share this example to illustrate how simple it is. It's remarkably easy to solve this problem. We just need leadership at the federal level to do it. In closing, Mr. Speaker, with this bill we have an opportunity to make a real difference by implementing a plan to tackle this crisis. And I would ask that all members of the House join me in support of the member for Vancouver East's bill and join in this national project for a just and more prosperous Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to add my voice against Bill C-304. This bill seeks to create a national housing strategy. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the only thing this bill would do is handcuff the efforts of this and future governments to continue to respond to the housing needs of Canadians in a timely, flexible, and proactive manner. What else would it do? It would run roughshod over provincial jurisdiction in this regard, empowering federal governments to make housing decisions that are rightly to be made by the provinces and territories. Mr. Speaker, the NDP will have this House believe that Canada does not have what they call a national housing strategy. The truth, though inconvenient for the NDP, is much different. The reality is that our government already has a multi-pronged, comprehensive, and well-funded approach in place, which provides housing for Canadians from all walks of life and across the country. As a result, Canada's national housing system allows the housing needs of 80% of Canadians to be met through the private market. This approach recognizes and respects the constitutional responsibilities of the provinces and territorial jurisdictions in the area of assisted housing. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, our approach actually includes both the provinces and territories. Unlike the NDP's bill, which fails to even mention the territories at all. Our approach recognizes the need to work with a variety of partners to support vulnerable Canadians, homeowners, renters, and the housing sector. Our national housing agency, the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, has been working with these partners to help Canadians access safe, affordable housing for more than 60 years. In total, Mr. Speaker, this government is already investing more on affordable and supportive housing than any other government in Canadian history. Even more importantly, those investments are achieving real results, making a real difference in the lives of Canadians across this country. For example, for those Canadians who need help to find housing they can afford, our government provides $1.7 billion each year through CMHC in support of some 630,000 low and moderate income households. This includes ongoing financial support for many nonprofit and cooperative housing projects. In September of 2008, our government committed more than $1.9 billion over 5 years to improve and build new affordable housing and to help the homeless. Canada's Economic Action Plan builds on this commitment with an additional $2 billion over the next 2 years to build new social housing and to repair or retrofit existing social housing. Under the Affordable Housing Initiative, Mr. Speaker, more than $900 million of a total of $1 billion federal funds has now been committed or announced, every dollar of which has been matched by the provinces and territories. This funding will help an estimated 41,000 Canadian families to have access to safe, affordable place to call home. Through Indian and Northern Affairs Canada and CMHC, we are also helping First Nations build the capacity to manage their own housing programs. And in our 2007 budget, we announced the creation of a $300 million First Nations Market Housing Fund, which opened its doors in May of 2008. This fund will help provide new homes for up to 25,000 First Nations families living on reserve over the next 10 years. These are only some of the steps taken by this government on housing, and only a part of our national approach. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to housing matters, the provinces and territories expect federal governments to respect their jurisdictional responsibilities. In this regard, our government will continue to work with the provinces and territories, the private sector, First Nations groups, and community and non-profit partners to facilitate access to housing and to lend a helping hand to those whose needs cannot be met by the marketplace. These kinds of collaborative programs are essential because in Canada, assisted housing is fundamentally part of the jurisdiction of the provinces and territories. Bill C-304 does not recognize or respect this jurisdiction. That is why I cannot support this legislation and urge all members to oppose it as well. To put it in perspective, Mr. Speaker, we've debated this bill for 55 minutes and we're already facing 2 amendments. So there's a lot of work, there's a lot of flaws in this to begin with. Allow me to continue to tell this House about other measures within this government's national approach to addressing the housing needs of Canadians. Each year, Mr. Speaker, CMHC's many renovation programs help low-income households, landlords, persons with disabilities, and Aboriginal people bring their homes up to minimum health and safety standards. These programs enable seniors and persons with disabilities to live independently in their own homes and communities, close to friends and family. Other CMHC programs provide funding for emergency shelters for women and children who are trying to escape domestic violence and a start to a new life, free from fear. CMHC also helps those Canadians who are looking to buy a home where they can put down roots and raise their families. Through its mortgage loan insurance, CMHC has lowered the cost of getting a mortgage and helped 1/3 of all Canadian families with the purchase of their home, regardless of what part of the country they live in. In 2007, for example, 37% of CMHC's mortgage loan insurance business helped Canadians who live in areas that are underserved by private insurers. CMHC also facilitates financing for affordable housing projects by allowing borrowers to have access to loans at the best possible rate. Its securitization program helped to lower the overall cost of borrowing. And CMHC remains the only mortgage insurer in Canada of large rental housing buildings, nursing and retirement homes, and First Nation housing on reserve. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is coming to a close here, and I would just like to conclude by saying that, as I mentioned before, we are 55 minutes into this debate, and already we've uncovered several flaws in this legislation, as well as several amendments that would even be made before we even get going. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La période prévue.
The period for private members' business has now expired. Therefore, the item falls to the bottom of the order paper. At this point, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been introduced and adopted. The question is therefore the following: that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche, Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak this evening in the Late Show regarding the question I asked a few weeks ago. At that time, I addressed my question to the Minister for HoC, and it was the Minister of Agriculture who answered, so I'm hoping that I get the answer from the right person now. The question was quite easy and clear, and it was why ECOA had not yet delivered the $6 million that had been announced in December 2007 to help Atlantic beef products in Borden, Prince Edward Island. When the announcement was made in December 2007, the federal government came with its pomp and circumstance and announced that it was going to provide this money. Of course, there was an election campaign that had been fought, but all three provinces were to contribute $2 million, that is, Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia. ECOA would provide $6 million, and the aim was to save jobs. After all, this was the only slaughterhouse in the Maritimes, and this was therefore a very important issue for all beef producers in the three maritime provinces. The maritime provinces did contribute their $2 million each. The money was to go into a trust fund to be managed. The federal government was supposed to do the same thing, but the Minister of Agriculture, who stood to answer my question, said that there is absolutely no delay. There was a process put in place. ECOA is forwarding the money to the provinces. I am not sure what the member opposite is talking about. Well, the answer should have been as simple as the question. That is, I asked why was the money not yet there. The decision was made in 2007. We are now in 2009, and so it should have been easy. But worse yet, 2 of the 3 provinces that provided the funding had to arrange bridge financing because Canada, through ECOA, had not yet provided its share. So if we want to make sure that we create jobs, especially in an economic crisis, then
we cannot afford to lose any more jobs. Over 70 people work full-time in that facility, but the impact is almost 400 jobs with the spin-off. So if 70 jobs are lost, then 400 will actually be lost in Prince Edward, which has the only slaughterhouse in the Maritime. So as you can see, this is once again a case of the federal government not taking responsibility. They say they want to help people get back to work, but if so, why has the $6 million not been put into the trust fund, into the same account that the 3 maritime provinces put their $2 million each into? This slaughterhouse is extremely important for the beef producers of the Maritimes. I hope that I will get an answer tonight from the minister responsible for HoC.
Opportunity Agency.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from New Brunswick on the opposite side of the House. It's a pleasure to be here this evening and to address this question. I know there's little time in question period to do it, and I hope to expand on the answer this evening so there's a better understanding. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the $6 million loan has been approved, and the funds have been ready for some weeks. The Atlantic Beef Plant was seeking support and got it from this government. The Government of Canada is committed to helping Canadians in all regions of Canada. And since taking office, our government has stepped up to the plate and we have provided the leadership Canadians want and deserve. We've taken action through my department, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, to encourage growth and foster economic success. And this does include, Mr. Speaker, a one-time investment of $6 million from our government to the Atlantic beef products. The honourable member will be interested to know that the provisions for the repayment of the loan allow for the gradual development of the value-added products that the plant must produce. With matching provincial contributions, that means a total investment of $12 million. This investment is being loaned to help Atlantic Beef Products make the Maritime's only federally inspected beef processing facility become more efficient and competitive and encourage the development of new products and markets. And because our government, in partnership with the 3 maritime provinces, took action, the only federally inspected beef plant was able to remain open. Mr. Speaker, because our government listened to Canadians, we're able to save 350 direct and indirect jobs in Atlantic Canada, jobs that are keeping Atlantic Canadians home, spending their hard-earned money in local stores, buying local products, supporting local businesses, and generating economic activity that benefits the entire Atlantic economy. Mr. Speaker, our government understands the importance of helping communities, small and large, urban and rural, to help them prosper and keep local industries competitive. That's why on December the 9th, 2007, my colleague, the Honourable Peter MacKay, announced this $6 million federal investment. This investment reaffirms our government's confidence in the maritime beef industry. It's a sign that this government is standing up for Canadians and for Canada's traditional businesses. Mr. Speaker, our national government is all about action. Since taking office, our government has announced more than $761 million in over 1,000 projects across Atlantic Canada. And our government continues to support HoC so it can help further strengthen Atlantic Canada's economic advantage. Our government is getting things done in Atlantic Canada, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the results speak for themselves. They clearly show that this government is successfully tackling the economic development issues that are facing the Atlantic region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the answer is certainly not satisfactory because we're talking again about December 2007 when the decision was made or the announcement was made, and now it is April 2009. And from what I understand, the money has not yet been contributed. Why are they fooling around with this? This is an investment. Why is this investment being transferred in this way? Why should it be a reimbursable loan? This should be an investment. His predecessor made the announcement in December 2007. Perhaps he was hoping at that time that one of the three provinces wouldn't come up with the money. When are we going to get this situation cleared up to get this money on the table so that producers can be guaranteed that they will have the only slaughterhouse up and running and doing its job?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague on the other side of the House. The arrangement with the Atlantic Beef Products was always a provisional loan, one tied to the production of value-added products, Mr. Speaker. There were certain terms and conditions that had to be met in that process. Those have been met. It took some time to do that. Those were conditions that were also worked out with the three provinces who, Mr. Speaker, we do work very well and very closely with in a continuous basis. So the three provinces were aware of the arrangement. We understood the arrangement very well. The terms and conditions were met. The money was flowed several weeks ago, Mr. Speaker. The fact that the Atlantic Beef Products hasn't taken advantage of that is it's up to them. It's a business decision when they assign the agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in the House because I would really like to understand why, after 3 years in office, by the Conservative government, we are seeing 20,000 jobs vanishing or have vanished in the forestry industry. Small localities across the country have been hit hard, and we know that Abitibi-Bowater is in grave danger. As we all know, the Conservatives have opposed the assistance that we wanted to have brought in the budget. The government has brought in $170 million over 2 years, but in fact this doesn't meet the needs of this sector because it has outmoded equipment that needs to be modernized. We want a responsible government that preserves jobs and creates new jobs. The forestry industry wants to make sure that there is equal help for the various regions and wants to avoid the debt being accumulated. What they want is to have investment, to modernize and to do research and development.
We believe in a national plan that serves all communities and workers equally. This government currently has no plan and no vision for this struggling sector. Mr. Speaker, in 2005, a Liberal government announced a real plan for the forestry sector that addressed the issues at the heart of what the forestry sector is looking for: loans, supports for research, new technology, skill development, and community adjustment. This government, the Conservative government, cancelled that plan upon forming government in 2006. 3 ans plus tard,
3 years later, the Conservatives still do not have a plan. The government's lack of action, which did not come up with a complete plan for this industry, which is in difficulty, is just letting the sector manage on its own. This government then accuses the opposition of not coming up with an action plan. We do have a plan. We have a proposal, but for ideological reasons, the Conservative government has cancelled the initiatives that were in place, and because of its mismanagement, many Canadians are losing their jobs. We also have the softwood lumber agreement that the Conservatives swore would put an end to the conflict, but we're still in the courts.
Is in crisis. Jobs are being lost, businesses are closing, and communities are suffering. Nous n'avons plus besoin de nous demander.
We don't need to ask whether a tree falling in the forest makes any noise, because no trees are being felled in the forest at this point. We know that in the regions the industry is in peril. We have to look at our history. In fact, when we come here, we can see that there are many people who represent the various interests, such as mining and forestry and so on, but this government no longer believes in the natural resource sectors, even though they are so important for our heritage. The industry will have to collapse completely if the government is to act. We need action on this, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Minister for Economic Development Canada, being absent, I would like to answer the question raised by the member for Brossard-Laprairie. She says wrongly that we have refused to take action to help the forestry industry, and that is a surprising statement, especially because we are proud to have resolved the dispute with the United States on softwood lumber, and the agreement that we reached has been greatly helpful to the forestry industry itself. This agreement has brought stability to the forestry industry, to communities, the various workers across the country, and returned to Canadian producers $5 billion, including $1 billion to Quebec. I would remind my colleague that as a responsible government, we have not only a duty to intervene or to take action, but rather even an obligation to do so. Of course, the current situation in the forestry industry and the problems of the workers, whether we are talking about Mattagami, Val-d'Or, Bathurst, or Miramichi, or elsewhere in the country, is of great concern to us. Canadian and Quebec workers in this industry are subject to a number of factors that have hit the industry hard. It is a question of markets, really. Buyers are buying less of the product in particular. Recovery for this industry will require more demand from the United States. Contrary to what the member has said, our government is taking action to reduce the impact of the crisis on the industry and the workers. We have taken a number of steps to support key economy sectors. In particular, our recent economic action plan provides for strategic support to the forestry sector. We promote the development of new products and new processes to help the industry find unexplored markets internationally. I would remind the member that our recent economic action plan, on which the Liberals voted with us, gave Export Development Canada more funding and more resources to be able to provide assistance to companies during this difficult economic period. EDC is working with 90% of forestry companies in Canada and hopes to increase that in 2009. In order to stimulate the forestry industry, we have announced a number of initiatives, such as the tax credit for renovations, which will enable Canadian families to reduce taxes by up to $1,350, $2 billion to accelerate construction of colleges and universities, $500 million to support construction of new recreational facilities and modernize existing facilities, and other measures. Our situation is very concerned by the situation of Canadian workers, and this is why in our action plan we have provided initiatives. We have decided to be as helpful as we can. The Honourable Member for Brossard-Laprairie. Very quickly, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would just remind my colleague that the softwood lumber agreement still has not resolved anything. We're still before the courts. The Ontario and Quebec governments have been hit with a surtax, but what we really need right now is assistance for innovation and exports, and that is what we have not had. I want to know from the government when they are going to meet their promises and provide that assistance. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. To begin with, Mr. Speaker, our government has created a community adaptation adjustment
fund with over $200 million going to Quebec. This will be managed by Economic Development Canada. And I would remind the member for Brossard-la-Prairie that our work is still ongoing with all sectors. Our government is continuing our consultations with all stakeholders so that we can come out of this crisis stronger than ever. I would also remind her that we are not the only ones who are taking action and need to. After all, the forestry sector is primarily a provincial jurisdiction, and that is why we are working together with the provincial government and must do so. We want to stimulate the economy. The motion to adjourn the House is deemed now to have been carried, and the House is adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.